The sunlight bled softly through the curtains, painting golden streaks across the cluttered apartment floor. Dust motes drifted in the air, undisturbed. A man was sprawled on the bed, loudly snoring. He was so out of it, as if this was the first time in years he was sleeping so well. And then, bang, bang, bang. The door shook like someone was about to kick it off its hinges. Damon flinched awake, groggily sitting up. Another knock, louder this time, almost furious. He stumbled to his feet, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and cursing under his breath. If this is another delivery I didn't order. He swung the door open and froze. Standing there, backlit by the morning sun, was a woman who looked like she had just stepped out of a modeling catalog. She was stunning, dangerously so. Long blonde hair fell in lazy waves over a crimson jacket that clung to her in all the ways that made reality feel unreal. Her legs were long and sculpted, and her posture was effortlessly confident. Her beauty had that impossible cinematic quality, the kind teenage boys stashed under their pillows in glossy magazine form. But her blue eyes, they were cold, unblinking, lacking even an ounce of emotion. Damon's mouth hung open. How was she here? Why was she here? He stood like a statue and gawked at her, his brain completely short-circuiting. A look of disgust flashed past the beautiful face, but Damon did not care. He was not staring because she was beautiful. He was staring because this woman should not be here right now. "You're male." The ice-cold beauty extended her hand. When Damon did not respond, she shoved a small matte black envelope into his hands, then turned on her heel, like the conversation was over. Her boots clacked once on the floor before she paused at the apartment in front of his. She opened the door, went inside, and shut the door on his face. She was gone. Damon stood there for a long time completely dumbfounded, before he scrambled back into his studio apartment, crashing onto the bed, his chest heaving up and down. He was having a panic attack. Why was she here? What was happening? Of course, he knew the woman before, he knew her a long time ago, so why was she here now? He frantically looked around when he saw that his entire apartment looked different. It looked like she was in the right place and he was in the wrong place. This was the old apartment he had moved into from his parents' house. He closed his eyes as pain and frustration overwhelmed him. This place had seen both the best of him and the worst of him. No, it can't be possible. He rushed to the closet and yanked it open. Hanging there was an old hoodie he hadn't seen in years. His breath caught. He turned to the desk and flipped open the laptop. The login wallpaper flashed across the screen, a half-naked Nicole Kidman. His trembling fingers opened the calendar widget. The date stared back at him, March 3rd, 2042. Damon staggered backward, dropping into his chair like his knees had given out. That was 3 years ago, the exact day Earth Online launched. The blood drained from his face. Somehow, some way, he was back. Before the betrayal, before the fall, before Aiden stabbed him in the back and stole everything. Damon clutched his head, cradling it in between his palms. How did this happen? The last thing he remembered was standing in the resurrection lake to reset his character and begin all over again. He was going to create a new character and claw his way back one more time. This was not something advised for the players because when a character reset, there was a penalty associated with it. They inherently would only be able to receive less stats every level and needed more experience points to level up. A couple more penalties here and there. However, Damon was already at rock bottom. Thanks to his guildmate and his so-called best friend, everything he had worked for had been crushed and laid waste in a single day. Blood Rain, the legendary artifact he was first in line to claim, the item that would have cemented his name across the leaderboards. He'd done everything right, maxed out the build, first clear pathing, worked tirelessly for days on end for the hidden quest. But in the end, it didn't matter. Aiden had shown his true colors just before the final phase and stabbed him through the back, live on stream. The kill, the drop, the credit, all his. Normally, this would not have mattered, but this was his hidden quest boss, and its drop was a requirement for his special class. Without the drop, the backlash was simply too high, and the quest failure gave a heavy penalty. Damon had been left paralyzed inside the game, his character bugged beyond recovery. He was crippled with no way out. The guild disowned him. The community laughed. And Damon had never recovered. Until last night. He had returned to Earth Online despite everything. Not to win, not to climb, just to bury what was left of himself and start over as a new low-level player. He had stripped everything, deleted his gear, walked into the resurrection lake, and confirmed the irreversible reset. Right. That was when he fell asleep, and when he woke up again, he was here, back in his old apartment, back in his old body, and somehow, against all logic, back in time. 3 years ago, March 3rd, 2042. When 2042 rolled in, the entire gaming world had its eyes on one name, Earth Online. It wasn't just the next big release, it was a revolution. Tornado Games had promised something no one had done before, a fully immersive VR experience so real, so responsive, it would make you question where the game ended and your life began. Damon had been hooked from the start. He'd spent weeks reading every leak, every dev interview, every conspiracy theory on shady forums. Against his parents' wishes, and with more confidence than sense, he dropped most of his savings on the immersion gear the moment pre-orders went live. He just knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary game. And it wasn't. Now standing in his old apartment, the same one he had moved into right out of his parents' house, he found himself staring at the past as it had never left. His eyes drifted to the shelf where the VR helmet rested, exactly where he used to keep it. He walked over, slowly, and picked it up. Questions flooded his mind. Was he hallucinating? Dreaming? How the hell could he be back here? His brain scrambled for logic, but none of it made sense. The date, the room, even the woman from earlier, it all screamed impossible. But deep down, he felt it. This was real. Somehow, some way, he was back in time. And honestly, he didn't care why. Not right now. If this was real, if this was truly happening, then he wasn't going to waste a second. Not this time. He had been cheated once. He wasn't going to let it happen again. He looked down at the helmet in his hands and took a slow, steady breath. "Let's do it right this time," he muttered. He placed the helmet back down on the shelf and took a step back. First, he needed a moment, a reset. Damon made his way to the bathroom, letting the familiar hiss of the shower fill the space. The water was hot, but he didn't care. He stood under the stream, letting it hit his skin, trying to wash off the confusion, the fear, the grief that still lingered somewhere deep inside. Today was the first day he didn't feel like a failure. The first time in years he hadn't woken up already exhausted. There was still fear, sure, and doubt, but underneath all of that was something stronger. Purpose. He stared at his reflection in the fogged-up mirror. His face looked younger, less tired, like the world hadn't beaten him down yet. Depression was no joke. It crept up on you slowly, wearing you down like rust on metal, and Damon had spent months corroding. There were days when simply getting out of bed felt unbearable. He couldn't face his parents. He couldn't face his friends or even walk outside without getting ridiculed. He did not want to let it all get to him, but eventually it did. But this time, everything was going to be different. This time he knew exactly what was coming. Damon got dressed in fresh clothes, cleaner than he remembered. No more stains. No more weeks-old pizza boxes stacked in the corner. Everything about this apartment looked like it had been reset right alongside him. Had he really been this clean once? He let out a sigh and ordered some food. Good food from his favorite Indian restaurant. He added extra naan and a mango lassi just because he could. When it arrived, the smell hit him like a wave of nostalgia and comfort. He devoured the meal like a hungry raccoon. After he finished eating, he cleared the table, actually cleared it, and wiped it down. Then he took another look around the apartment and pinched himself in the hand. He half expected everything to go back to the way it was, but nope. He was still here and still breathing. Eamon shook off the nervousness and the unsettling feeling. He needed to make plans now. He could not afford to waste time and think about what was real and what was not. This was happening, and he was going to go along with it. That was that. He calmed himself and took a notepad and pen. He sat down at the table and then began writing. So many things had happened, and it was so difficult to remember everything. But he jogged his mind back to the very first day, and slowly, one by one, everything came back to him. He tried to note down as much as he could. He had 4 hours left before the game launch officially began. Only 4 hours. It felt like both too much time and not nearly enough time. Damon tapped the pen nervously against the notepad, flipping through scraps of memory. Dates, events, hidden triggers, patch exploits that hadn't been discovered yet, where the secret vendors spawned, what time the first major world event would crash the servers. He wrote everything he could remember with his messy and chaotic handwriting. So many players would waste their first few hours experimenting, gawking at the graphics, or wandering around aimlessly, but not him, not this time. He had a plan. He kept writing. Exploit stacking methods, dialogue trees with NPCs that unlocked secret affinity levels, early game bosses with loot tables no one would expect. It felt surreal remembering things that technically hadn't even happened yet. He paused for a moment, tapping the pen lightly against the page. Aiden. The name alone felt like a knife. His former best friend, the one person he trusted most, and the one who'd guttered him in front of millions. Damon clenched his jaw, the pen nearly snapped in his fingers. He took a deep breath and forced himself to keep writing. He didn't have time for revenge fantasies. Not yet. First, power. Then, everything else. By the time he finished, 2 pages were filled with scribbled notes and a crude roadmap of the next 48 hours. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than anything he'd ever had before. He folded the paper neatly and tucked it under the keyboard, just in case. He glanced at the clock. 15 minutes left. Damon stood, stretched, and walked back to the shelf. He picked up the helmet again and held it in both hands. The surface shimmered faintly under the light. He was ready. He sat down on his bed and lowered the helmet onto his head before lying down in a relaxed pose. The screen lit up. Earth Online system booting. Damon closed his eyes as the world around him faded into nothingness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! Damon opened his eyes and the darkness around him dissipated, replaced with a bright and sunny world. He was standing in front of a solemn monolith. A beautiful angel flew towards him and flashed a cute smile. She had a halo floating gently above her head and soft feathery wings that shimmered in the light like spun silver. Her golden hair danced with the breeze and her eyes sparkled with kindness and innocence. "Welcome to Earth Online," she chirped, voice light and musical. "By the grace of the Sky Father and the blessings of the 7 realms, you have been chosen to walk the path of destiny." Damon blinked against the sudden brightness. His senses were still adjusting. "I am your guiding angel, Moonshine. I will be introducing you to the world and show you all the—" The introduction was an hour-long one, and Damon had no plans on wasting his time on something like this. "Skip," he interrupted the angel. She did not seem offended in the least, and instead extended a hand to him. "Would you like to begin the tutorial?" Damon would have preferred to skip this one as well, but he knew a little secret about this tutorial and had no plans on missing out on that title this time around. Damon took her hand. "Yeah, let's begin." The moment their hands touched, the scenery shimmered. The bright fields and gentle breeze melted away, replaced by the tutorial zone, a small cave. The cave was cozy and there was moss everywhere. A second after he arrived, the first rabbit spawned. Then 2 more popped up. They were round, fluffy things with big glossy eyes and twitching noses. White, brown, a few black-spotted ones. Their ears flopped as they hopped around cutely. They were completely harmless. They didn't drop loot, didn't grant experience, barely nibbled for 1 point of damage. They existed solely for one reason: to let new players learn the basics of movement and timing without fear of death. Most people spent 5 minutes here tops before moving on to the real part of the game. But not Damon. He reached down, grabbed a medium-sized rock, and then, without hesitation, he slammed the rock down on the first rabbit. Thud. The rock came down hard, and the rabbit didn't even have time to squeak. Its body crumpled beneath the blow. Soft fur torn apart, bones shattered, blood pooled under it, seeping into the cracks of the cave floor. Damon stared down at the mess for a second. The game prided itself on realism, and that included the way a rabbit's skull caved in under a rock. He was already used to things like this. This was not his first time, after all. He quickly moved on to the next one, and soon the corpses started piling up. But he was only in the dozens, and he needed hundreds. He sucked in a big breath and got to work. He kept his movements simple and his actions small. A couple of hours quickly passed, and his stamina was close to bottoming out. Finally, the notification chimed in. "Ding! You have completed the tutorial." "Ding! Title unlocked. Rabbit Killer. I hate cute little bunnies." Damon's figure disappeared from the small cave and appeared in the middle of the newbie small town. He was wearing a simple linen cloth shirt and pants. He was back in the Griffin Town, a small town on the outskirts of the Nieda Falls city. This was his starting town in his last life, and he had arrived at the same place this time as well. Damon let out a breath of relief. The starting point was usually random, and he did not want a big portion of his plan to get messed up because of this randomness. But it turns out even randomness cannot escape fate. He spawned in the same place as before. All around him, players continued to materialize out of thin air. Gasps and shocked shrieks could be heard everywhere as the crowd experienced the realistic aspect of the game. "Wow, I cannot believe this. How is this real, man? Where was this technology all my life? Oh my God, I can walk, run, jump. Hey, do you think we can do that inside the game? Should be realistic, right? Fuck it, where are the brothels at? Today's the day this Big Daddy is finally going to lose his virginity." "You perverted piece of shit. By the way, where are the brothels? Asking for a friend." "What the fuck? What is this fat-ass character profile? Shit, I can't change my image." "Yes, bitch. If you're ugly in the real world, your ass will be ugly here too." "Wait, we can't even change the gender? What sort of a stupid game makes catfishing impossible?" The entire atmosphere was extremely lively, and people were still trying to make sense of the game and enjoying the simple experience of living in a different world. A couple of women turned towards Damon to look at him. What the fuck? Rabbit killer? Did he kill a lot of those little things? What a freak! Who would kill those little things? Fuck. If I knew there was a title associated with it, I would have spent more time in the damn tutorial. Some gave him a stink eye, and some looked jealous, but Damon didn't care. He walked away, quietly pulling up his status screen and tampering with it. The first thing he did was turn off his title display. He then adjusted the rest of his character profile. Actually, there wasn't much to adjust. The in-game character was pretty much a copy of the real-life physical body. One's in-game name was also locked to the government-registered name. The only thing anyone could change was their nickname. Everything else was fixed. Damon flinched a little as he typed in his nickname. Unfortunately, he had to pick a nickname that he absolutely hated. The same cringe nickname he had in his last life, because that was important and could potentially determine the rest of his path going forward. Blood God? This guy is even worse than me in naming. If you are Blood God, then I am your big daddy bitch. Unfortunately, nicknames cannot be turned off. Not that it mattered. Damon did not look bothered in the least. He indifferently walked away, not paying attention to the jeers in the crowd. Damon ignored the lively crowd, which practically chewed up anyone who popped in new and left the town square. Blinking in front of him was the next status screen, the more important one. Ding! Please choose a class before you proceed. Damon ignored the system prompt and waved it off. Many would be inclined to think that the class choice was compulsory, but it was actually not. There were some special classes that could be unlocked if one was a little patient and knew which door to knock on. Damon right now headed straight to one such door. He walked to one of the smaller shops in the market square, the place where all the town's main shops were located. This particular shop looked unremarkable on the outside, just a large wooden structure with a slanted roof and a faded sign that read, Elora's Wares, Potions, Charms, and Curios. Most players never bothered going in during their first few hours. It didn't sell anything useful for beginners, and the owner, Elora, was notoriously unhelpful unless you followed a specific dialogue path. But Damon knew better. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, the bell above the frame chiming softly. Behind the counter stood Elora, an NPC with sharp eyes, deep wrinkles, and silver hair tied into a long braid. She barely looked up. No starter discounts, no freebies, and I don't haggle. If you don't have any silver, show yourself out, she said automatically, not even sparing him a glance. Damon didn't respond. Instead, he walked straight up to the counter and flashed a small smile. Hello, do you happen to have any invisibility charms? Huh? The old hag looked up, and immediately her attitude did a 180. Naturally, Damon had his newly earned title proudly displayed atop his head. Rabbit killer! I hate cute little bunnies! The old hag laughed. You are an interesting brat, aren't you? I don't have any invisibility potions, but you can borrow my old charm for a day. Only for a day. You better return it back by sundown. The old hag reached beneath the counter, her movements surprisingly nimble for someone who looked half mummified. She pulled out a small bone-white pendant strung on a frayed cord. Damon's heart froze for a moment, and only when the woman handed him the charm, he sighed in relief. Finally! The first part of his plan was complete! Thank you, Miss Elora. I will definitely bring back your charm soon. Damon gave a small bow and then quickly turned to leave. Hey, rabbit killer! Damon stopped and glanced over his shoulder. Be careful! If the wrong people see my charm, then you will be flayed alive. I will be very careful. Damon gave the old hag a nod, before getting the hell out of there. His heart was beating wildly as he practically ran from the spot and only relaxed when he was almost outside of the small town. In the fields surrounding the small town, many players were farming chickens, goats, and pigs. There were a bunch of starter quests that provided food and experience points at the same time. These were pretty famous, and most people spent the first few hours here. Damon could already see fireballs flying, swords swinging, and daggers flying around. The chaos was the same as he remembered. Newbies yelling over voice chat, confused players running in circles, and a bunch of serious players trying to speedrun their first 5 levels. But Damon didn't spare the chickens a glance, nor did he pick up any of the glowing quest markers that blinked temptingly above NPCs' heads. That was the path for regular players. He had no intention of walking it the second time around. He ducked behind one of the worn fences bordering the village and cut across a dirt path that led toward the far west end of the fields, a quiet place away from the small town. Some curious players wondered what he was up to and followed him, and Damon did little to deter them. "Where are you going? Did you get some good quest? Come on, man, we can party up." Damon did nothing, but a couple of level 5 wolves that wandered their way took care of his stalkers on his behalf. The level 1 players didn't even know what hit them. They shrieked in agony as the wolves tore them apart and made a quick work of them. "Bastard, you trapped us!" one of them shouted, but Damon simply waved his hand at the guy without turning back. The wolves completely ignored him, and he walked away without any care. Soon he arrived at an old well in the middle of acres and acres of paddy fields. An old, moss-covered thing with no bucket, no rope, just a dark, silent hole. Most assumed it was decorative. It wasn't. Damon carefully climbed down the well, slipping and falling halfway down. "Fuck!" he grunted as he landed hard on his side, dust and damp earth flying up around him. He rolled onto his back for a moment, catching his breath, then pushed himself up to his feet. Where is that door supposed to be? He couldn't remember this little detail and looked around when a bunch of bricks started moving automatically. Soon a tunnel opened in front of him. Damon grinned. The second part of his plan was coming along wonderfully. He only had to wait for a moment before a pale man emerged from the shadows. A tall, pale dude with red eyes and 2 fangs. "You are not Lady Elora." Hidden NPC encountered. Varnix the Hollow. Warning: this quest line is irreversible. Proceed with caution. "No," Damon said simply. "I'm not Elora. She sent me." Varnix's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Damon fished out the charm from his pocket and showed it to the vampire. After a long silence, Varnix finally nodded. "She must believe you're worthy." "Nope, I just knew what tickled that freak liked," Damon silently thought. Changing race from human being to vampire was actually not that uncommon in the game. Many people decided to go this route, and within the vampire race, there were many classes to choose from. It was a very popular choice right alongside becoming a demon, an undead, or a beastkin. There were many ways to get these race changes, and they all involved reaching level 25 first and then doing a long and annoying chain quest. That was until one player stumbled into the old bat Elora's shop with his Rabbit Killer title. He got the instant shortcut to change into a vampire. The key was to show up at the well entrance with Elora's personal charm. The location of the well was not exactly a secret. In fact, all the players knew about this well. It was the hideout base for all vampire players in this started zone. Many players had already tried to sneak into the well without the charm, but they were all one-shotted by the grouch Varnix over here. Only those with the charm can successfully take the shortcut. By the time these things were established, it was already 3 months into the game. But now Damon was here on day 1. Varnix turned and began walking into the dark tunnel, and Damon silently followed him. "Come," he said without looking back. "Your blood is still warm, but that won't last long." It was dark inside the tunnel, but Damon already knew this place like the back of his hand. Eventually, the narrow tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber. The ceiling was lost in shadow, but rows of bone-carved pillars stretched into the darkness like fangs. At the center stood a stone altar etched with crimson runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. Pools of stagnant blood shimmered around it, and above, a floating sigil of the vampire crest turned slowly in the air like a crown. A golden blood crown. Varnix turned to face Damon, his eyes now glowing with intensity. "You are about to forsake your mortality," he spoke slowly, raising both hands. "You shall no longer remain weak. Your heart will slow slower. Your hunger will grow. Your strength will awaken." The room vibrated as the runes lit up brighter. "Warning! You are about to change your race to vampire. This change is permanent. Do you wish to proceed? Yes or no?" Damon didn't blink. Yes. He knew this was the right choice. He had become a vampire in his last life as soon as that option became available. Maybe back then, he did not make this choice for the right reasons, but now he was used to this race. He knew the ins and outs of it, and more importantly, he knew how to trigger the quest for the legendary artifact. He would be a fool to chase after some other race and class and let this advantage go to waste. Varnix nodded in approval at this resolute answer. The vampire's fangs gleamed as he smiled. "Bleed." A shadowy dagger appeared in his hand, and without ceremony, he plunged it into Damon's chest. Pain exploded through him, but Damon's face was still the same. He had faced much worse in his life, and this small bit of pain no longer fazed him. The blood on the altar shot toward him and coiled around him. His vision darkened. His heart slowed. Race change complete. You are now a vampiric creature. Bloodborne path unlocked. Passive unlocked. Heightened senses. Eternal hunger. Heightened senses. You see better in the dark, hear farther than most, and notice things others miss. Faint footsteps, whispered voices, the smell of fresh blood, nothing escapes you. Eternal hunger. A gnawing void anchors itself in your soul, demanding blood. The longer you go without feeding, the stronger the craving becomes. Ignore it too long and you may lose yourself. Satisfy it and you'll feel unstoppable. Damon's eyes snapped open and they were burning red. He was now able to see much better in the darkness. He stared at his reflection in the blood pool, and he could see that his skin had taken on a paler, smoother tone. His fangs were barely visible until he smiled, but he could feel them pressing lightly against the inside of his lip. "Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to unlock a hidden race. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Discoverer of vampires. As the first player to discover the hidden race, you gain plus 500 reputation with vampires and plus 500 notoriety." Damon grinned. He hadn't expected this nice, sweet bonus for changing his race. This made his next plan a lot easier to put in motion. Reputation points were a bitch to grind, and especially so with arrogant vampires. They don't give it away so easily. Notoriety was also a nice add-on. As a dark faction player, one needed high notoriety to interact with any decent NPC. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't respect you. Both reputation and notoriety were something he planned on grinding this week, and now his time had been freed up to do other better things. With a 3-month head start and prior life knowledge about the vampire race and the vampire classes, he was now free to plunder all of the hidden resources in the vampire world. This time, blood rain was going to be his. Damon mentally adjusted his plans when a new notification popped in. "Dang! Please choose a class before you proceed." Damon smiled. He swiped the notification away without a second thought. Nope, it was still not time to select a class. Then the next notification popped up. It was his status screen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Blood God, class, NA, requires awakening. Species, vampire. Race, bloodling. Bloodline, NA, requires awakening. Level 1. Faction, dark. Experience, 0/100. Health, 50. Mana, 50. Stamina, 8. Strength, 6. Intelligence, 8. Agility, 6. Physical defense, 2. Magical defense, 2. General skills, heightened senses, eternal hunger.
Varnix nodded in approval. Not bad for a bloodling. Damon smiled. His starting stats were slightly better than average thanks to his old habit of paying a visit to the gym regularly. Heightened senses was the passive buff all vampires received, and similarly, eternal hunger was the passive debuff all the vampires received. Nothing new here. Eternal hunger did sound very overwhelming, but in reality, as long as one consumed good amount of beast blood once a day, it was more than enough to handle the debuff. In some ways, the debuff was also a kind of buff, because the vampires seldom needed health potions. Drinking blood would suffice. It saved some money in the long run. The buff was also good. It helped the players see in the darkness, which was a huge deal at least in the beginning stage. Same thing goes for the other senses. What they don't mention in the fine print, but a nice sweet surprise, is the fact that vampires can sometimes sniff out low-level stealth players. Other than that, the passive buff didn't do much and couldn't really considered overpowered. For that matter, most of the classes in the game were kind of balanced. Just choosing a specific class didn't automatically make someone overpowered. Special hidden classes, though, were an entire different ballgame. There were also some rumored legendary classes in the game, but even after 3 years, no one with a legendary class was officially confirmed. All the top players had opted to keep their class details a secret for good measure. There were forum threads, unverifiable claims, a few wild tales of one-shot wipes in PvP zones, but nothing concrete. After exchanging a few polite words with the vampire and giving the excuse of returning the charm to the old hag, he quickly made his way out of the well. Thanks to the long nails and the way the bricks of the well were arranged, the upward climb wasn't a big deal. He was back in the fields in no time. As for the change in his appearance and others noticing it, it did not matter because the old hag's charm took care of it. Dark faction players had many ways to hide their identity and blend in with the light faction players, and similarly vice versa. Unless he did something stupid like show up in front of a temple high priestess, the chances of getting caught were slim. Within a few minutes, Damon was back in the outskirts of the small town in the newbies' farming area. Many heads turned toward him inquisitively, but he barely paid them any mind. He walked fast and blended in quickly. The charm worked very well, masking his aura and concealing any hint of his new identity. To everyone else, he was just another nobody who still hadn't managed to cross level 1. Damon smiled. He still had a long way to go before he actually started leveling up. He was going to use all the exploits he knew right from the foundation, and by the time he got to that first level up, he would already be far ahead of the others in the game. Next stop, Elora's shop. Time for some more haggling. You are back so soon? Elora raised a brow as the door of her shop chimed open. A nasty, wrinkled smile appeared on her face as soon as she saw Damon's new appearance. Welcome, my little bloodling. I guess she already knows, Damon thought inwardly, shuddering a little at her creepy smile. It did not come as a surprise because the old hag was a high-level NPC, and everyone knew it. She was essentially a wolf in a sheep's cloth, spending her days happily swindling every newbie who came her way. Yes, Miss Elora, I cannot thank you enough for opening my eyes to the truth of the world, Damon replied smoothly, offering a respectful nod as he stepped into the shop's musty warmth. He took out the charm and handed it to her, his appearance immediately reverting to the pale figure. In all honesty, it wasn't all that different from a normal human appearance, except for the red eyes and the fangs, which a good mask could potentially hide. But as he leveled up, a weak aura would leak from his body, exposing everything about him. He would simply reek of blood. To hide that, he needed something else. Ah! Damon acted surprised. My eyes, Miss Elora, please help me. Everyone can see me. I am exposed. How do I hide myself and blend in among the cattle? He finished, throwing just enough drama into his voice to make Elora scoff. The old woman let out a croaky laugh. Look at you, already talking like one of us. The cattle, is it? Ha! She eyed him for a moment, then reached beneath her counter, fingers dancing over a row of small, intricately carved boxes. She pulled one out and cracked it open. Inside lay a thin silver chain with a black gemstone pendant, barely bigger than a fingernail. The gem shimmered with a faint red glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. Item: Blood Veil Sigil. Uncommon. Disguise vampiric aura, fangs, and red eyes. The user can pass as human unless directly examined by high-level detection. Durability: 100/100. Wears down slowly when exposed to sunlight or divine auras. She slid it across the counter. Wearing that won't make you invisible, but it'll stop the cattle from having a stroke when you walk past. Just don't push your luck around temples. Damon took the pendant, looping it around his neck. His reflection in the shop's dusty window immediately morphed. His eyes dulled to brown, his fangs retracted, and his pallor faded. Perfect, he murmured while cursing the stingy old hag inwardly. He already had such a high reputation, and yet she only took out an uncommon grade item. Brat, I am giving it to you for free. Take what you get, Elora snorted. What? I don't need to read minds to know when someone is mouthing off in their head, she replied coolly. Damon just smiled and politely nodded. Thank you for helping me out. Then what are you still hanging around here for? Get lost! Elora studied him for a moment before letting out an annoyed sigh. Don't tell me! Are you going to stand here and ask me for more freebies? I wouldn't dream of it, Miss Elora. Damon quickly shook his head. I do need a small loan, he added after a moment. A loan, is it? She gave him a glare. Damon held up both hands, placating. Temporary. Strictly business. I'll pay it back with interest. Elora stared at him, fingers drumming on the counter. Then she snorted, finally relenting. Fine. Tell me what you need. Damon smiled. A couple of bristle net, a couple of redleaf weed, a few stalks of bogthorn, and 1 drop of big wasp honey. Elora's brows instantly shot up. Bloodling! Who the hell are you? How do you know the exact ingredients of body-tempering liquid? Damon smiled, awkwardly ruffling his head and putting up an act. I just got lucky. I happened to hear a drunk alchemist bragging about his creation. Elora stared at him, one eye squinting as if she were trying to X-ray straight through his skull. Lucky, huh? She muttered. Next thing you'll tell me is you overheard a goblin chieftain whispering the formula for soul steel in his sleep. Damon chuckled, playing the part of an innocent newbie with dumb luck. I mean, if he talks loud enough. The old hag grumbled, but turned around and began rummaging through her cluttered shelves anyway. Damon inwardly sighed in relief. He knew he was pushing it. He was not sure that this part of the plan was going to work. Thankfully, it did. A second later, Elora turned around and slammed a small potion bottle on the counter. Here, take this and use. I don't want you blowing yourself up out of stupidity. Item, body tempering potion, uncommon. Damon's eyes shot up. Fuck! Is she giving me the actual potion? The reputation points were no joke. Elora noticed his wide-eyed reaction and smirked. What, you thought I'd hand over those ingredients to a brat like you and expect you not to mess it up? One wrong stir and you'll melt your organs before your strength even begins to awaken. Damon quickly composed himself, bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Elora. I won't forget this. You'd better not, she snapped, and don't go thinking I'm doing this out of kindness. You owe me now. 10 gold coins. Damon's face twitched. This was bullshit. This was daylight robbery. She was charging him 10 times the best market price. In just a single month, this potion would become quite common in the game. She was not handing him some game-changing treasure. It was just an uncommon rarity, basic-use potion. Are you sure, Miss Elora? I thought the potion was 1 gold coin. He hesitantly asked, but the old hag pretended not to hear him and simply turned to the side and whistled a tune. Were you saying something, bloodling? Nothing. I was just thanking you for the loan. Thank you so much. I will repay this favor. Damon smiled. His heart ached at the thought of 10 gold coins hanging over his head this early in the game. But what the hell? Fuck it. It was an investment for the future. It was worth it. He was just about to thank her and leave when he noticed something on the shelves. 5 beautiful rings which were obviously storage rings. Miss Elora, I'm afraid I am in a terrible position. Damon immediately stopped in his tracks. In order to repay the 10 gold coins to you as fast as possible, I need to collect and carry a lot of materials, heavy ones, precious ones, time-sensitive ones, he said, turning around with the most innocent, pitiful expression he could muster. But as you can see, my carrying capacity is tragically limited. Elora didn't even look up. Just out with it, bloodling. You want one of the rings. Damon winced, hands clasped together like a man begging for his last meal. Just a small one. Even a broken one would do. I'll bring it back. Think of it as enabling me to earn your money back faster. Elora snorted. And if I don't? I'll be stuck for weeks, penniless, no potions, no materials. You might not see a return on your investment for months. He laid it thick, letting just a sliver of desperation slip into his voice. I'd hate to be a disappointment. The old woman sighed dramatically and finally looked up, peering at him with narrowed eyes. 1 ring. You lose it, I'll skin you and sell your blood to necromancers. I accept those terms, Damon said quickly, trying not to sound too happy. 2 minutes later, he walked out of the shop with a rare-grade storage ring, the vampire charm, the body tempering potion, and 2 talismans, one for minor teleportation and one for a mana barrier. In the end, the entire package came to a cost of 12 gold coins, and the old hag ended up charging only 10 gold coins. More importantly, Damon had received these items with minimal effort, and that too on the first day of the game launch, which made them worth at least 25 gold coins. Damon left the shop with a smile, and the old hag watched him leave as if she was really glad that he finally left the shop. What a monster! She sighed in relief. Happy with his haul, Damon quickly walked out of the small town once again. This time, he did not head toward the old well. Instead, he took the shortcut to reach the nearest city, the city of Naita Falls, a sprawling riverside stronghold nestled against a jagged mountain range. It wasn't considered a capital city by any means, but it was bustling, rich in quests, and, most importantly, had what he needed, a special awakening pool reserved for the awakening ceremony. If one asked what determined the future path of a player in Earth Online, everyone would unanimously say the same thing: the awakening process. The awakening process was everything. In Earth Online, levels and loot could only carry a player so far. In fact, their future was decided in just a couple of days after playing the game, their first awakening. An awakening didn't just boost stats or give skills. It decided their class tree, affinities, growth scaling, and most importantly, there was a chance it could unlock hidden evolutions and even bloodlines if done under the right conditions. The process by which one awakened was extremely important. The extremely precious awakening resources were always saved for the nobility. This was one of the reasons why noble titles were highly sought after in his last life. Even if most of the players missed the ideal condition for the first awakening, they could always make sure that their second, third, and all the awakens so forth could be as ideal as possible. But the first one, the very first awakening, was special. It laid the foundation for everything that came after. It was like setting the mold before pouring the cast. If you botched it, no matter how much you polished later, you'd always be playing catch-up. In his past life, Damon had awakened like everyone else, some random place, some standard process. He didn't even think twice about it. He had no noble bloodline, no connections, no resources. Now, he wasn't going to make the same mistake. This time, he was prepared. He had already changed into the vampire race, had the body tempering potion in his bag, and was about to enter the most potent early-game awakening site in the region. The awakening pool in the Naita Falls city. The pool in Naita Falls was hidden deep inside the Cathedral of Silent Waters, and later it had become an extremely coveted place for the players to undergo their awakening. Only those who had an S-rank affinity and high reputation with various factions, along with a noble title, were allowed inside. Even then, they charged an obscene amount just to use it. Most players could only dream of using such a resource to awaken. But Damon wasn't most players. Even though he did not possess any of the above requirements, he still knew a loophole to get into the place. He only hoped to get there soon enough before his advantage became drunk and disoriented. Damon arrived at the city gates in under an hour as he ran non-stop using the very well-known shortcut between the small town and the city. Naita Falls was one of the smaller cities, and the place wasn't crowded, especially because players were yet to descend into the city en masse. There were several level 5 to 10 beasts littered in the forest surrounding the city, and if one did not know a safe path, they would be doomed unless they could handle a few of the beasts. In general, a player at least needed to be at level 10 to get here safely. This was why Damon was a little surprised when he did not get the first achievement for arriving at the city. But then again, he had already spent 2 hours with the rabbits and another hour or so finishing up his race change quest. This was plenty of time for someone else to discover the city. He could spot about a dozen players exploring the city streets as he walked in. Not too many, but not too few either. There was one good quest that he wanted to do in this city, which might get snatched up by these players, but the awakening process was still his #1 priority. Damon hurriedly walked straight to the Cathedral of Silent Waters when an arrogant voice sounded behind him. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" "Huh?" Damon turned to see the same 3 guys who had tried to follow him back in the starting town. They were easy to recognize. Loud, cocky, and wearing the exact same mismatched starter gear as before. The one in front had his nickname proudly displayed over his head in glaring red text, Daddy Brutal. "Well, well, if it isn't the Blood God," Daddy Brutal sneered, arms crossed. "You left in a real hurry back there. Got a nice juicy quest? How about you not be a stingy little bitch and share it with the rest of us? This daddy will reward you well. Look at this!" He pulled a woman to his side and winked. He could tell in a single glance that she was a prostitute, and the guy was acting as if he was a big deal just because he managed to pay for a prostitute. He gave a flat stare and turned to leave. "I don't talk to idiots." That got a reaction. The guy's face twisted into an angry scowl, and his buddies behind him, Sniper and Sir Shanks-a-Lot, started muttering oohs like they were still in middle school. Damon didn't stop walking. He had no time for idiots. Not today. "If you're looking for a fight," he added, not even turning around, "try the forest. Maybe a rabbit will take you seriously." "Bitch, you're gonna regret this. I have connections in this place, I'm telling you. Look, I have the first Discoverer title." Damon didn't stop. "Congratulations! Must have been hard, finding your way here without a GPS and adult supervision." Daddy Brutal's shout of rage echoed behind him, but Damon was already gone, slipping around the corner and then through a couple of alleyways. He had no interest in indulging these idiots, even though he was mildly curious how they managed to get the first Discoverer title for the city. But then again, it was not a big deal. It gave a single stat point boost, and unless one went about solely discovering all the cities one after the other, which was near impossible, the achievement didn't really matter. As for the nonsense they were spouting, he was way too mature to care about that. Or maybe he was not. Damon could sense a player following him behind. The trio must have had a fourth stealth player among them who was tailing him now and trying to catch up with him, probably hoping to spy on his movements and steal whatever secrets they thought he had. PvP was not allowed inside the city, and from the looks of it, these guys knew it. They were pretty brazenly following him without worrying about any repercussions. But they missed a key piece of information. The charm he wore around his neck took care of this little detail for him. Damon slowed down and acted as if he was looking around. Then, just as the player caught up with him, he decisively made his move. He aimed for the man's throat and swiped his long nails, and in a single second, he was sent flying back with a loud, wet crack, slamming against the alley wall like a rag doll. A gasp escaped from his lips, blood spurting as he dropped dead to the ground. Ding! You have killed player Lurking Panda. You have gained +1 notoriety. Damon exhaled slowly and looked up toward the spire of the cathedral in the distance. He needed to get there fast. Thankfully, there were no other disturbances, and he reached the cathedral entrance in a few minutes. However, he did not enter it from the main gate. He entered it from a side gate. And just like he had hoped, a familiar figure was guarding the entrance, a young man in his 20s who was also a lousy drunkard. As soon as the young man saw my face, his attitude changed. "My Lord Blood God, I am here to serve you. Are you here for the Awakening pool? Please come this way." Damon smiled and put up a confident pose. Yep, the guy had seen my nickname and mistook me for someone high in the vampire nobility rank. Maybe there were a few vampire NPCs named Blood God or something similar, but both in this life and last life, this drunkard fell for the exact same thing. It was thanks to him that I was able to use this awakening pool for my second awakening and third awakening, which played a big part in cementing my progress. And now, thanks to him, I was going to use the awakening pool for my very first awakening. I clenched my fists in excitement as I followed the drunkard into the cathedral. The interior of the Cathedral of Silent Waters was exactly as I remembered it. Ancient stained glass windows filtered in narrow beams of colored light, illuminating various statues. The drunkard led me through a narrow corridor that twisted and spiraled downward. The cathedral was pretty much deserted with no one around. Niagara Falls was a small city, so it wasn't that popular for awakening ceremonies. After a couple of minutes, they reached a dead end, with a door. The guard took his time fishing out his key and then opened the door clumsily, all the while apologizing to me. "I will be fine on my own now." I nodded at him in a prideful manner. The drunkard respectfully bowed and closed the door behind me. I stepped inside alone. The awakening pool sat in the center of a cavernous chamber. One would think from the name that there was a big pool under the cathedral, but the actual awakening pool was just a small puddle, a perfect circle of still silver water surrounded by some runes. I had no idea what these runes meant. I quickly stepped inside the pool, shaking off his worn-out boots. The water only came up to his ankle, which was a little surprising because the last time around it had reached all the way up to his knee. But there was little he could do about it. so he silently observed the small puddle. The moment his foot touched the water, it responded, glowing red as if infused with molten blood. The charm he was wearing was ineffective, and his vampire form was completely exposed. Sure, this was a huge risk, but the rewards were worth it. Besides, he knew that this place was almost always deserted. Only children of high nobility were allowed here, and Nada Falls was a small city. Besides, I was already in it now. There was no point in worrying if someone was going to burst in mid-awakening. Worst case scenario, I was ready to commit suicide. It wouldn't affect my awakening. As long as the process got done, I was all set. I quickly pulled out my body-tempering liquid and drank it all in like a shot to make the awakening process even more effective. I had done everything I could do. Now the rest was up to the awakening pool. Come on, faster," I anxiously murmured, but the water was taking its sweet time. Ding! Awakening initiated. Your race, vampire. Affinity detected. Blood, darkness, triple question mark. Body tempering boost applied. Potency, plus 38%. Special conditions met. Initiating bloodline scan. Damon's face changed. What the hell? This was new. Damon had expected some surprises to pop out because he was using a superior awakening resource, but he did not expect this. He had a bloodline? 2 affinities, blood and darkness? What was the third one with the question mark? In his last life, he only had blood affinity and no bloodline. All of this was new. Before he could make sense of the system prompt, something even shocking happened. Water exploded from the small puddle he was standing on. Without giving him a chance to react, the water completely surrounded him on all sides, fully encasing him in a sphere of liquid that shimmered like mercury laced with blood. It moved like it had a mind of its own, swirling and tightening around him. He was now submerged in it. Ding! Fragmented ancestral bloodline detected, attempting awakening. The runes on the floor ignited, their glow no longer steady but wild and erratic. Tiny vortices started forming on Dam's body, millions and millions of them. These vortices started sucking the liquid inside. Pain rippled across his body. Whatever was happening, this was not heading anywhere good. This is not good. There is not a lot of water. I am going to suffer a backlash. Damon screamed and shouted in pain. The runes glowed brighter, and water kept coming and coming. The puddle beneath him, once shallow enough to barely wet his ankles, now seemed endless. The chamber trembled. The stone tiles cracked. From beneath the cathedral, from some water surged upward, as if summoned by the awakening ritual. Everything was spiraling out of control. More liquid, more blood-tinged mercury flooded the chamber, yet none of it spilled outward. Everything obeyed the same silent command, drawn into the sphere that wrapped tighter around Damon. His body hung weightless inside it, but his mind was far from calm. Ding! Awakening initiated. What the hell is this? Damon gritted his teeth. He had never heard of anything like this happening during a first awakening. Most people sat in the pool for 30 seconds, watched a few runes flicker, and boom, class selection. He had researched a lot about the awakening process in the city's library, and not one book mentioned anything like this. This was something else entirely. Suddenly, pain shot through his spine, pure, white-hot agony that lanced into his skull like a branding iron. Damon bit his tongue and tasted blood. The water reacted instantly, glowing brighter as if excited by the presence of his blood. Ding! Bloodline awakening in progress. 5%, 9%, 12%. His arms convulsed, his fingers curled inward, his eyes rolled back, and visions assaulted his mind. Fangs tearing through empires, crimson thrones carved from bone, a king who drank the blood of stars, and then a name, Valtharan. The name echoed like a scream across eternity. He knew that name, Or rather, something inside him did. Ding, you are undergoing a primordial awakening. Ding, you are no longer eligible for the standard class path. More and more system prompts kept flashing in front of Damon, each one more ridiculous than the last. But his brain was still stuck on that single name he had heard. Valthorin. Wasn't that a name that appeared in the Blood Rain's quest? Damon tried his best to remember, and he just couldn't place it. Then it came to him. Valthorin was the name of the blacksmith's son, the blood blacksmith who had forged Blood Rain. But how was that guy's son related to his awakening? What was happening? Ding, bloodline awakening paused. Ding, soul fragment required to proceed. Ding, soul scan in process. Ding, soul fragment obtained. Ding, soul fragment contaminated by soul weapon Blood Rain's essence. Ding, error. Ding, error. Ding, partial awakening initiated. Ding, partial awakening in progress. 11%, 29%, 34%. Damon was going crazy. What the hell was happening? How could Blood Rain's soul be present inside him? He did not understand anything that was happening. During this chaos and confusion, a loud explosion sounded. Bang! Something hit the awakening pool water that had enclosed him. The barrier weakened a little temporarily, revealing what was outside. It was only for a moment. The barrier quickly patched up once again, fully encasing Damon. But that 1 second was enough for Damon to see that he was surrounded now. The entire chamber was flooded with a dozen figures cloaked in white and gold, the sacred vestments of cathedral enforcers. Magic circles hovered around their palms, crackling with divine energy. At their center stood a stern-looking priest with eyes like molten silver and a staff shaped like a crucifix speared through a serpent. "Shit," Damon muttered under his breath, his voice muffled within the liquid sphere. He could feel the pressure of their spells pounding against the water's surface now, each one probing, pushing, trying to break in. This wasn't just a routine awakening anymore. This was a holy fucking crisis. On the other side, the system wasn't done with him yet. The percentages were slowly ticking by, and stopped completely when it came to 53. Ding, partial awakening successful. Ding, 53% bloodline assimilated. Ding, warning, bloodline extremely unstable. Ding, warning, 10 days before bloodline collapses permanently, seek stabilization immediately. Damon's heart skipped a beat. What the hell was this? A death sentence? He did not have time to think because the next second, the sphere of blood mercury exploded under the combined assault of the cathedral enforcers. Chaos erupted. All the enforcers tried to block the backlash from the blood sphere, and in the center of it all stood Damon. He was fully drenched, panting, and shirtless, with glowing red runes spiraling up his arms and chest like tattoos. His eyes glowed bright crimson, and his fangs were visible for everyone to see. The priest took a step forward, staff raised. "You, whatever you are in violation of divine ordinance. Submit now or be purged." "How about no?" Damon did not have to think twice before activating the teleportation talisman he had swindled from Alora. This was exactly the situation he had asked for one for, and now that same situation was playing out in front of him, though for an entirely different reason. The teleportation talisman activated, and with that, Damon vanished in a blink, leaving all the cathedral enforcers staring wide-eyed and powerless as the crimson flare of teleportation shimmered and died.
How did a mortal awakener come in possession of a high-grade talisman? How did he manage to escape right in front of us? This is completely unacceptable! The priest's voice echoed through the cathedral ruins like thunder, each word laced with divine fury. His staff slammed into the stone with a crack that sent spiderweb fractures racing across the marble floor. None of the enforcers dared to respond.
The scent of burning blood still lingered in the air. The altar stones were scorched black, and the sacred runes were flickering erratically, as if the very magic in the cathedral had been violated. Because it had. The priest's molten silver eyes swept across the room. "Do you even understand what that was? That wasn't a mortal awakening. That was a bloodline reclamation, an ancient one, primordial, possibly terst, and it happened in our pool." One of the junior enforcers, pale and visibly shaking, stepped forward. We couldn't trace the destination of the teleport, sir. The signature was masked. Someone cloaked it immediately. That man could be anywhere." Before the priest could respond to that, another man came running. "Sir, something is terribly wrong with the cathedral waters." The priest glared back at the idiot spouting the obvious. The man hurriedly explained. "Not just our cathedral. All the cathedrals in the kingdom have been drained completely. There is no blessed water left in the pools. Every single awakening pool has gone dry." Gasps spread like wildfire through the room. Even the stern-faced enforcers, trained for divine combat and unfazed by horrors, gasped at this news. The priest froze, staff clutched tight in his hand. "What did you just say?" "I've confirmed with the high chapels of Veherin, Eltharos, and Dawnspire. Their pools were completely drained, not evaporated, not corrupted, just emptied." Shock and dread filled the eyes of the priest. He drained them? He, that boy, drained all of them? Everyone stood silently, not knowing what to do now. "Find him," the priest finally spoke up, his voice bellowing. "I want every teleportation gate, every resurrection shrine, every rogue blood mage circle within 500 miles locked down. I want his name and his soul. If there's even a trace of that awakening energy left behind, track it." He turned away and mumbled in a low voice that no one could hear. "Because if that bloodling is allowed to awaken completely, this entire continent will burn." Meanwhile, Damon tumbled through space and reappeared on a steep hill just outside the outer perimeter of Nida Falls. He hit the ground hard, coughing as the last traces of teleportation light faded. Grass tickled his fingers, dirt caked his palms, and his skin still steamed faintly from residual magic burns. But he was alive. "Holy shit," he breathed, chest heaving. "What the fuck was that?" He rolled onto his back and stared up at the clear sky, letting the wind cool his overheated body. "Wait, they will come after me now. They know that minor teleportation couldn't have taken me far. Shit." Damon groaned and forced himself to sit up, every muscle in his body aching as if he had just run a marathon while being electrocuted. His fingers curled into the grass as he steadied himself. "I've got maybe seconds? Maybe a couple of minutes if I'm lucky, before they start combing this place." He was just about to get up and run like hell back to the vampire base when suddenly a voice appeared in his head. "No need to run, little bloodling," the voice whispered, ancient and cold, slithering into his mind like smoke through a crack. Damon froze. His heart skipped a beat. That was not the system voice, and it wasn't his imagination either. Who are you?" Damon asked out loud, glancing around the hillside. There was no one. Just wind, trees, and the distant growls of the beasts. You think of me constantly, not in one life but two, and yet you fail to recognize me when I am standing right in front of you." Damon's heart almost stopped when a foggy silhouette appeared in front of him out of thin air. The fog clung to her like a shroud, as though reality itself was trying to reject her presence. He couldn't see much of her except for the small insignia on her forehead. It was the mark of the golden throne, except there was a sword piercing straight through it. He had seen this mark before. This was the same insignia that burned on the hilt of the legendary weapon, Blood Rain. You are that... From all the crazy system messages he had received during the awakening process, Damon was instantly able to piece together one puzzle after another, and in the end, only one explanation was possible. Yep, I am Blood Rain, fondly known as Little Red. The wind stilled. Damon blinked. What? He croaked. The foggy silhouette laughed at his shocked expression. I know you figured it out, so why are you acting all surprised now? You got me, little bloodling. 3 of you came after me that night, and you were the one who was successful. You got me, and I made sure we both got a fair second chance to climb our way back to the top. Damon gulped. Sure, he had guessed correctly, but guessing was one thing, and knowing the truth was an entirely different thing. How could all of this be happening? How could she be the legendary weapon's soul? That was something that happened in my last life. How could it have possibly followed me in this new life? Was she really the one who sent me back in time? But how could something like that even be possible? I know you have a lot of questions, Bloodling, but I have already used all of my energy to aid in your awakening. I am feeling very sleepy now. Wake me up soon, okay? I'm counting on you. Also, I made sure no one could track you or see your status. You will just be a normal vampire in their eyes. She whispered, her voice already fading like mist at dawn. Damon reached out instinctively, but the fog had already begun unraveling, dissolving into threads of shimmering red that drifted into the wind and vanished without a trace. The hillside returned to its peaceful state, and just like that, she was gone.
Damon sat there for a long moment, unable to make sense of anything. No matter how much he tried to explain all this shit, he simply couldn't understand. How can something that happened inside the game affect real life? How could this soul weapon send him back in time, not to mention attach a part of her to him? Soul weapon. Soul. Shit. Was having a soul an actual thing? Was all of this magic and vampires an actual thing? Then all of the demons and the horrendous monsters were also real. Damon sat in stunned silence, his fingers still curled into the dirt beneath him. Earlier, when his brain tried to come up with theories as to how he had come back in time and how all of this was possible, he had slightly suspected that it might be game-related. But to actually know that this crazy, hypothetical assumption might actually be true? Wait a second. Earth Online. It couldn't literally mean Earth Online, right? Was the truth right there in front of everyone, for the whole world to see? What was going to happen in the future? Was this world going to merge with the real world? Would everyone in the real world also be able to use magic? That would be a good thing, except for the insanely powerful beasts and monsters in this world. If this world actually began interacting with the real world in any way, then there was only a full-blown apocalypse waiting for everyone. Damon felt as if he was going crazy. He was going deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole, and his thoughts weren't making sense anymore. He sat silently in a stupor when suddenly a loud growl woke him up. Damon snapped from his trance and rolled away. He only barely managed to dodge as the next instant a dire wolf barreled straight toward him, claws tearing up the earth, fangs bared and dripping with saliva. It was huge, with shaggy, dark fur, matted in patches of dried blood. Its eyes glowed faintly green, and it was 100% locked onto him. Of course, Damon muttered, pushing himself to his feet, his legs wobbling beneath him. Why not throw a goddamn elite at me while I'm mentally breaking down? The wolf charged at him, and Damon's body reacted instinctively. This was not his first rodeo. He had grinded out beasts like this for hours, days, and months.
Even if his stats were low, even if he was freshly awakened, and even if he did not have a damned class, the muscle memory from his past life kicked in. His blood surged, and he could feel the blood energy stirring within him. At a single command, the blood energy flowed to his hands. The wolf lunged at him, and he slashed at it with his bare hands, hands that were now glowing red. Ding, you have learned Blood Swipe. Ding, average completion. Ding, +2 skill proficiency. He ignored the bunch of notifications as he proceeded to finish off the wolf. Thanks to the stat difference, it took a couple of minutes, but this was not an impossible fight, and he was not a newbie to this game. By the time the wolf collapsed on the ground, Damon was drenched, half in his own sweat, half in the monster's gore. His arms trembled, breath coming in short gasps, and his newly learned old skill fizzled at his fingertips. He looked down at the beast's corpse, chest heaving. First damn day. First day, and I've already killed an elite, pissed off a holy order, blown up a cathedral, and apparently broken the world? Ding, you have slain a Tier 1 elite beast, Dire Wildfang. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, you have leveled up. 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 Ding. LV1 to LV5. 4 level ups, not bad. Damon was curious to check out the rest of the notifications, but suddenly he felt a strong feeling well up within him. Bloodlust kicked in, and a dark hunger clawed at the edge of his mind. His eyes darted to the corpse of the dire wolf. The blood, the scent, it was overwhelming. Vampiric bloodlust, one of the core weaknesses of the race, especially at higher levels. But he was only level 5, so why was it already so strong? He wasn't even able to think clearly anymore. His body acted on its own, and the next second he found himself latched onto the wolf's corpse. The only thought in his brain was how bad the blood of a dead beast tastes. He needed them alive. As if sensing his thoughts, a system prompt flashed in front of him. Ding, bloodline extraction failure. The beast is dead. Damon continued to drink every ounce of blood from the beast until he finally drained it, the whole thing down to the last drop. Only now he was able to sit back and breathe and think. He wiped his face, and the back of his hand was streaked red. This bloodlust was going to be a problem. Then he remembered the warning about the unstable bloodline and all the weird and ridiculous system messages. There was also this new system message about bloodline extraction. What was that? Was that a new skill? Damon let out a sigh and summoned his status screen. Instead of worrying about things beyond his control, he needed to focus on what he could do right now. It was time to take a look at everything and carefully analyze what the hell had happened with his awakening and what he had turned into. Damon made sure that he was in a safe location as he slowly went over all the system notifications. Each one was more bizarre than the previous one, but everything only solidified what he already knew. He then opened up his status screen to take a look. Blood God. Class: Primordial Awakening. Class Path unavailable. Species: Bloodborne. Race: Bloodling. Variant: Bloodline: Fragmented ancestral bloodline, ? Status effect: Bloodline instability, 10 days. Soul weapon: Blood Rain. Locked. Level: 5. Faction: Dark. Experience: 45/600. Health: 120. Mana: 50. Vitality: 12. Stamina: 8. Strength: 6. Intelligence: 8. Agility: 6. Physical defense: 2. Magical defense: 2. Available stat points: 5. General skills: Primordial senses, SSS rank active. Primordial hunger, SSS rank passive. Blood swipe, D rank active. Bloodline extraction, SSS rank active. Damon opened and closed his mouth speechlessly, studying his status screen. The first thing he noticed was how he couldn't select a class anymore. This was a huge deal, because without a class, how the hell was he supposed to progress in his path and learn more skills? Not all the skills were like Blood Swipe, which he had a good skill proficiency of and could be learned just from the muscle memory. He needed to choose a class to get some of the more powerful skills. Fuck! Did I wait too long? He wanted to select a class after Awakening to give him the best chance of unlocking a hidden class or a legendary class, but now he had completely lost that chance. Not to mention, without a class, 5 level-ups had netted him only 5 extra stat points. With a class, he would have gotten 5 extra stat points per level. This was a big loss. Stats were everything in this game. Okay, let's calm down. This may be a good thing. He knew anything labeled primordial was definitely a good thing, and he had undergone a primordial awakening. There had to be more to this than his inability to choose a class. He decided to check out the skills next. He had obtained 3 new skills from the awakening: primordial senses, primordial hunger, and bloodline extraction. Primordial senses should be an upgraded version of heightened senses. The only difference was that heightened senses were passive, and this seemed to be an active skill. I could see why, though. Maybe the upgraded skill was a powerful one that would completely overwhelm him. Something to test out later. His eyes then darted warily to primordial hunger, which he felt might not be so good. The normal vampiric hunger was a huge problem in the higher levels when bloodlust went out of control every now and then. Damon could only imagine the trouble an upgraded version of that might cause. Moreover, both of these skills were listed as SSS ranked. Damon had heard of S-ranked skills before, but this was the first time he had seen SSS ranked skills. That too, he had not 1 but 3 of them. Why is this stupid hunger also listed as SSS? He wondered. If anything, the hunger was a drawback, and a big one at that. Damon then checked out the last and most interesting skill, bloodline extraction, once again an SSS-ranked skill. The notification from before mentioned that the extraction failed and that the beast was dead. Did it mean I have to use the skill before the beast dies? So I have to drink the blood of a beast before it dies? He muttered, rubbing his temple. There was only one way to find out the answer. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he tried to hear if there were any beasts in the vicinity. Immediately, he could hear a few wolves snarling not too far away from him. These were probably the ones who were hanging around with the elite. All of his fatigue from earlier had completely disappeared with that little meal, so it was the perfect time to test things out. He got up and ran in the direction of the wolves. Within a few seconds, he reached the spot. 3 wolves were standing in front of him, feasting on a dead rabbit, tearing apart the small carcass with wet crunches and low growls. Damon used this chance to throw a stone at the wolf closest to him. The instant saw him and whirled around, snarling with blood dripping from his fangs. The other 2 didn't care and continued eating. But the first one lunged at him with a guttural snarl, claws digging into the dirt as it launched forward with reckless aggression. It was only a level 3 beast, and it didn't take long for Damon to get control of the situation. He stepped to the side at the last moment and slammed his fist into the wolf's ribs, feeling something crack. Blood sprayed from its mouth as it hit the ground with a painful yelp. Before it could move, Damon dug his fangs right into the beast's throat. After playing a vampire game character for more than 2 years, he was already used to doing this kind of thing. Warm blood flooded his mouth, and this time he willed for the bloodline extraction to activate. Immediately, a notification flashed in front of him. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Forest Wolf, Tier 0 Beast. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Agility Boost. Ding! Minor Agility Boost, Level 1, permanently increases agility by 5. Ding! You have killed Forest Wolf Level 3. Ding! You have gained experience points. Damon, stared wide-eyed at the notifications. He had gained 5 stat points just like that. A permanent stat boost? From one successful extraction? That wasn't just good, that was broken. 5 agility points? From a Tier 0 beast? He breathed, still clutching the limp corpse beneath him. That's the same as a full level up from a class bonus. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could something be so broken? In most cases, even rare skill tomes or stat elixirs barely gave 5 or so stat points. And this was free. Maybe farmable. Maybe stackable. All he had to do was hunt, drink, and extract. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. All the misery he went through in his last life was not for waste. A future had opened up before him, clearer than ever. He didn't need a class. He didn't need a system-prescribed path. He had a freaking primordial bloodline that let him bend the rules, devour others' power, and forge his own ascent. He needed to find out more about this new skill of his. By now, the other 2 wolves had finished their meal and finally noticed him. They snarled loudly and lunged at him. One came from the left, teeth bared, while the other flanked wide, trying to circle behind him. Damon didn't hesitate. The rush of combat drowned out every doubt, every question. All that mattered now was blood. He ducked under the first wolf's swipe and slammed his elbow into its throat. It crumpled mid-leap, wheezing. The second wolf sank its fangs into his arm, but Damon didn't even flinch. He punched the damn thing down, completely knocking it out. Without any hesitation, he immediately pounced on the first one as it tried to recover, claws digging into its fur. He bit deep into the side of its neck and activated the skill. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated.
Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: Forest Wolf, Tier 0 Beast. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Agility Boost. Ding! Minor Agility Boost has been upgraded. Ding! You have killed Forest Wolf Level 3. Ding! You have gained experience points. So if I absorb the same ability, it levels up a little, Damon noted. Letting the beast corpse fall to the ground, he quickly started draining the blood of the second wolf. Soon another set of notifications followed. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: Forest Wolf, Tier 0 Beast. Ding! Partial bloodline extraction. You have gained 1 agility stat point. Ding! You have killed Forest Wolf Level 3. Ding! You have gained experience points. Damon was surprised at this set of notifications. Even though he had repeated everything, the bloodline extraction was only a partial success. But it still gave him an additional stat point. It wasn't much, but then again it was a permanent addition to the stats, so it was quite good overall. At least for now, the skill was slowly compensating for the loss of stats from not having a class. To really understand the effects of the bloodline extraction skill, he will need to keep going and farm more and more beasts. He opened up the map and checked out the area where he was. He was currently in the forests on the outskirts of the Nieta Falls. There were a lot of easy, low-tier beasts in this region. This was perfect for his grind. He prepared to head over to a known grinding spot when suddenly his head started spinning. Ding! Warning! You are experiencing severe mana exhaustion. Ding! Warning! You are experiencing severe mana exhaustion. Ding! Warning! You are experiencing severe mana exhaustion. Damon immediately sat back down and looked at his status screen. Indeed, his mana was completely gone. "Shit!" Damon groaned, wiping sweat from his brow. So that's the catch. Using bloodline extraction wasn't free. It didn't show an immediate mana cost like a spell, but clearly draining and assimilating powers through a primordial bloodline wasn't light work. His body felt fine, no injuries, no wounds, but his mind felt like it had been through a blender. Vision blurry, thoughts slow,
Even the passive hum of hunger dulled under the weight of exhaustion. He leaned against a tree trunk, panting. No wonder it's an SSS rank skill. It can carry me to godhood, but it'll also suck me dry like a pissed-off leech. He needed rest. Mana regeneration was slow without potions or class bonuses, and since he had no class, well, that was going to be his next problem to solve. He needed more mana potions. Damon sighed and lay flat in the grass, keeping one eye open. He had to wait for half an hour, and then he would be fine. But where would he go for mana potions? He thought about that old hag again and quickly shook his head. She would probably not give him any more handouts anytime soon. In fact, it might have a negative impact and impact his reputation. Besides, basic mana potions should take another day or so to show up in the market. There might be some available now, but they were all sure to cost an arm and a leg. He definitely did not have any coins to buy shit. It looked like he had to take care of some logistics to back up his powerful skill. Half an hour went by quickly, and Damon decided to head over to the snake pond. He would have liked to continue grinding wolves to find out more about his skill, but he also needed mana potions. To solve both his problems, the snake pond was the right answer. The basic mana potions actually weren't all that difficult to make. In his last life, after 2 years, there was a genius alchemist who had found a shortcut recipe for some of the more useful potions. This man had completely crashed the market, and he made a killing out of it. Normally, basic mana potions would cost 20 silver, and basic health potions would cost 25 silver. But this dude was selling them for 5 silver a pop. Moreover, he continued to sell them, his stock supply seemingly never ending. All the big guilds were taking a huge loss, and they were completely livid. Finally, someone managed to find out the secret of the guy. Instead of the usual complicated recipe of the basic health potion and mana potion, he was using a shortcut recipe and using only one herb. The forums had gone absolutely insane when the secret broke. The alchemist had figured out that lesser mist leaf, a common herb that spawned near ponds and marshy lowlands, could substitute for 3 rare ingredients in the original potion recipe if processed right away. The catch was that a little bit of mist had to remain on the leaf when harvesting it and processing it. Pissed off by the big guilds constantly harassing him and suppressing him, in the end, the genius alchemist simply gave away the formula to the public, thereby completely crushing the market. The 2 potions were sold for dirt cheap after that, and no one could make a profit anymore. But this time around, Damon was the only one who knew this secret formula. The entire market was his to dominate. He quickly hurried to the snake pond, taking the shortest path he knew. On the way, he ran into a couple of wild boars. Damon checked his mana. It was 30 out of 50. He tossed the 5 extra stats into his intelligence for now. It immediately bumped up his mana to 50 out of 70. This should be enough for a single bloodline extraction. He clicked his tongue and went for the 2 boars.
Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: Forest Boar, Tier 0 Beast. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Strength Boost. Ding! Minor Strength Boost, Level 1, permanently increases strength by 5. Damon simply killed off the other one and only used bloodline extraction for the first boar. A new passive skill. Nice! He quickly checked his stats and saw that his mana was already at 0. Now he understood why he had suffered mana exhaustion. Each time he used bloodline extraction, it cost him 50 mana points. This wasn't a huge deal, but it was something he needed to keep in mind. Wait, then how was he able to use it at all for the second time when he had fought against the wolves? Something did not add up. Damon felt a little confused, but when he stared at his stats, he finally saw what was happening. The thing is,
Vampire players were a little special. They used blood essence for all of their skills, which came from their health. In fact, they did not even have a mana pool to begin with. But now he had both blood essence and mana. Was it possible for him to convert some of his blood essence into mana? That was the only way he could explain using the bloodline extraction skill for the second time and going into mana exhaustion. Otherwise, the skill simply wouldn't activate. Damon let out a sigh. There was a lot he needed to figure out with his new body and new skill. There was also the matter of bloodline stabilization that he needed to think about. Look who is here! What a coincidence! Luck is really on our side today. All of a sudden, a voice shouted. Damon swung around to look when a few familiar figures walked toward him from the distance. He was thinking deeply about his skill issues that he did not detect the presence of other players around him. And that too, they were the same ones he had seen before. What were the chances indeed? They were still at a distance, and it was enough for him to get the hell out of there, but why would he run? New test subjects had willingly walked over to him. There was no reason for him to run. Sniper and Sir Shanks-a-Lot were already preparing fireballs, and Daddy Brutal was charging straight toward him with a two-handed axe slung across his shoulder, eyes gleaming with arrogant bloodlust. Of course, there was the other rogue player, Lurking Panda, who was currently trying to circle behind him. Damon had already seen through his stealth once, but it looked like the guy was delusional, and probably thought of it as a coincidence. It's fine. Their loss was his gain. It was time to find out exactly what this skill could give him if he used it on other players. Damon's smile widened just a little as he waited for Daddy Brutal to finally reach him. The rogue was waiting for him, and it was clear that both of them wanted to attack him at the same time, thereby gaining an advantage. However, they picked the wrong target. Damon might be a low-level player, but he had been playing this game for almost 3 years now. Every single day he had fought constantly and honed his battle skills. How could people who had only barely stepped on the path of carnage match him? Damon did not do anything fancy. He feigned an attack on the right, and at the last moment he executed a blood swipe on the left. This was enough to take care of Daddy Brutal, who had foolishly committed to a full swing, leaving his entire side wide open. Damon's blood swipe slashed straight across his ribs, red energy crackling from his fingertips as it carved through armor and flesh alike. The man grunted and stumbled, and before he could recover, Damon threw a punch and knocked him out. Next up was the rogue who had managed to backstab him. Damon grabbed him, threw him on the ground, and without hesitation stomped right on the guy's face a couple of times. Blood sprayed from his nose and mouth as his tongue rolled out. Ding! You have killed player Lurking Panda. Ding! Notoriety +1. Cheh! He died. Damon clicked his tongue. It was fine, because there were 2 more players left. He looked up to find them, or rather, see where the fireballs went, but shockingly, there was no one around. It seemed that the 2 had run away. Damon blinked in surprise, and then shook his head helplessly. Well, whatever. There was still his one test subject. He focused on making sure that no one was around, and then sunk his fangs into Daddy Brutal's neck, activating the skill. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: level 8 player Daddy Brutal. Ding! Partial bloodline extraction. You have gained 1 strength stat point. Player Daddy Brutal has lost 1 strength stat point. Oh ho! Damon smiled. Not bad. But once again, his mana was empty. He needed to fix this issue soon. As for the dead guy discovering his vampire race, that was not an issue. The game didn't really provide an explanation of why you died and how you died. Many times one would never know what hit them before they found themselves standing in the graveyard. He let out a sigh, picked up the loot dropped from the 2 dead bodies, and continued his jog to the snake pond. The rogue had dropped his dagger, which was just a common trash-grade dagger, so there was nothing special about it. As for Daddy Brutal, he had dropped something different, a small crystal. He inspected the thing, but couldn't quite place it. He had never heard of nor come across anything like this. For all purposes, it simply looked like a fancy stone. He stared at it for a moment before tossing it inside his storage ring. He could always throw it out later if it didn't amount to anything. Thankfully, there were no other interruptions after that, and Damon quickly arrived at the snake pond, his next target area. True to its name, a snake popped up in front of him just as he barely reached the vicinity of the pond. It slithered out from under a patch of ferns, its scales glossy black with an iridescent shimmer like oil on water. Its eyes glowed faintly green, and its forked tongue flicked the air as it tasted Damon's scent. A lesser venom spitter, level 4. Also known as the newbie killer. This snake was deadly for the low-level players because the venom was extremely toxic, and the player died within seconds after getting bitten unless they had a resistance potion or an antidote, and most of the time they didn't. Damon remembered this bastard well. Back in his previous life, it had ambushed him many times during his early grind. The death was fast, humiliating, and expensive. This time, though, he wasn't a clueless newbie anymore. The snake reared its head, fangs dripping with venom, ready to strike. Damon didn't give it the chance. He activated Blood Swipe, his fingers glowing with a faint crimson shimmer as he slashed out in a wide arc. The snake lunged at the same moment, but Damon anticipated the movement, stepping in instead of away. His clawed swipe connected first, ripping through the snake's side and sending it into a violent thrash. Ding! Average completion. Ding! +2 skill proficiency. Before it could recover, Damon was on it. He pinned the thrashing serpent down with 1 foot, leaned in, and sank his fangs into the still writhing body. Hot venom-laced blood filled his mouth, and just as he willed the bloodline extraction to activate, a familiar ding echoed in his mind. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Ding! Target, lesser venom spitter, tier 0 beast. Ding! You have extracted the ability minor venom resistance. Minor venom resistance. Level 1. Poison damage reduced by 20%. Ding! You have killed lesser venom spitter. Level 4. Ding! You have gained experience points. Damon exhaled in relief as the snake stopped twitching. That's going to come in handy, especially around here. He leaned back, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The blood had tasted sour, oily, definitely not ideal, but it was worth it. He was stacking passives at a freakish rate. He looked around for another snake when he noticed a small plant under a tree. It was unassuming at first glance, just a squat purplish-green herb with tiny spade-shaped leaves and a faint shimmer clinging to its edges like morning dew. But Damon's eyes widened immediately. He recognized it. Ghost root. It was a very valuable herb used in many potions, and just the herb alone sold for a gold coin even at the later stages of the game. He immediately jogged over to it and plucked the herb, making sure not to bruise the leaves. A system notification blinked into view. Ding! You have acquired ghost root. Unprocessed. Nice. This place seems to have a lot of herbs. I shouldn't miss anything. He stood up and started walking to the small pond ahead. He stopped suddenly when he noticed someone approaching the same area. Thanks to his heightened senses, he was able to detect the player before the other person noticed him. He quickly hid behind a tree and waited, wondering who had managed to come to this special area this early in the game. The player walked into view a few seconds later, and Damon's eyes widened in surprise. It was a young, timid girl who was trembling visibly. "I hate snakes. I hate snakes." She continued to mutter under her breath as she slowly walked. She still had her nickname displayed, and when Damon saw it, he instantly froze in shock. Arya? This girl was Arya? No, it couldn't possibly be. The alchemy genius who found the shortcut to the mana potions and the health potions was also a player with the same nickname. But that was a guy, and he was fat and balding and middle-aged. It couldn't possibly be this young girl in front of me. Just as he was thinking about this weird development, two snakes slithered behind Arya. She turned around, but it was too late. One was already at her face and was about to dig into her neck. But at the last moment, a hand shot forward and grabbed the snake. Damon tossed the snake away and used blood swipe on the other one. Then he smashed his boots on the head of the thing, and soon the snake stopped twitching, its lifeless body slumping on the ground. Ding! You have slain Lesser Venom Spitter, level 3. Ding! You have gained experience points. Damon turned back to the girl who hadn't moved an inch. She was still sitting there, mouth slightly open, arms locked around a leather satchel. Her eyes flicked between Damon's face, the dead snakes, and the glowing red edges of his hands. "Are you okay?" he asked.
The girl blinked at him, as if snapping out of a daze. She nodded slowly, then furiously, her messy ponytail bouncing with the motion. Yeah, thank you," she stammered, clutching her satchel tighter like it was a shield. "I thought I was dead for sure. Those snakes! Ugh! I hate snakes! Why did it have to be snakes?" Damon chuckled. Could have been worse. Could have been spiders. That earned a sharp gasp from her, and he smirked. "Name's Blood God. You?" Her eyes widened. For a moment he thought she was going to laugh at his face, but the girl looked impressed instead. Nice name." She nodded quickly. I am Arya." Damon smiled. She looked like a good girl and was very timid. There was no way she could be that Arya. "All right. Nice meeting you. You should get out of here, level up a little bit, and then come back maybe." He did not have all day to waste on a random stranger, so he decided to get back to his business. A couple feet away from him, he spotted the first mist leaf and instantly turned his attention to it. The silvery blue herb shimmered faintly in the dim light filtering through the canopy. Delicate, feathered leaves curled in on themselves, as if shy. Damon crouched beside it and carefully plucked the herb, making sure not to damage the roots. Another notification pinged softly in the corner of his vision. "Ding! You have acquired Mist Leaf Unprocessed." "Perfect," he muttered, one step closer to that regen potion recipe. His mind was already calculating how many of each herb he'd need. Behind him, Arya hadn't moved. Damon glanced back and frowned slightly. "Didn't I say to get going? I will not be able to help you again." He made it clear to her. Please, help me. I need that." Arya pointed to the herb Damon was holding. "I have an alchemy quest. Please, help me. I can pay you for the herb. Please." Damon blinked. That was unexpected. Alchemy? That too, so soon in the game? Too much of a coincidence. He looked down at the mist leaf in his hand, then back at the girl. Arya stood stiffly like a deer about to bolt, but her eyes didn't waver. She clutched the edge of her shirt tightly and stared at him as if she was about to burst into tears at any moment. How could this girl possibly be that ruthless alchemy genius? Yet, he couldn't simply ignore the hints in front of him. Fine, Damon agreed with her in the end. Having a good trading relationship with an alchemist wouldn't hurt. "Why don't you step back from the snake pond territory and wait for me?
I will get you the mist leaf you need. In return, I am going to need something from you. Is that okay?" Arya blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting him to agree. Her lips parted, then curled up into a grateful smile, all nerves and relief. Yes, of course. Anything. I mean, not anything, but yes." She took a clumsy step back and nearly tripped over her own foot before catching herself. "I'll wait. Over there." She pointed to a mossy rock several feet from the tree line, well away from the snake-infested brush. Damon watched her retreat, head tilted. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. The Arya he knew from his past life had been infamous across forums, cold, methodical, terrifyingly efficient. She never showed her face or even used voice chat. She'd tanked entire economies with a spreadsheet and a smirk emoji. This girl? This jittery, bunny-eared bundle of nerves who flinched at snakes and nearly fainted at the mention of spiders? She looked like she'd apologized to a mob before killing it. Still, coincidence was rarely just coincidence in Earth Online. Damon turned back to the pond and scanned for more mist leaf, eyes narrowing. Arya aside, he had a lot to take care of. He spent the next hour feasting on snake blood and picking herbs here and there. Soon, he got a new notification. Minor venom resistance level 2. Poison damage reduced by 25%. Damon nodded in satisfaction and cleaned up a little bit before heading back to the timid girl. Arya was exactly where he'd left her, perched on the mossy rock like an anxious squirrel, feet swinging, eyes darting at every sound from the bushes. When she saw him approach, her shoulders straightened and a nervous smile bloomed across her face. "You're back. I mean, obviously you're back, but thank you." Damon handed her the bundle of freshly picked herbs. Arya accepted the bundle like it was some sacred artifact, her hands trembling as she cradled the mist leaf against her chest. "You have no idea how much this helps," she whispered, eyes wide and gleaming with a mixture of awe and pure relief. I was never good at combat. My quest tracker said this was the only place to find it, but I didn't think the snakes would be that aggressive." "Earth Online doesn't give handouts," Damon said, folding his arms. "And you owe me now." She nodded quickly. Yes, of course. Can I pay you in coins?" Damon shook his head. "There is no need for coins. Do you have a cauldron with you?" "A cauldron?" Arya opened her mouth in confusion. "You can exchange a cauldron for these herbs," Damon smiled. "Oh, okay." The girl still looked confused. She put her hand inside the satchel she was holding and then glanced at Damon once before pulling out a starter cauldron from within it. A spatial pouch. The satchel was a spatial pouch. It was not as good as his ring, but this girl already had a spatial pouch. Yet another hint that she was not a normal player. Arya bit her lips and handed Damon the cauldron, but the next second she immediately retracted her hand. "I'm sorry, this is not fair to you. I only have the starter cauldron, which costs 10 copper. You risked your life for me. You should just take this satchel and the cauldron." She put the cauldron back in the pouch, and to his surprise, just handed him the whole thing.
Arya just stood there, biting her lip, hands extended like she was offering him a puppy and half expecting to get scolded for it. I don't know how else to thank you," she added quickly. "I really need the quest, and I don't want to owe you something unfairly." Damon was shocked, to say the least. He did not expect the girl to be so sincere in her intentions. He shook his head and smiled. "That's fine. You can keep the pouch. Just give me the cauldron. Consider these herbs as an advance payment for our future business transactions. When you manage to make some potions out of them, contact me and I will buy them from you." Arya's eyes widened, and for a moment she looked like she might cry, not from fear this time, but from sheer gratitude.
You're serious? You'll buy them? Even if I mess up a little? She asked, clutching the pouch close to her chest again, like it was a lifeline. Damon chuckled softly. Everyone messes up at first. What matters is whether you learn. And something tells me you will. He extended a hand, palm open. Now, the cauldron. Arya gave a breathless laugh, equal parts relief and disbelief, and gently placed the small cauldron in Damon's waiting hand. Here, it's not much, but I promise I'll make it count. She looked up at him with a newfound spark in her eyes, timid yet determined, and I won't disappoint you. Damon nodded, inspecting the cauldron briefly before tucking it away. He didn't know yet if Arya was truly that Arya from his past life, but he was willing to invest a little faith in her potential. You'd better not, because if you do, I'll come collect, interest included. He flashed her a smirk over his shoulder before stepping away, his voice trailing as he vanished into the trees. Stay alive, little alchemist! Behind him, Arya stood quietly, her arms still wrapped around the bundle of mistleaf, cheeks flushed pink. After a second, she whispered, I will. Then more firmly to herself, I will. Damon observed from a distance as she ran off through the clearing, nearly tripping over a root, but catching herself with a clumsy spin and a determined grunt. He watched her go until she was out of sight, and then turned back to resume his grind, when suddenly a voice chimed inside his mind. You are such a brute. You know you scared that little thing. Damon froze. Was Bloodrain talking to me again? You recovered? He immediately asked. A little laugh sounded in his mind. How can I recover when you keep feeding me this useless trash? Give me something stronger to drink. Then I can recover. For now, I can only talk to you occasionally, at crucial moments. Damon's face twitched. And this was a crucial moment? Bloodrain again laughed in his head. Of course! Someone had to tell you how embarrassingly brutish you were behaving. Damon eyeballs his. She's an alchemist. I need potions. It's called resource management. You need to be nicer to girls. Otherwise, you will die a virgin. Damon almost tripped. What the hell was this sword talking about? You heard me. All-powerful vampire, feared and revered, dripping in blood and mystery, but emotionally constipated. The poor girl was practically vibrating with anxiety, and you threatened her left and right. It wasn't a date, Damon grumbled, resisting the urge to smack himself in the face. It was a trade agreement, and you're a sword. Why do you even care about any of this? I'm a soul weapon, darling, the voice purred, and I'm literally bonded to you. If you die alone and unloved, I suffer too. So I have a very personal interest in making sure you don't drive away every halfway decent human you meet. Damon pinched the bridge of his nose. This was not going anywhere. How about you tell me how to stabilize my bloodline? You do know there is a sword hanging over our neck. I have 10 days to figure this shit out. I am feeling weak again. Bye. Bloodrain's voice fizzled out with theatrical flair, like a dying opera singer bowing out mid-aria. Damon stood there in silence for a moment, staring into the canopy above in complete disbelief. Of course your weakness will return now, because why not? He shook his head and walked back to the snake pond again, bringing the cauldron with him. For now, his focus was on the mana potions. He put the cauldron on the ground and then put his hand on the side to activate it. A soft glow shimmered across the surface of the cauldron, the dull metal pulsing faintly with system-bound runes. A familiar ding followed. Ding! Starter cauldron activated. Then he used his hands to throw in some pond water. When it was almost full, he stopped. The cauldron gave a soft hiss as the pond water settled inside, rippling faintly under the touch of the activation runes. A faint steam began to rise as the internal heat warmed the liquid from within, slow and steady. A few minutes later, he dropped 2 mistleaf herbs in first. They wilted gently into the water, turning the liquid into a soft teal color. This was it. Now all he had to do was wait. A thin trail of steam curled up from the cauldron, curling like a serpent into the open air. Damon crouched nearby, one knee on the mossy ground, arms folded as he watched the potion brew. The teal water bubbled softly, releasing a faint herbal scent, crisp, clean, with a whisper of magic beneath. His expression remained neutral, but internally he was measuring every second, tracking the viscosity shift, the temperature climb, the color gradient. First of all, he did not even know if he would be able to do alchemy, considering how he couldn't really select a class with his weird status. Second, he had no experience with alchemy. All he had was his prior knowledge of this shortcut recipe. Damon frowned slightly as the teal liquid began to deepen in color, its hue shifting toward sapphire. This should be the right time. He added another mistleaf herb to the concoction. Here goes nothing. He held his breath as he waited and watched the crucial point. The potion hissed as the final mistleaf dissolved, releasing a flare of bioluminescent light that shimmered across the surface of the brew. Damon didn't blink. The sapphire hue darkened, deepened, then slowly began to glow, faint but steady, and then it happened. Ding! Alchemical fusion successful. Ding! You have crafted a basic mana potion, Tier 0+. Effect: restores 60 MP over 10 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Ding! You have learned the skill Alchemy. A slow, incredulous smile crept across Damon's face as the notifications flashed in front of him. "Huh," he exhaled, soft and sharp, almost a laugh. "Looks like I still got it." He prepared to take a sip of the potion when suddenly he realized something. He had forgotten to ask the girl for some glass vials or a ladle. Without these, he had no way to store or drink the potion without chugging it straight from the bubbling cauldron like some kind of deranged soup addict. Damon stared at the gently glowing brew. "Right," he muttered dryly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Genius potion crafter, 0 logistics." He glanced around the clearing, hoping to spot anything remotely useful. A hollowed-out gourd? A discarded flask? Hell, even a coconut would have been nice. But the forest offered nothing except leaves, moss, and the occasional nosy beetle. Grumbling, he knelt beside the cauldron and dipped his cupped hands into the potion. "Fuck it," he muttered, sipping carefully as warm mana surged down his throat and bloomed inside him like fire kissed with lightning. His eyes widened. The effect was immediate, sharp, clean, revitalizing. He could feel his reserves recharging like a dam being refilled drop by drop. Damon exhaled in satisfaction. A small laugh rang in his mind, but he decided to ignore her this time. Damon stood up and cracked his knuckles. With a cauldron full of mana potion waiting for him, it was the perfect time and spot to grind out his poison resistance. He was already here. It would be stupid to waste this chance. Within a few seconds, he spotted a venom spitter. It was time to get to work. Meanwhile, outside Earth Online, Matthias removed the gaming helmet and threw it to the floor, the sleek visor clattering noisily across the hardwood as sparks of static discharge flickered briefly at its edge. "That bastard!" he snarled, pacing like a caged beast, his face twisted with fury, nostrils flaring, lips curling back over clenched teeth. He slammed his fist onto the table beside him, cracking the wooden frame and sending an empty mug to fly to the floor. The ceramic shattered, but he barely noticed. His mind was stuck in the game, on him, on Blood God, that smug, cold-eyed freak who had humiliated him in front of his team, the same guy he had underestimated, the same one who fought like a veteran and moved like a ghost. How the hell does a level 1 do that? What the fuck even is he? How is he so strong? This is some bullshit. Hearing all the noises coming from the room, 4 guys scrambled inside, looking around nervously. "I need to find that bastard. I need to rip him up from head to toe. Get me that bastard. I don't care which corner of the world he's in, he needs to fucking die." "Yes, sir," the underling replied meekly. He wanted to say it was impossible to find the identity of another player, but talking back to the mafia boss was never a good idea. The others in the room exchanged uneasy glances, but wisely kept their mouths shut. They'd seen Matthias angry before, but this was different. This was obsessive, dangerous. Like a fuse had been lit deep in the core of a bomb, and now they were all waiting to see how big the blast would be. Matthias paced like a predator, veins bulging along his forearms. He went, "I'm going to tear his fucking world apart." After some time, he suddenly turned around and looked at the 4 guys still waiting for his orders. "What the fuck are you standing around for? Get lost! Go find him! By the end of the day, I need all of you to log in to the fucking game." Matthias's voice echoed in the room, raw with fury and venom. "We're making a damn guild in that city, his city, and I'm going to make sure Blood God regrets ever logging in." The 4 men snapped into motion, nodding frantically as they scrambled out the door. No one dared to ask which city. They knew he'd make it clear soon enough. Once Matthias set his sights on something or someone, he didn't stop until it was crushed underfoot. Left alone, the mafia heir strode to the window, breathing heavily, the skyline of the megacity glinting behind him like a field of knives. His reflection in the glass looked monstrous, twisted with rage. "I'll make a public example out of you," he whispered, his gaze narrowing. "Everyone should think twice about messing with the golden dragons."
Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: Lesser Venom Spitter, Tier 0 Beast. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Venom Resistance. Ding! Your minor venom resistance has upgraded. Ding! Minor venom resistance, max. Poison damage reduced by 35%. Ding! You have slain Lesser Venom Spitter, level 9. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! Level 9 to 10. Ding! You have gained a stat point. Damon nodded in satisfaction. All around him there were dead snakes strewn about, and he tossed the last one in the pile as well after draining its blood completely. The last few hours of continuous grind were well worth the effort. 35% of poison damage might not seem like much, but Damon knew that it made the difference between instant death and health bleeding out slowly.
He had also gained a total of 10 stat points, 5 stat points in intelligence and 5 in agility. More importantly, he was able to grasp a lot of things in this grind about his new race and his new skill, bloodline extraction. Bloodline extraction worked exactly like its name suggested. It essentially extracts abilities from the bloodline of the beasts. Well, it actually does a little bit more. Sometimes it also extracts stat points from the targets. With the 1 stat point from the wolf and the 10 stat points here, he was well on the way to making up for the loss of stat points from being classless. But Damon did not care about it because he had an idea this wouldn't be so much of a problem when he continued to spike his level. This was because the abilities he extracted from the beasts seemed to have sort of a limitation. For example, his minor poison resistance hit the max level. Essentially, he was only able to increase the poison resistance by 35% and not more than that. Perhaps he needed a stronger and more venomous beast to upgrade his ability further. On the other hand, he still hadn't hit the limit of extracting stat points from these snakes. If he continued to hunt these snakes, he could definitely farm more and more stat points. If he was at a high enough level, then he could farm stat points in a matter of seconds. He did suspect that there had to be some sort of a limit to this cheat, but he still hadn't hit it. So far, so good. He opened his status screen to take a look at his progress. Blood God. Class: Primordial Awakening. Class path unavailable. Species: Bloodborne. Race: Bloodling. Variant: Bloodline. Fragmented ancestral bloodline ? Status effect: Bloodline instability. 10 days. Soul weapon: Blood Rain. Locked. Level: 10. Faction: Dark. Experience: 24 out of 1500. Health: 170. Mana: 200. Vitality: 12. Stamina: 8. Strength: 6 plus 5. Intelligence: 23. Agility: 11 plus 5. Physical defense: 2. Magical defense: 2. Available stat points: 0. General skills: Primordial senses, SSS rank, active. Primordial hunger, SSS rank, passive. Blood swipe, D rank, active. Bloodline extraction, SSS rank, active. Minor agility boost, F rank, passive. Minor strength boost, F rank, passive. Minor poison resistance, F rank, passive. Not bad. His stats were a bit lagging, but he would work that out soon enough. Damon cracked his knuckles and stood up. Hunting snakes were good and all, but he had a ticking time bomb tacked onto him. He needed to stabilize his bloodline within 10 days, so he did not plan to spend all his time farming little snakes. Let me see. Damon opened the system interface to check the time. It was already 5 a.m. in the morning. The game was going to shut down soon. He only had a couple of hours left. Just as he was wondering what the best thing he could do now, he suddenly received an in-game mail. It was from Arya. A quiet chuckle slipped from Damon's lips as he stared at the contents of the in-game mail. Arya had sent him a neatly packed bundle. Several dozen glass vials and corks, each labeled in the system with her player name and a note. "Hope this helps. Sorry for forgetting earlier. Let me know if you need more." The message ended with a smiley face made of parentheses and asterisks. He tucked the vials into his inventory with a faint smirk. She's more reliable than I expected. The girl might be clumsy and timid, but she was very thoughtful. Maybe she really was that alchemy genius from the last timeline, just not awakened yet. And if she was, then it wasn't a bad idea to keep nurturing that potential, provided he made sure that she would stay loyal to him no matter what. Damon's face turned just a shade darker before he moved on to the other matter at hand. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to go with the first idea, tackling the world boss in the city. He packed up the leftover mana potion in bottles and sat down to make more of the mana potion. The efficiency of success was exceptionally high as long as he made the potion here, so he did not want to miss this chance. Spending some more time, he now had about 200 mana potion bottles, which was a ridiculous number especially on day 1 of the game. Now I am done. Damon packed everything up and finally left the spot. Damon planned to make a beeline to the city, but he ended up coming across 2 wolf packs on his way, which he simply couldn't ignore. He used the chance to kill more wolves and finally maxed out the first skill he extracted. Each wolf pack had about 20 wolves, and normally this would be a death sentence to a newbie under level 20. But Damon had been fighting wild beasts like these for 3 years, and thanks to his body's healing ability, all he had to do was fight and drink, rinse and repeat. He flung out drained corpses left and right as he slashed back at the wolves charging at him. Voila! The entire pack was dead within minutes. Ding! Your skill Minor Agility Boost has upgraded. Ding! Minor Agility Boost Max increases your agility by 10. Ding! You have slain Direwolf level 8. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! Level 11 to level 12. Ding! You have gained a stat point. Damon dumped the new stat point into intelligence as he felt that was the crucial stat for the vampire class. He had also gained 4 additional agility stat points while extracting from the other wolves, which brought up his total agility to a nice little sum of 26. It wasn't too impressive, but it was a good start. Damn it, I am so close to the city, but it's already server shutdown time. At least in the beginning, Earth Online was only open during the evening hours and the nighttime. The company announced that it was because they did not want the game to disrupt everyone's normal lives. They also mentioned they needed time for the upkeep and maintenance of the game. It sucked, but there was nothing Damon could do about it. He had to log out. There was no 2 ways about it. Only after 2 years the game would be released for the full 24/7 cycle. For now, everyone was at the mercy of the devs' healthy lifestyle enforcement policy. Damon didn't mind it too much. It just meant he had to be efficient with his time online. He sighed as the soft chime echoed in his ears and the logout countdown began. System notice, you will be logged out in 60 seconds. The light around him dimmed slightly, as if the world itself was preparing for sleep. Damon sat on a nearby rock overlooking the trail that led to the city's outer gate, just a few hundred meters away. Next time, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Tomorrow he will be ready for the first world boss and his first evolution. He also had a feeling that his first evolution should somewhat solve his bloodline instability issue. He had an idea, but all he could do now was wait and see. System notice, logging out in 10, 9, 8. As the world faded around him, Damon leaned back slightly and let his mind settle. The next second he was back in the real world again and he could feel himself lying on the bed with the helmet on his head. The sterile hum of the neural link disengaging echoed softly in his ears as Damon pulled off the helmet and blinked at the ceiling of his apartment. He sat up slowly, running a hand through his damp hair. Even after all this time, he couldn't help but marvel at the technology. Though he should admit, today felt a little different. Normally, he felt very relaxed after a whole night of gaming, but now he was feeling pretty tired. He rose to his feet and stretched, his body groaning in protest. He glanced over at the clock, 6:02 a.m. Sunrise was bleeding through the thin curtains, painting the room in soft orange and pale blue. A new day. In 10 hours, he'd be back inside the game, back to hunting, grinding, and racing against the countdown on his unstable bloodline. Until then, he pushed his gaming helmet aside and collapsed back onto the bed to take some rest. He barely closed his eyes when he realized something and snapped them wide open. That's right, today was the day. The day he would be seeing him again. Damon sat up slowly. Guilt and shame surged through him in waves, bitter and unrelenting. Mark! His best friend. His brother in everything but blood. The guy who'd been by his side since they were kids, sneaking out to play arcade games. The guy who never hesitated to throw a punch in Damon's defense even when the odds weren't in his favor. But all that changed after Earth Online. Damon's condition was different. He needed money, and he worked even in the nights. He couldn't play Earth Online like many others. Then as time passed, and the more Damon got into the game, the more the two of them grew apart. It happened fast. Tournaments, sponsorships, streams, and endless praise. It was intoxicating, and somewhere in that blur of numbers and achievements and glowing screens, Mark had stopped being part of his daily routine. First, it was ignored messages, then missed meetups, eventually silence. He told himself he was just busy, that Mark would understand, that they'd reconnect later. But later never came. Not until everything crumbled. The fall from grace was public and brutal. Rumors, betrayal, forums ablaze with hate, fans turning on him in a heartbeat. He went from being the blood god to the joke of the community. And yet when no one else stood up for him, when even his closest allies disappeared without a word, Mark showed up at his door with nothing but a six-pack and a worn-out hoodie, offering a crooked smile and the words, "So, ready to stop being an asshole yet?" There were so many so-called friends in his life during all of his high points, but Mark was the only one who truly stood by him even at his lowest. Damon clenched his fists now, nails biting into his palms. This time he wouldn't make the same mistake. Despite the tiredness, he walked over to the phone and saw a familiar message. "I will be there in an hour." Damon smiled. This time he will not let his friend work to the bone just to earn a few $100s. It was his turn to be there for him. Wondering what could be the best class for Mark, he fiddled with his phone to order some takeout. His stomach growled loudly, and he suddenly felt very hungry on top of being utterly exhausted. What the fuck? He ended up even paying the extra fees for fast delivery. However, the situation was only becoming worse. All of a sudden, he felt dizzy. Damon gripped the edge of the desk to steady himself, but the room tilted slightly like the floor had shifted beneath his feet. He was so damn fucking hungry that he was about to go crazy. He pushed himself and somehow made it to the fridge. There were only raw eggs and milk and some questionable berries. He drank the milk first, straight from the carton, the cool liquid sliding down his throat in desperate gulps. It wasn't enough. Not even close. Damon could feel the hunger crawling deeper now, coiling in his gut like a writhing snake, gnawing at him from the inside out. His fingers shook harder and a sharp pain pierced his chest. Damon staggered back, hitting the fridge door as he slid to the floor. His vision blurred at the edges, tinged faintly in red. He could feel his heartbeat pounding, not just in his chest, but in his throat, in his ears, in his fangs. Fangs? He touched his mouth. They were there, subtle but unmistakable. Damon's heart skipped a beat. He rushed to the bathroom, flipping on the lights. The pale glow illuminated his reflection, and for a moment he didn't recognize the man staring back at him. His skin looked too pale, his pupils too sharp, his irises not fully red, but flecked with crimson, like someone had dripped ink into a glass of water and hadn't stirred it all the way. "No," he muttered, "that's not possible." Damon froze. His mind was in a complete mess. First, it was the coming back in time, and now this? No. He was going crazy. He was sure of it. He was going fucking crazy. "Shit," he whispered. His throat burned. His teeth ached. He wasn't just hungry. He was starving. And not for food. How could this be happening? He was just playing a vampire in a frickin' game, so why was he feeling like this in fucking real life? That was a game. And this was the real life, damn it! He hadn't fully believed it when Bloodrain had told him she had sent him back in time. But now he couldn't ignore it any longer. The proof was right there, staring at his face. He gripped the edges of the sink, knuckles white, breathing ragged. His reflection stared back with a haunted hunger, half man, half monster. It wasn't just roleplay anymore. This wasn't some immersive side effect of a next-gen gaming rig. The lines between Earth Online and reality weren't just blurred, they were vanishing. It was not a distant possibility. It was not a problem for the future. This was happening now, right now, in real time. Damon's fingers brushed against his lips again, tracing the sharp canines that hadn't been there before. His mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. It shouldn't be possible. And yet, it was happening. The ache in his throat, the way his entire body thrummed with tension and need. It was all too real. He turned on the tap and splashed cold water over his face, hoping it would shock him back to normalcy. It didn't. The burning hunger remained coiled deep in his core like a living thing. He could feel it whispering at the edge of his mind. Blood. He needed blood. Not steak, not sugar, not caffeine. Blood! God damn it, he hissed, slamming his fist against the mirror. The glass cracked, webbing out from the impact like a spider's web, and his bleeding knuckles only made the scent worse. He stared at the trickle of crimson on his skin. His pupils dilated. Like an animal, he licked his own blood in a frenzy, but it did little to help his hunger. His blood was cold, raw, and empty. He needed something warm and nourishing, something full of life. His blood lacked something vital. It was like trying to quench thirst with dust. His breath came faster now, more animal than man. Every part of him ached, his gums, his chest, his core. A strange tingling had taken over his limbs, as though something ancient and primal was waking up inside him and stretching its claws after a long slumber. He backed away from the sink, eyes locked onto his reflection. I'm losing it. I'm seriously... But the words died on his tongue, because deep down, he already knew the truth. This wasn't some psychotic break. This wasn't a dream. This was real. He wasn't just playing a vampire anymore. He was becoming one. Damon stumbled back toward the bedroom, every sense overloaded. He could hear the faint drip of a faucet in the kitchen, the distant hum of a street lamp outside, the heartbeat of the person standing outside his door. Before he could think further, he found his body move on its own. He lunged toward the front door, the hunger thrumming like a war drum in his veins. "Mark!" he exclaimed, only to find a stunningly beautiful face in front of him. His neighbor, the ice-cold beauty. Damon barely registered seeing her, and his hands acted as if they had their own will. He grabbed the woman who was clumsily fiddling her purse for her keys and pulled her inside. In one swift motion, he pinned her to the wall and sunk his fangs into her neck. Warmth exploded across his tongue, rich, sweet, terrifyingly addictive. His body convulsed, as if every nerve had suddenly remembered how to feel. The hunger that had been gnawing at him, savage and wild, was momentarily silenced. It wasn't just about feeding, it was about becoming whole again. Every drop felt like fire and lightning braided in silk, pouring life into places that had been hollow. The woman gasped, a soft, startled sound that barely escaped her throat. But she didn't scream. Her body went rigid, then slack, her heartbeat hammering wildly in his ears before slowing. Damon's eyes flew wide. What the fuck was he doing? He ripped himself away, staggering back like he'd been electrocuted, his breath coming in ragged bursts. His lips were stained red, his mouth dripping with her blood. The woman slid down the wall, dazed, her eyes fluttering like she was caught between waking and sleep. Shit! Damon backed away, his entire body trembling. His heart thundered with guilt, fear, and a lingering satisfaction. He turned away, pressing the heel of his palm to his eyes, trying to block out the image of her slack body, the taste still lingering on his tongue. The woman was only barely alive, but all he could think about was how he wanted more.
Damon clenched his fists and dug his nails into his palms, willing the hunger away, but it wouldn't leave. It pulsed in him like a second heartbeat, whispering that one taste wasn't enough, that it would never be enough. His eyes drifted back to her, to the fragile line of her throat, to the bruised, half-healed puncture marks he'd left behind. She was beautiful, terrifyingly so in her vulnerability, and she had tasted like heaven. He wanted to go back there and taste more. He staggered back, pressing his hands to his head as if he could crush the thoughts out of existence. She's still alive. She's still alive. Don't fucking ruin this. If he touched her again, if he gave in, it would be over. She would die. And then what? What would he become? Everything would become a disaster, a real death, not some in-game inconvenience. Blood on his hands in the truest, most irreversible way. And that couldn't happen. There would be police involved. There would be investigations. He would be dragged into the mess along with his entire family. He did not know enough to erase all the evidence. Were there cameras? He would fucking end up locked in a jail cell or worst, shot dead at the sight of his fangs. But if she was alive, then things would become even more complicated. He had seen this woman many times before, and she was an extremely cold and rude woman who kept to herself and didn't talk to anyone else. Someone with a rich background and a proud attitude. A person like that wouldn't let this go just like that. Not without consequences. And if she reported this, if she remembered, if she talked, panic clawed up his throat like bile. He turned away from her slumped form, pacing in wild, jerky circles. Whether she was dead or alive, it didn't matter. He was completely screwed. Fuck! If only he had known, he could have prepared something, taken precautions, fueled his hunger better. Hell, he could have gone and bought chicken blood and drank it. This was a monumental fuck-up. There were so many things he could have done, and now everything was screwed up. The worst part was that he couldn't think clearly even right now when he was at the doorstep of a disaster waiting to happen. All he could think about was burying into her warm neck and taking her everything. Fucking hell. He clutched his head, unable to bear this any longer. Dead or alive, she was a problem. She might as well die. He shot forward, grabbing her, when he suddenly stopped. Damon noticed something odd. The marks on her neck were gradually starting to heal. The sight froze him mid-lunge. Damon blinked hard and looked again. The bruised puncture wounds, those ugly twin marks he'd left behind, were no longer raw and bleeding. They were closing, fading. The purpling flesh was slowly returning to its natural tone, the skin knitting together. Within seconds, they were nothing but faint, silvery impressions, like the ghost of a wound. He gave it a couple more minutes, and they vanished entirely, as if he had never bitten her like a rabid animal. "What the?" he whispered, stunned. This did not really happen in the game world. Or maybe he never noticed it because of the natural healing inside the game. He crouched beside her, his hunger momentarily forgotten. He did not need his vampire supersenses to smell the alcohol on her breath. A sharp, bitter scent laced with something expensive. Wine, maybe, or some fancy cocktail she must have downed before stumbling back to her apartment. Damon narrowed his eyes, slowly piecing things together. So she was already tipsy when she arrived. That explained the fumbled keys, the slow reaction time, and why she was standing in front of his apartment. Maybe that was why she hadn't screamed or fought back like she should have. Maybe, just maybe, he had lucked out. A plan started quickly forming in Damon's head. He rode that moment of clarity and controlled his bloodthirst. He picked up the woman from the floor and carefully placed her on his bed.
She sighed softly, like someone settling into a dream. Her face, pale but no longer deathly, had a surprising calmness to it. If he didn't know better, he might have thought she was just sleeping off a heavy night of drinking. Damon sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at her for a long moment. The hunger still lingered, dulled, not gone, but for now it was bearable. His thoughts were clearer, his instincts less wild. Maybe it was because he had already drunk some blood, but for now he was able to think properly and rationally. He stood and moved to the kitchen. First, he needed to cover his tracks. If she woke up and remembered, well, hopefully she wouldn't. Hopefully she'd chalk it up to a blackout, maybe even think she passed out at the wrong door. There was the mess of broken glass from the mirror, and the faint smear of blood on the sink, which he cleaned up thoroughly. There was also the few drops of blood spilled on the floor. He cleaned everything and made sure there was nothing off about the apartment. He returned with a bottle of water and some aspirin, placing them gently on the bedside table. Damon lingered in the doorway for a moment longer, watching her chest rise and fall. There were still 100 questions he had no answers to, about what was happening to him, about what he had become, what was going to happen to the world now. But first, he needed time to figure this out, time before she opened her eyes and stared into his with questions neither of them would be ready to ask. Maybe there was no need for him to worry about police and shit like that. He had become a vampire in real life now. Did that mean the whole world was going to change? Was he standing at the start of a motherfucking apocalypse? Apocalypse? Just the thought sent a chill down Damon's spine. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited for something like that to happen, but at the same time, he was also terrified. He had no control, no knowledge, no guidebook for what came next. And right now, not even Blood Rain was talking. "Are you there, Blood Rain? Little Red?" He tried calling for her again, but there was no response. It looked like not everything from the game was transferred to real life. Maybe it was a gradual process. Maybe it would happen tomorrow. He had no idea. All he was sure of at the moment was that he had become a vampire and he needed to drink blood in order not to go crazy. Yeah, I need to get more of that. He took out his phone and started searching for chicken blood online, or for that matter, pig's blood or cow's blood, but Instacart didn't exactly have that option. He sighed in frustration and threw the phone on the table. It looked like he had to make a personal trip to the butcher's shop, and if that did not work, maybe even to the damned hospital. But he couldn't do any of that without making sure this woman didn't wake up and start screaming bloody murder. Damon turned to look at her again. She hadn't moved. Her breathing was even, her pulse, he could hear it now, was calm and steady. He rubbed his temples. If she woke up and remembered anything, his whole life would spiral faster than he could say, "I am sorry." If that happened, Damon shook his head. There was no point in thinking about that now. He grabbed a spare blanket and tossed it over her. "You sleep, forget everything. Dream about puppies or ice cream or whatever rich girls dream about." He'd go to the butcher in a few hours, once the shops opened. Hopefully they wouldn't question a pale, shaky man buying 2 liters of animal blood like it was normal. If that didn't work, well, he didn't want to think about what came after that. He glanced down at his hands, still shaking, still hungry, and then back at her. "One step at a time, Damon," he whispered to himself. He picked up his phone again and started going through various news channels and browsing the web to see if anyone else had changed or any new breaking news had popped out or if something like a worm had shown up in the real world. But the news feed was refreshingly ordinary. Traffic jams, stock market dips, rape and murder, and of course, powerful politicians acting like toddlers. There was this one Reddit post where someone posted blurry footage of what looked like a street raccoon and claimed it was a werewolf. Damon looked at it for a moment and then closed it. That thing definitely was just a raccoon. He sighed and leaned back against the wall. Nothing. No signs. No waves of chaos. Just life. Business as usual. "Guess I'm the only monster in town," he muttered bitterly. But that couldn't be right, could it? If he had changed, really changed, then who was to say others hadn't? Maybe they just hadn't figured it out yet. Or maybe they were hiding it better. The idea was both comforting and horrifying, because if the world hadn't caught on yet... His eyes drifted back to the still form in his bed before he again browsed through the internet. Between the fatigue and the stress and the mind-numbing scrolling, he eventually ended up dozing off just a little, and that little quickly turned into a deep sleep. His body awkwardly sprawled on the chair. Damon didn't remember closing his eyes, but the next time he blinked, he was staring at a stunningly beautiful face. "You are awake." The beauty next door was standing in front of him, fully conscious and awake. Fuck! His heart stopped, but before his brain could go into crazy town, she mumbled in an awkward, low voice, "Thanks." Damon blinked once, twice, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep and the panic clawing up his throat. Thanks? Did she just thank me? The woman rubbed her temples like she had the worst hangover and took a wobbly step back from the bed. Her gaze flicked around the room, disoriented, lingering on the blanket, the water bottle, the aspirin. She didn't look scared. She didn't look furious. If anything, she looked confused and slightly embarrassed. "She think I passed out or something?" she said, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "Sorry, I don't really remember what happened after I got off the elevator. I was at a work thing and had too much to drink. Then, lights out." Damon stared, his mind racing. She didn't remember. She didn't remember. A dozen questions tried to escape his lips, but he swallowed them all. Instead, he nodded carefully. "You showed up outside my door," he said, choosing his words like landmines. "You were wobbling and kinda collapsed. I couldn't just leave you in the hallway." She blinked slowly, processing that, then gave a small, grateful nod. "Right, that makes sense. Thank you again, seriously. That could have been bad." "Yeah, could have been." They both stared at each other in silence, with no idea what the other person was thinking. "I'll, let you rest," she finally said, turning toward the door. "Thanks again, neighbor." Damon watched her leave and sighed of relief inwardly. At least this problem was solved. Now, if only his blood bank problem would go away just as easily. He barely finished that thought when the woman who was about to open and close the door and leave the apartment all of a sudden stopped abruptly. "Blood. I need to give you blood." She spoke slowly, her eyes vaguely clouded, like she was half sleepwalking, half hypnotized. Damon sat down slowly, his legs heavy, his thoughts heavier. He needed to fucking log back into the game and have a good talk with Bloodrain. He needed answers now. Thanks to the little nap, he only needed to wait a couple more hours to be able to log back into the game. The servers opened at 5 p.m. sharp. In the meantime, he continued browsing the internet for any weird or suspicious news. He also checked on his friend, but Mark had already messaged him with a rain check saying that he was busy and something had come up. Now that he thought about it, it was around this time Mark had become extremely busy all of a sudden and had picked up many side jobs to hustle as much cash as he could. He never really thought about it before, but now he wondered why his friend suddenly started burning himself out like that. Back then, Damon had chalked it up to Mark being broke or trying to save up for something important. Maybe some family emergency, maybe a loan to pay off. Whatever it was, he wouldn't allow Mark to suffer this time. He badly wanted to repay all those fuckers who backstabbed him, but more than that, he wanted to stand by the guy who was there for him when no one else was. Today he needed to figure out this bullshit that was going on, but tomorrow he would have a proper chat with Mark and once and for all see what was happening with his friend. He owed him that much. Hell, he owed him more than that. Damon glanced at the clock. An hour and 40 minutes left. He tried to order some food and eat, but even his favorite go-to comfort meal tasted like ass now. He drank some cold water and took a cold shower, none of which seemed to help. Cursing in frustration, he downed the last bit of cold coffee sitting on his desk, and he froze. Fuck. He never expected this, but coffee tasted amazing for his tongue. The moment the bitter liquid hit his tongue, the pounding in his head eased slightly. The gnawing hunger dulled, not vanished, but backed off just enough for him to breathe. He stared at the empty mug in disbelief, then slowly set it down. "What the?" he muttered, licking his lips. The aftertaste was richer than it had any right to be. It almost reminded him of how blood had tasted. Less intense, sure, but in the same ballpark. He eyed the machine on his counter like it was some sacred relic. "You might be my new best friend," he muttered, already brewing another cup. And with the clock ticking down to 5 p.m., a fresh cup of coffee in his stomach, and 1,000 questions storming his mind, Damon settled in. It was time to get back into the game and get some damned answers. He laid on the bed, wore the helmet, and switched it on, and the next second he was once again back in the outskirts of the Niera city. The first thing he did was, "Damon," called for the damned weapon spirit. "Bloodrain, come out now. You could have given me a heads up, don't you think?" "Wow, someone's cranky," the familiar voice appeared, followed by a sweet giggle. "Did you miss me that much, Damon?" I let out a long, exasperated breath. "You think this is funny?" I snapped. "You could have told me that I would wake up as a monster, that I'd start craving blood." Bloodring chuckled again. "Huh, are you dumb or what? Didn't you know powers from the blessed lands transferred to the real world?" "No, I did not," I hissed. The woman simply laughed. "I guess you know now." "I almost killed someone," I growled, hands clenched into fists. "You think that's funny too?" "Eh?" The sword spirit now sounded genuinely confused. "Why are you so squeamish over a single kill? The multiverse is a place where only the strong survive, and you become strong by forging a path of blood and corpses." "Don't patronize me," I snapped. "You could have warned me. Hell, you should have. Instead, I wake up with fangs in someone's neck and no goddamn clue what's happening." Fine, leave that. This line of questioning was not really helpful. I had other things to worry about now. What do I do now? How do I control my thirst? Animal blood should work, right? How often do you think I need to consume blood? "Eh? You are a primordial vampire, and you think drinking animal blood will help your thirst? You are such a funny joker." Bloodrain laughed. "You are just a bloodling, a newborn baby. You need lots and lots of blood, my liege. Human blood would suffice, since I'm assuming that's all you have access to, and not just any human would do. You need to pick someone with a strong bloodline." Damon grit his teeth, pacing along the dirt path outside Niera City. "You're not helping." "I am helping," Bloodring chirped. "You're just not listening. Your body's evolving, Damon. Your instincts are sharpening. Your bloodline is waking up, and with that comes appetite." Damon sat down on a rock, trying to compose himself. There were too many things going on, and his mind was restless, a million things nagging him. He needed to calm down. He closed his eyes and focused. His senses picked up some movement nearby. A few beasts were in the vicinity. From the snarling sounds, he could already tell what they were. Dire hounds. Big, rabid dogs. Only around level 5 or so. They weren't all that strong, but they were enough for now. He shot towards the area of disturbance and splurged on the blood like there was no tomorrow. In the next couple of minutes, the entire pack was massacred. Their corpses lay sprawled across the clearing, and Damon stood in the center, chest rising and falling steadily. His craving was finally under control, and he was able to settle himself and think. First things first, he needed to solve his real-life problem. He needed blood. The stunning face of the cold beauty next door immediately popped into his mind. Blood rain. What happens when I drink blood from someone in real life? Call me Little Red. How many times do I need to remind you? Damon had to take a breath not to lose his shit at the damned woman. Okay, Little Red. What happens when I feed on a human being? Do they become a vampire or something? Blood Rain remained silent for a bit, and then she spoke up. What rumors have you been listening to? You need to be at least a blood lord to turn someone into a vampire. Damon nodded. He already knew this, but he was still very nervous. He ran a hand through his hair, eyes locked on the crimson-soaked earth at his feet. This was good. There shouldn't be any more problems from that woman. Clearly, she doesn't remember anything, and there shouldn't be any changes in her body. Now the only other question was, how long could he go without blood? He swiped away the bunch of system notifications that informed him about the experience points gained for killing the rabid hounds, along with a couple of agility and strength stat points. They had also given him another skill. Berserk Instinct. Passive. Berserk Instinct. When your bloodlust reaches a critical threshold, your physical stats increase by 20% for a short duration. Duration scales with kill count. Warning: mental clarity may be compromised during activation. This was the innate skill of dire hounds, which made them somewhat deadly when encountered in big packs. However, this skill was a double-edged sword, as it also made the beasts extremely easy to trick and kill. To Damon, this skill could come in handy in many ways, but he did not have the time to think about these things at the moment. He simply cleared all the notifications. Blood Rain was right. He needed to figure some things out in the game world before everything fell apart in the real world. As far as he could see, only he seemed to have awakened in the real world. There was no need for him to panic about this. This was not a bad thing. This could be a very good thing if he managed to get everything under his control. He, of all people, knew how ruthless the world could be. As soon as one lost their footing, the world wouldn't hesitate to push them further down, all the way to the rock bottom, and still continue to step on them. And Damon had already lived that once. He could only imagine how the new world would be, with magic and superpowers and monsters openly roaming about in the world. It was definitely going to be a shit show. But somehow he had a chance to get ahead of this shit show. He shouldn't let that go to waste no matter the cost. Only this way he would be able to protect himself and those who truly mattered to him. Damon clenched his fists in determination. He was going to use this opportunity to the fullest that he can. For that, he needed to run some tests. The first thing he needed to check was how long he could last without feeding. He checked the time. He had killed the rabid hounds roughly 15 minutes ago. He was clear-headed now, and he had to check how long he could keep this up. It was a good time to get done with his world boss quest. He debated a couple of seconds between logging out first, figuring out some way to get human blood, versus finishing his world boss quest. While the former was extremely important for his real life to not blow up, the latter was important to stabilize his bloodline. In the end, he decided to go with the quest. Strengthening his bloodline might help with his issue in real life, so it seemed like the best option at the moment. Without any hesitation, Damon walked into the city. For a moment, he was nervous. Would his identity be exposed? After all, he had only just now created a huge uproar with his awakening. He was not sure how effective Blood Rain's cloaking was. He walked into the gates, and the two guards gave him an indifferent look before waving him in. One of them yawned, and the other one scratched his butt. Damon blinked. That's it? Blood Rain chuckled in his mind. I told you, my cloaking is flawless. Besides, these guys can't even detect a fart through chainmail. Still, Damon remained cautious. Just because the entry guards were brain-dead didn't mean the higher-ups were, especially since the city was a lot more lively at the moment. There were a lot more priests of the Divine Temple and the Holy Church roaming about in the city, and he also recognized a few priest-class players in the mix. Damon's eyes went wide when he recognized one of them. David. The future top-ranked priest player in the entire game. Damon gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard alone had hunted him and his group several times in his last life, making them pay heavily with every single clash. Damon had personally lost loot, levels, and almost dropped his bloody quest item. The man was an absolute menace. However, he still respected the guy because he was talented as fuck. While others used shortcuts to reach the top, this guy's path was paved by pure talent and skill. When the man casually crossed him on the street, he half expected David to catch him, but even the top player couldn't sense him at all. Damon couldn't help but smile as he continued walking. But the surprises were not done yet. A moment later, he came across another familiar face, Aurora. The future top-ranked divine priestess. Her stunningly beautiful face was impossible to miss and even harder to forget. Damon halted mid-step, his eyes widening ever so slightly. Aurora. Radiant, calm, and terrifying in a divine wrath wrapped in velvet sort of way. She wasn't just a top-tier healer. She was a battlefield nuke with a smile of a saint and the heart of a tyrant. In his last life, her name alone was enough to make several guilds tremble with fear. Damon had personally watched her purify undead worms solo and obliterate entire dark factions with a wave of her glowing scepter. The woman practically shat divine essence. And now here she was, wearing nothing but beginner robes and that same gentle smile. She was chatting with a group of NPCs by a temple fountain, completely unaware of the chaos her future self would cause. I guess I also changed their fates. Damon chuckled inwardly as he walked past her. But, unexpectedly, he felt a sudden pull. His bloodthirst, which was pretty much controlled and at bay, all of a sudden spiked up. His tongue started salivating, and his gums ached where his fangs lay hidden.
Damon couldn't believe it. This was it? He couldn't even last one whole hour without blood? Damon clenched his jaw hard enough to crack teeth, forcing himself to keep walking. "What the hell?" he muttered under his breath. His hands were trembling slightly, his breathing shallow. He'd walked past dozens of players today. No reaction. Even David absolutely did not do anything. But with Aurora? Just a single glance, a few feet away, and his instincts went wild. No doubt about it, her blood was something else. Or maybe he had become a pervert, attracted to beauties. Ooh, someone's got tasty blood. You felt that too, didn't you? That wasn't normal hunger. That was your bloodline reacting. Blood Rain sounded equally intrigued. Does she have a really good bloodline? Blood Rain purred. If I had to guess, she's not just a high blood. She's probably blessed. Her soul's marinated in divine energy. And you, my king, are a creature born to consume what others revere. The holier the prey, the sweeter the flavor. Damon did not say anything. He remained silent as he continued walking. He was sure of one thing. All these people did not randomly pop up here.
In his last life, these people were present in another corner of this fantasy world, but now they had shown up right next to him. It was not a coincidence. All of them were definitely here to hunt him down. He was the anomaly that had changed everything and affected all of their timelines. Especially her. If he did not deal with her soon enough, she was going to be a problem. A big, beautiful, tasty problem. Damon cursed himself to remove his brain from the gutter, and he got out of the area as quickly as he could. Thankfully, his bloodthirst calmed down once he was further away from her. He needed to visit an old farmer in the area to trigger the quest, but now it looked like he had to do everything in front of the watchful eyes of these monstrous rankers. This was not going to end well. Damon walked for a long while before he came to the other end of the outskirts of the city, where the cobbled roads faded into overgrown dirt paths. The noise of clanging steel and hawking vendors gave way to the chirps of crickets and the rustling of wind-blown stalks. A small run-down hut stood there like a forgotten relic, its wooden frame leaning precariously and its thatched roof half-eaten by time. Beside it stretched a paddy field, the muddy water reflecting the gray, overcast sky. He paused at the edge of the field, taking it in. It looked abandoned. No workers, no livestock, just wild overgrowth, choking out the remaining crops. Damon walked to the hut, boots squelching into the muddy path. Inside there was an old man who was listlessly lying on the floor. Damon fetched some water from a nearby well and gave it to him, gently lifting the man's head and pouring the cool liquid past his cracked lips. The old man coughed once, twice, and then blinked as if waking from a dream. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, but sharp with a kind of haunted desperation. "You're not from around here," the man rasped. "No," Damon said simply. "I came here looking for some work. Your field needs some attention, and I would be happy if I could help you with it for a few silver coins." The farmer didn't respond right away. He stared out the door toward the paddy field, his gaze distant. "You ever lose someone, boy?" he asked after a moment. Damon said nothing, but his silence was enough. "My daughter," the old man whispered. "She was just a child, 10 winters. She went out to gather lotus bulbs several days ago and never came back. They tell me she ran away because I'm a worthless old man. They tell me she's just lost and will find a way back. They tell me she found a rich man to take care of her. They tell me all sorts of things about her." Hatred filled the old man's eyes. "She's just a child," he whimpered. "Ding! New quest available. Quest, Whispering Fields. Objective, search the surrounding paddy field and the moonbulb marsh for signs of the missing girl. Return with news to the grieving farmer. Reward, plus 200 XP. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes? No?" Damon immediately accepted the quest. At the first glance, it might look like a simple quest with pitiful experience point rewards, but he knew better. This was a special hidden quest, and there was a hidden quest like this in every city that triggered a world boss event. This thing was only discovered 1 year into the game, but right now, Damon was desperate for the item that dropped from this world boss. He had to speed up some things. He simply had no other choice. He looked at the quest again and smiled. A deceptively simple quest, but in his last life, it had cost many people a ton of time. This was because while the quest suggested a couple of places to search for the missing girl, and both those places would be dead ends. Eventually, the clue about the missing girl was found in a completely different place, the fountain at the center of the city. Finding this clue would immediately trigger the event. However, Damon needed one more thing from the farmer. A few minutes later, he walked back to the center of the city and arrived at the fountain. The priest-type players were still littered in the city. One could randomly throw a stone and it would hit a priest. They were like bees, buzzing around everywhere. Damon managed to catch a couple of conversations, and he heard that the players had now started arranging groups to comb through the game world in search of the fiend who managed to defile the holy awakening waters on the very first day. Damon hummed. He hated these priest class players. In his last life, these guys endlessly hunted the dark faction players and even got disgusting buffs when fighting against the dark faction players. They were a hateful bunch of bastards. If these bitches are gonna form groups and hunt me down, then it's only fair I make them all lose a couple of levels and get a head start, he grinned as he strolled around the fountain. He was not completely sure if the item would be found considering the difference in dates, but he soon spotted it. A small ribbon was floating just below the surface of the fountain, barely visible unless someone knew exactly where to look. Damon crouched beside the edge, pretending to adjust his boot, and slipped his hand into the cool water. His fingers brushed the fabric, a child's ribbon, pale blue, stained with a faded crimson blotch near one end. Ding. Quest progress updated. You have acquired blood-stained ribbon. Quest item. This ribbon once belonged to a child. It carries faint traces of fear and corruption. Damon only barely pulled it out when the farmer somehow appeared right behind him. That is hers. That is my child's. Who dared to harm my child? The old man whispered, voice trembling with a mix of sorrow and rage. The old farmer didn't wait for an answer. His sunken eyes locked on the ribbon, his hands trembling as he took it. Something inside him snapped. The sorrow was still there, but now it was buried beneath something else, something darker. His soul still screams. The marsh didn't take her. The city did. One of the greedy pigs here killed my child. With mad and enraged eyes, he turned to look at everyone standing here at the fountain. I curse you! I curse you all! Die! Suffer the same fate my child did. Die a death more miserable than hers. The next second, he reached inside his rags and pulled out a black crystal. Without any hesitation, the farmer crushed the crystal in his palm. Almost instantly, the air around them changed. Everyone gawking at the scene dumbfoundedly looked at each other, not knowing what was going to happen. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, the light dimmed, and the temperature dropped. A ripple of dark energy exploded outward from the man, sending players nearby stumbling, gasping, clutching their heads. Ding! World event triggered. The Black Harvest rises. World boss unsealed, Malakar, Reaper of Fields. Level ? Ding! World event triggered. The Black Harvest rises. World boss unsealed. Malakar, Reaper of Fields. Level ? Every single player in the vicinity heard the system announcements. A heavy silence fell over the plaza, and then the chaos erupted. A world boss? Fuck yes! Let's do this! Oh my god, what city is this? First the hidden quest for all the priest class players, and now this world boss? Yeah, thank God I decided to come to this city. Hey, I'm starting with a holy cleanse. Back me up! I think whoever does maximum damage will get the credit for the world boss kill. Shut up! This daddy here will take it all! Everyone, Golden Dragons Guild has officially claimed this world boss. Please leave now, otherwise prepare to become an enemy of the Golden Dragons. Golden Dragons? Who the fuck are you? This here is my boy. You get lost. All the players quickly started running towards the fountain and gathering in the area. A world boss meant a lot of experience points, high-tier rewards, and gold coins. No one wanted to miss such a golden opportunity. Many had already started preparing their attacks when the farmer's aged body suddenly surged with power and started contorting in twisted angles. His spine arched unnaturally, bones cracking like dry twigs as his skin darkened to a bark-like gray. Veins bulged like writhing worms beneath the surface, glowing with a sickly green hue. His eyes, once bloodshot and broken, now blazed with a fierce, malevolent light, like lanterns lit in the pits of hell. A grotesque halo of withered crops and shadowed mist erupted behind him. The old man, no longer a man, let out a choking sob that morphed into a howl of anguish and hatred so raw that it made players' vision momentarily blur. This was when everyone realized that something was wrong. Players who had been charging up spells or drawing weapons began to hesitate. A few took uncertain steps back. The monster in front of them seemed simply too strong. And then it hit. A pulse of sickly green light erupted from the transformed farmer's body, and the entire plaza was swallowed in a wave of oppressive decay. Stone cracked. The grass blackened. Players screamed as their health bars instantly plummeted, some by half, others all the way to zero. "What the fuck is happening? Help! I'm dying!" "Divine Cleanse is not doing anything, damn it! Everyone here has Divine Cleanse! This is some bullshit!" But it was too late for many. Anyone below level 5 instantly keeled over, their bodies crumbling into lifeless husks. Even the higher-level priest players found their healing skills only half effective, if that. Malakar's transformation continued, its twisted form now towering nearly 10 feet tall. The cloak of rot swirling around its shoulders seemed to flicker with every breath, revealing glimpses of dozens, no, hundreds of twitching, half-rotten arms reaching outward like they were trying to claw back into the living world. Ding! Malakar has entered Phase 1. Reaping begins. Vines burst from beneath the stone, impaling players like skewers. Dozens died in a flash of red. A particularly well-equipped player was lifted into the air and torn in half mid-scream. Someone vomited. Someone else rage-quit. A few players, led by Aurora, were the only ones able to react in a calm and composed manner. They seemed to have some paladins among their group who erected shields preventing the mass damage. However, it was clear that even they wouldn't be able to lay a hand on this world boss. What the hell was happening? What sort of a world boss was this untouchable? Everyone was absolutely confused and shocked. The entire plaza had turned into a graveyard within seconds. Smoke and rot hung thick in the air. Screams echoed through the crumbling streets. Players scrambled to heal, to run, to hide, anything. But it was chaos. One wrong move, one delayed spell cast, and they were dead. Tanks fell like paper dolls. Their priests were barely keeping themselves alive, let alone their teams. Aurora's group was the only one holding any kind of formation, standing shoulder to shoulder in a tight crescent around the main fountain. Shields of golden light shimmered around them, buying precious seconds, but even their expressions had turned grim. Aurora's eyes were narrowed, scanning Malakar with surgical focus. "This isn't a world boss, this is a purge. We stand no chance against something like this. Let's retreat immediately. The NPCs should take care of it soon enough. Maybe if we wait, we will have a chance." Everyone around her seemed to have the same type of thoughts, and the remaining players started retreating as fast as they could. However, in the midst of this chaos, one player alone charged ahead. Damon was still in his beginner set of linen pants and shirt as he casually ran to the monstrosity. Perhaps it was because of all the bloodshed around him, he was in such a good mood. His blood was boiling with excitement. His fangs itched to taste the divine blood spilled all around. His eyes gleamed like twin rubies in the storm of death and decay. The smell of rot, fear, and corrupted mana filled the air, and to Damon it was intoxicating. He sprinted straight into the heart of the battlefield, dodging vines and leaping over twitching corpses with graceful, almost arrogant ease. His footfalls barely stirred the ground. To the fleeing players, it looked like he was some kind of high-level player, and yet it was only day 2 of the game launch. He couldn't possibly be a high-level player. Who is that lunatic? Is he suicidal? How is he dodging all the vines? This is complete bullshit. How could his stats be so high? Aurora's sharp gaze snapped to him, her lips parted slightly in surprise. "It's the dagger in his hands," she whispered. And she was not wrong. Damon gripped the small rusted dagger tightly in his hand. This dagger held the secret to taking down the world boss, and only he had access to it.
Damon grinned as he slashed at one of the vines he couldn't quite dodge in time. The blade of Reaper's Folly met the corrupted tendril, and instead of bouncing off like every other weapon had, it cut clean through it with a hiss, like a hot knife through rotting flesh. A wave of fetid mist erupted from the severed vine, but Damon didn't flinch. His lungs were burning, his muscles humming, and his instincts sharper than ever. All his stats were currently at 1,000%, and he was riding the high like there was no tomorrow. Power felt good. No, scratch that. It felt divine. He was faster than the players, stronger than the priests, and more dangerous than the monster before him. Damon ducked beneath a sweeping claw of bramble and bone, twisted low, and leapt upward. The dagger in his hand pulsed like it was alive, hungry. He lunged, slashing across the grotesque creature's chest, or at least the place he assumed a chest should be. Black blood splattered in steaming arcs, and the boss howled, a sound like 1,000 crows screaming all at once. Because while the dagger empowered Damon with a 1,000% stat boost, it also afflicted the monster with a 1,000% debuff. The dagger was something the old man had unearthed from his cursed paddy field and hidden away, hoping to sell it for coin. What he didn't know was that the blade was the very reason his daughter had gone missing. Reaper's Folly had been enchanted by a cultist sect, remnants of a forbidden ritual that bound despair to the soil. It had been buried like a seed, meant to blossom into a harvest of souls. But it was dug up too early by a poor farmer just trying to survive. The moment he touched it, the curse took root in his land, and soon after, his daughter vanished. The dagger had a taste for innocence. It fed on grief, lured misfortune, and marked its surroundings with ruin. And now, in Damon's hands, it was doing exactly what it was forged to do: reap. In his past life, it had taken another player 5 grueling in-game days of quests to unlock this dagger. This time, Damon had simply looted it from the farmer's hut. "What a nice weapon," he muttered, his grin widening. "Too bad its effect only lasts 5 seconds. The ichor spraying from Malakar's body hissed against the cobblestones. The massive creature reeled, flailing in every direction, but Damon's movements were too precise, too fast. The pulsing aura of rot and corruption that had melted low-level players and blighted the entire plaza now flickered like a dying flame. Every cut Damon landed shredded Malakar's resistances further. It was as if the boss were unraveling from the inside out. On the rooftops, the surviving priest-class players stared, slack-jawed. "He's doing it! He's actually bringing it down! Who the hell is that guy?" Aurora didn't speak. Her eyes were locked on the man with the grin and the rusted dagger dancing through death like it was a waltz. He should be the top player of the game. Soloing a world boss on day 2? What kind of monster is that? None of them dared to interfere. The penalty for dying to Malakar was brutal. 3 real-world days of resurrection lockout. No one wanted to take that risk, especially not at the start of the game. So they watched in stunned silence as Damon kept slashing down at the monstrosity. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome, huge, demonic thing was reduced to a puddle of filth and rot. Malakar let out a distorted screech that split the sky itself. His form convulsed, shadows peeling from his body like dying embers. Black veins exploded across his torso, glowing green for a heartbeat before erupting in arcs of corrupted mana.
Then, just like that, the great Reaper of Fields collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The vines retreated, the stench cleared, the clouds above began to part. And Damon? He landed lightly atop the monster's skull as its massive body began to disintegrate into ash and mist beneath him. System announcement. Ding! World boss defeated. System announcement. Ding! Hidden event chain completed. The notifications kept rolling in, one after another, but Damon ignored them. He only responded to the one notification about keeping his name and player ID anonymous. Anonymous? Huh. Fuck no. In his last life, most people assumed Anonymous would protect them. No one wanted to become a walking target. But they were wrong. Dead wrong. Fame wasn't just power. It was currency. It was leverage. It was a magnet that pulled the world toward you. Being famous wasn't a weakness. It was a weapon. Damon would now get access to secret dialogue trees, better item prices, and easier entry into forbidden areas. He'd have sycophants lining up, especially other vampire NPCs. If Damon flaunted this fame, he could purchase items for up to 50% off in the right shops. There were many secret quests he could unlock, not to mention how easily he could attract small fries if he wanted to. It would be stupid to remain anonymous, and this was just the beginning. System announcement. Ding! Player Blood God has slain the world boss Malachar, Reaper of Fields. System announcement. Ding! Player Blood God has slain the world boss Malachar, Reaper of Fields. Ding! Reward. Global fame increased plus 1,000. Ding! Player kill record. First world boss solo. Unlocked. As soon as the boss went down, the system announcements flashed boldly in front of every player's interface. Not just in Nira City, but across every city, every beginner village, every kingdom, and every continent. Across the entire world of Earth Online, golden-bordered text lit up the screens of millions. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Blood God has slain the world boss Malachar, Reaper of Fields. Ding! Hidden event chain completed. Global corruption rate decreased by 2%. Ding! First world boss kill solo achieved. Rewards distributed. The reaction was instant. The crowd exploded in chaos. Who the hell is Blood God? Blood God? What kind of edgy-ass name is that? Day 2? That's not possible. What kind of freak solos a world boss at level 10? Please tell me this guy's hacking. Soloed a world boss with a rusted knife while in starting gear? Nah, man, this has to be a dev. Global chat exploded. Forums crashed under traffic. Live streamers screamed into their mics. Top guilds across every continent paused their power leveling and immediately scheduled emergency meetings. Meanwhile, back in Nira City's desecrated plaza, the few surviving players stared in stunned silence. The ground was still cracked and smoking. The scent of death hadn't even faded yet. They had witnessed something unreal. So many players had died in seconds, yet one man in basic gear had turned the tide alone. Aurora stood amidst her shaken party, her emerald eyes locked on the spot where the monster had fallen. Her lips moved almost soundlessly. Blood God, she repeated. So that's his name. One of her paladins hesitated beside her. Should we try and recruit him to the guild? But Aurora didn't respond right away. Her gaze was cold, calculating. Then she slowly turned toward her party. Why are we here? For the priest class bounty quest, someone answered. Exactly. I pointed toward the battlefield. There's a hidden player out there, someone who defiled the Holy Awakening pool. The quest is to find them. Now, what are the chances that this guy is the one we're looking for? Her teammates went still. The Blood God? The paladin muttered. You really think he's the defiler? Aurora didn't need to answer. The timing, the cloaked identity, the ridiculous power spike, the rusted dagger, it all made perfect, terrifying sense. She turned on her heel and broke into a run. "We're not recruiting him," she said, voice like steel. "We're hunting him." Her party scrambled after her, their steps echoing through the cracked stones of the plaza, running to catch the famous blood god who fell right into their laps. And it did not look like just their group. Several people dashed towards the utterly destroyed part of the city to get their hands on the so-called blood god. All across Nira City, players were breaking into full sprints, some towards the scene to investigate, others away from it out of fear that the boss might return or that something even worse was about to happen. Dozens of guild scouts were already arriving on the scene, spamming screenshots, voice chats, and location pings. The shattered plaza had become a magnetic beacon of attention. However, amidst all this commotion and chaos, the actual MVP of the day was conveniently missing. Find that blood god. He's got to still be nearby. Track everyone who's leaving the city now. Aurora's party was ahead of the curve, already several blocks away. Her eyes scanned rooftops and alleyways like a hawk locked on prey. "She won't get far," she murmured. Behind her, her vice leader frowned. "He soloed a world boss and walked away without a scratch. You sure about that?" Aurora did not answer. She clenched her fists in frustration. That guy was the only thing standing between her and a legendary class. She could feel it. If she could just catch that guy and hand him over to the Divine Temple, she would instantly skyrocket to the top of the game. "Damn it, where are you?" She gritted her teeth in frustration and continued looking around, unwilling to simply give up. Others might not know, but there is a lot riding on her performance in this game. She absolutely cannot fail. While all the players in the vicinity continued to scour through the city to get their hands on the lottery ticket called Blood God, several kilometers away, Damon sat atop a jagged rock, legs crossed, the rusted dagger resting on his knee. He watched the golden glow of the global announcement fade from the corner of his interface with a big grin on his face. While the others were searching for him in the city, Damon used the last couple of seconds of the dagger's power to get the hell out of there. Even before the boss was completely dead, he bolted out of the city and arrived here safely. "You are so shameless," Bloodrain chimed in. And? Damon chuckled. "I love it," the woman's voice in his head purred with delight. "You used such a nasty little shortcut to spill so much holy blood. I absolutely love it. Too bad we couldn't drink any of it." "In time," Damon said, lazily leaning back against a boulder. Using such power comes with a price, and he was feeling extremely tired and exhausted at the moment. But he did not care. He got what he wanted. He tossed the worthless dagger aside and checked the system notifications, clicking on the one he was looking forward to the most. Ding! World Boss Rewards. Title unlocked. Solo Reaper. Skill book. Blood Manipulation. Coins. 100 gold coins. Damon quickly went through the rewards one after the other. Every single thing listed was good, and 100 gold coins on day 2 of the game was absolutely crazy, not to mention the blood manipulation skill book. Vampires only acquired the blood manipulation skill book after they took their Tier 3 promotion test, but it looks like he already got it. However, these things were still not the ones Damon was after. His gaze quickly fell on the last and final item in the list of rewards. Bingo! He got what he wanted. Unique item acquired. Evolution Stone. Damon's eyes lit up the moment he saw the small round stone that appeared in his hand. Evolution Stone, the miraculous item that can evolve one's race. This was what he had come for. Not the gold, not the skill book, not the fame, though all of that would serve him well. The Evolution Stone was what made this questline worth everything. In his last life, it had taken months before players even confirmed its existence, and by the time word got out, it was already hoarded by guilds and pay-to-win whales. But now, It was his. Damon's fingers closed around the warm, humming stone. He could already feel his blood responding to it, thrumming with anticipation. Bloodrain's voice oozed delight in his mind. "Ooh, good stuff. Go ahead and eat it." Damon nodded. "This should stabilize my bloodline and hopefully also take care of my real-world issues." Though he was confident, he did not know for sure. He had already obtained the item, so now he could only try to see what happened next. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and consumed the evolution stone. The moment the stone hit his tongue, it melted like liquid fire. He could feel the fire getting evenly distributed in all parts of his body, slightly higher in his heart. At first it felt warm and comfortable, but the very next second it turned. Damon's body seized. It wasn't pain, not exactly. It was too much. Too much heat, too much energy, too much power, all trying to cram itself into his veins at once. His heart thundered like a war drum, every pulse sending red-hot lightning through his limbs. His vision blurred and then shattered into kaleidoscopic fragments of blood and blinding light. Ding! Evolution stone consumed. Race evolution in progress. Damon was already used to this pain. He gritted his teeth and bore through the pain as he awaited the completion of the evolution process. In Earth Online, there were many grades of evolution stones, and the one that dropped from the world boss should be a very high grade. This single stone should definitely bump him up from a bloodling to a blood initiate to a blood acolyte. This should be enough to stabilize his body and his bloodline, at least partially. At least that's what he thought. Ding! Congratulations! You have become a blood initiate. Hidden achievement unlocked for completing the first race evolution. New quest. 1 drop closer to the abyss. Plus 25 to all base stats. New racial skill unlocked. Damon collapsed to one knee, panting heavily. The fire inside him was gone, replaced by a thrumming silence. The evolution process was officially done. His skin shimmered faintly with a cool metallic sheen, veins pulsing with crimson light before settling. His nails were darker, his fangs longer. His heartbeat sounded different, deeper. Ding! New racial skill unlocked. Blood Lance. Condense your blood into a high-pressure spear of crimson force and hurl it at your enemy. Deals 250% magic damage and applies a stacking bleed effect for 5 seconds. If cast while under 50% HP, the skill transforms into Crimson Overload, doubling its piercing range and applying fear to enemies within 5-meter radius. It was a good skill, but Damon couldn't care less about it right now. Why was he still a blood initiate? He should have become a blood acolyte by now. Shit, 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 he cursed as he hurriedly opened his status screen. Blood God. Class: Primordial Awakening. Class path unavailable. Species: Bloodborne. Race: Blood Initiate Variant. Bloodline: Fragmented Ancestral Bloodline? Status effect: Bloodline Instability, 30 days. Soul Weapon: Blood Rain, locked. Level: 15. Faction: Dark. Experience: 2,000, 3,500. Health: 1,000. Mana: 1,000. Vitality: 37. Stamina: 33. Strength: 31 plus 5. Intelligence: 48. Agility: 36 plus 10. Constitution: 27. Available stat points: 5. General skills: Primordial Senses, SSS, active. Primordial Hunger, SSS, passive. Blood Swipe, D, active. Bloodline Extraction, SSS, active. Minor Agility Boost, Max, F, passive. Minor Strength Boost, F, passive. Minor poison resistance, max, F, passive. Alchemy. Berserk instinct, F, passive. Blood lance, D, active. Damon stared at his upgraded status screen. So many things had changed, but most importantly, his death sentence had been pushed back by 20 days. He now had an entire month to figure out how to stabilize his bloodline. This was a huge deal. 10 days was simply too little for him to make any real progress, but a whole month? This he could work with. Blood Rain let out a satisfied purr in his mind. Ooh, good stuff. That stone didn't take you all the way up the mountain, but it gave you a damn good climbing hook. You did well by getting that evolution stone. Damon didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward. This stone was a high-grade stone that was supposed to push him up by 2 ranks. Instead, he got only 1 rank. The worst part was, he had a feeling he was going to need more and more of these evolution stones to get to the higher ranks. He needed to procure more evolution stones on the side. If a top-tier boss only dropped 1, then what did that say about the rest of his path? This wasn't going to be some level-up grind fest. No, this was going to be a bloody treasure hunt, a desperate chase for scraps of power scattered across a bloody and cruel world. Blood Rain chuckled. That look on your face, you're finally getting it. This world doesn't want you to evolve. It's going to fight you every step of the way, but that's what makes it worth it. Damon shook his head helplessly. There was no point in getting overwhelmed. It was better to take it 1 step at a time. He next pulled up the system screen and checked the time. It was already 10 in the night. His next big problem was waiting for him.
Damon logged in at 5 in the evening, and it was almost 10 now. The last time he consumed blood was around 6:30 to 7, which means he was able to go 3 hours without blood just fine. Of course, now he was ravenous, considering he had just evolved. His entire body was like a furnace needing fuel, red, warm, living fuel. There was no way he was logging out right now. It would be a suicide to do something like that. He first needed food. I need something good, Damon muttered as he pulled up the system map. His gaze instantly landed on a spot. That was right. He was level 15 now, thanks to the 3 levels he had gotten from the world boss. That meant he finally had access to the low-tier dungeons. And there, nestled between 2 ridgelines of blackened forest on the outskirts of near a city, was exactly what he was looking for. Twilight Hollows. Recommended level, 15 to 20. Environment, low light. Threat level, moderate. Affinities, shadow. It was a place most beginners avoided unless they came in groups. The enemies inside weren't particularly powerful, but they were fast, vicious, and hunted in packs. Shadow panthers, shadow hounds. These beasts were a pain in the ass for most players, but to Damon, they were walking buffets. With his newly enhanced senses, each heartbeat, each rustle of fur against shadowed bark would be as clear as thunder in a silent room. This dungeon was going to be a piece of cake. Even better, the monsters here had a decent chance of dropping 2 particularly useful skills, stealth and shadow meld. Both were core abilities for assassin-class players and absurdly powerful when paired with vampire racial bonuses. Stealth would allow him to vanish from sight under low light conditions, while Shadow Meld allowed him to merge with shadows entirely, becoming untargetable for a few precious seconds. With both in his arsenal, Damon could move like a ghost and strike like a demon. Damon did not wait any longer and sprinted towards the Twilight Hollow dungeon. He was so hungry that he could lose his mind. But man, did the boosted stats feel good. He had finally taken the first step, and his body felt freer and lighter.
The last time around, he had managed to reach all the way until Blood Monarch before everything went to shit. His stats back then were incomparable to his current stats. That was a whole different ball game. The fights, the monsters, everything became exceedingly complicated and thrilling. Compared to that, he was still playing in the kiddie pool, but this time he planned to drain it dry. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the dungeon portal, a blackish-purple miasma swirling in the middle of nowhere. Damon entered the dungeon with notifications chiming in front of him. Ding ding, you are entering a dungeon, Twilight Hollows. Recommended level, 15 to 20. Dungeon objective, defeat the Alpha Howler. Hunting time. Damon stepped inside the dungeon and immediately his body went on high alert. A soft growl echoed to his left. A pair of yellow, slitted eyes blinked open from the underbrush, then another and another. Shadow panthers. Their fur blended into the darkness almost perfectly, but to Damon, they were as bright as flares. He could see their muscles tense, their paws shift silently across dead leaves. 5 of them, circling. In his past life, this would have been a death sentence at this level, but he did not have a race evolution then. Getting a race evolution this early was definitely a big cheat. Damon smiled and raised his hand. His palm shimmered crimson, the blood within it swirling, condensing, forming into a sleek spear of pure force. Let's test this new toy out. Blood Lance activated. He didn't wait for them to make the first move. With a flick of his wrist, the spear flew, silent, sharp, and devastating. The air howled in its wake. The lead panther barely had time to blink. The lance pierced through its body, pinning it to a gnarled tree trunk. Damon purposefully did not kill it, only leaving the beast gravely wounded. At the same time, he dashed towards the second panther with a feral grin on his face. The thrill of the hunt, the scent of blood, the thrum of power in his veins. It was intoxicating. The second panther pounced, claws outstretched. Damon sidestepped with preternatural grace and caught the beast mid-air, his enhanced strength letting him twist and slam it into the dirt. Before it could recover, he brought his fangs down into its neck. Warm, coppery blood surged into his mouth, and a shiver ran down his spine. The panther twitched once, then went limp. Ding ding, bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Shadow Panther, Tier 1 beast. Ding ding, you have extracted the ability Stalk. Stalk, E-rank passive skill. Your footsteps produce no sound when moving within shadowed terrain, plus 10% movement speed when undetected. Ding ding, you have slain Shadow Panther. Level 17. Ding ding, you have gained experience points. Great, he got a skill on the first try, but the blood was not nearly enough. He was hungry and he needed more. The other 3 panthers had already gone into stealth, but Damon instantly sensed an attack from behind him. A blur of shadow lunged for his back, fangs bared. Damon ducked, twisted, and drove his elbow upward. Bone crunched. The panther's growl turned into a strangled yelp as it flipped mid-air and slammed into a mossy rock. Nice try, Damon muttered as he stepped forward as if on instinct. The moment the beast hit the ground, he was on it. His fingers dug into its scruff, lifting it by the neck, eyes gleaming crimson. The animal snarled and flailed, but Damon was stronger, so much stronger. He sank his fangs in. Warmth exploded across his tongue. The animal's essence flowed into him, and the inferno raging inside his body dimmed just a little. Not enough, nowhere near enough. But it was something. Ding ding, bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Shadow Panther, Tier 1 beast. Ding ding, partial bloodline extraction. You have gained 1 agility stat point. Ding ding. You have killed Shadow Panther, level 16. Ding ding. You have gained experience points. He tossed the drained corpse aside. The other 2 panthers were nowhere to be seen, but he could feel them. One of them was climbing the ridge above him. The other was crouched to his right, teeth bared behind thick undergrowth. Damon smiled. Bring it on.
The next several minutes went by in a blur as Damon feasted on one panther after another. After the first leap of panthers, there was yet another group, and surprisingly, he picked up a new skill from this leap of panthers. Shadow Step, D-rank active skill. Instantly teleport to a location within 10 meters, provided both your current position and target destination are within shadowed terrain. Grants a plus 20% movement speed bonus for 3 seconds after use. It looked like the bloodline of a single beast could contain more than one skill. Perhaps this was because the Shadow Panthers were T1 beasts with the ability to use mana more efficiently, possessing their innate magic skills, and, more importantly, mana cores. Damon didn't forget to dig out mana cores from the beast corpses as he left a trail of mangled bodies in his wake. After the 10th panther, his bloodlust was finally sated. Not that he complained when he drank the blood from an 11th one. His body was greedy enough to gobble up every drop of blood he absorbed. Finally, after clearing the 3rd leap of panthers, he had drained every single beast in the first part of the dungeon. 2 skills, 5 stat points, and 1 level. Damon was very satisfied with the haul. His gaze darted around the dark forest, which many players would find uncomfortable, but he was immediately able to locate the boss. There, crouched atop a jagged rock partially concealed by overgrown roots, stood a massive beast, easily twice the size of the panthers. Its fur shimmered with an oil-slick iridescence, absorbing the dim light around it. Its long limbs were taut with muscle, and its eyes gleamed with a sinister silver glow. Nightclaw Alpha, level 20, Elite Tier 1 Beast. The creature didn't snarl, it didn't roar, it simply stared, unmoving, as though daring Damon to come closer. The beast was intelligent, not too intelligent because it was underestimating him. With a wicked grin, Damon started the fight by activating his new skill, Shadow Step. Blood Lance appeared in his hand readily, and the panther's eyes widened. Instead of pride, there was now fear in its eyes. The beast did not hesitate, instantly activating Shadow Meld and running away, but Damon managed to land a good strike on its back before it could vanish entirely into the gloom. With the blood lance stuck in its body, it did not matter where it was trying to hide. Damon was able to instantly sense the beast. Seeing its current state, Damon had an idea. Instead of the lance, if he used just a smear of his blood, would he still be able to sense it? He made a mental note to toy with that idea for the next boss. For now, it was time to play catch with this big kitty. No matter where the panthers showed up, Damon was ready for it and used Blood Swipe on the beast. The elite was strong and agile, and it was adept in using the shadows to improve its combat ability. However, with the lance stuck in its body, everything was absolutely useless. Damon was ready for it every single time and swiped it left and right as it danced in the shadow. "Stop teasing that kitty cat, Damon," Bloodrain pouted. "Don't you tell me you are a cat person," Damon smiled. "And you are not?" "Well, I guess I like both cats and dogs. Don't really have a preference." Why do I feel like you are lying?" Damon ignored the busybody and continued fighting with the panther. Soon enough, the beast's health dropped to the final 10%. Damon was waiting for this. The moment the Nightclaw Alpha dipped below that critical threshold, its body tensed unnaturally. A low, warbling growl rose from its throat, not a threat,
but a ritual. Damon's eyes gleamed. Right on cue. The panther's body burst into shadowy tendrils, dispersing its form into 6 flickering afterimages that circled him in a blur of speed and rage. Shadow Phantom. Passive trigger. When HP falls below 10%, creates 6 Shadow Phantoms. Each mirrors 50% of the alpha's speed and damage for 10 seconds. In his last life, so many players fell for this trick. It took a while to figure out how to deal with this attack. But Damon was grinning. It looked like his lance trick was still working, so in a second he was able to see which was the real beast. The cunning little thing was eyeing him from a nearby boulder. As the 6 phantoms closed in on him, he activated Shadow Step again. He reappeared directly behind the real alpha and swiped his hand straight across its ribs. The beast let out a strangled yowl, the shadows around it scattering like ash and wind. Its health quickly plummeted, and right before the beast could die, Damon hurriedly sunk his fangs into the open wound. Blood filled his mouth and the system notifications started rolling in. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: Nightclaw Alpha, Elite Tier 1 Beast. Ding! You have extracted the ability Shadow Cloak. Shadow Cloak, C-rank active skill. Envelop yourself in living shadow, reducing all physical damage by 30% for 5 seconds. While active, movement creates afterimages that increase evasion chance by 15%. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Ding! You have slain Nightclaw Alpha, level 20. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. Damon dropped the beast corpse after draining the blood completely. He checked out the notifications and clicked his tongue. I did not get the Shadow Phantom skill. This was a game-changing skill in combat, and he really hoped he could get it. But there was always tomorrow. He could probably run this dungeon again a few times and get a few more shadow skills under his belt. Damon didn't dwell on it, and bent down to pick up the mana core, when suddenly he stopped. His head snapped to the side as he sensed something coming at him in an extremely high speed. There was still a beast left in this part of the dungeon? Damon immediately got prepared to dodge the attack, but before he could activate Shadow Step, the beast was already in front of him, a sleek, pitch-black panther, its eyes golden in color. It mauled him in the chest before vanishing into smoke right in front of his eyes. Damon stumbled back, blood splattered from his torn chest, soaking into his clothes. He gritted his teeth, quickly becoming alert once again. What the hell was happening? He knew every beast in this dungeon, the mobs, the elites, and the final boss. Every single one. This panther was not in the list, so why was it here? It was stronger, it was faster, and its mastery of shadow magic was at another level. Then a thought struck Damon. Perhaps it was also an evolved beast, or a beast on the verge of evolution to Tier 2. That was the only thing that could explain its strength, speed, and power. It was unheard of for hidden bosses to appear in dungeons under level 30, but the beast he had faced just now was unmistakably a hidden boss. A hidden boss on the verge of evolution. Damon narrowed his eyes as his breathing steadied. Unlike the fights before, this one was going to be a challenge. That's what made it so much more exciting. He immediately conjured a blood lance and waited with bated breath, his senses sharp, looking and listening for any signs of the Black Panther. For a few seconds, it was just Damon and his breathing sound, but then a flicker. Damon's eyes snapped to the right, where a sliver of darkness peeled away from a tree trunk. The panther was there, just for a moment, before its body re-emerged with the shadows. It was coming. Damon could feel it, The blob of darkness was bouncing here and there and approaching him with a ridiculous speed. A beast in level 15 dungeon shouldn't possess stats or skills like this, but just like him, this damned thing was also an exception. Unfortunately for the big kitty, he still had a few more tricks up his sleeve. Damon knew the beast was too fast for him to react as it was, so he unleashed a basic technique every vampire, or rather every mana user, would soon learn. Innate enhancement. He activated his blood essence and his mana that was circulating in his body and focused every bit of essence in his eyes. In an instant, the world snapped into high clarity. The shadows no longer blended together, they peeled apart like layers of silk, and through them, Damon saw it, the panther. A flicker of movement, a ripple in the dark. What was once a blur was now as clear as day. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, innate enhancement. Ding! Your vision is currently boosted by 300%. The effect lasts for 10 seconds. The skill came at a mana cost and left a slight burning in his temples, but it was worth it. Damon could now read the twitch of a muscle, the shift of a paw, the dilation of the beast's eyes. He could see its kill strike forming before it even began. "There you are," Damon whispered, voice low and lethal. He purposefully did not reveal that he was now able to see its movements. The panther lunged again, its entire form a curved arc of shadow and fury, aiming for his throat. But however, this time Damon reacted perfectly. He moved slightly, taking the hit in his shoulder instead of his throat, and at the same time he drove the spear into the beast's neck. The blood lance struck true. A shriek of raw, primal agony tore through the twilight hollows. Black blood splashed against the shadowed earth. The beast stumbled upon landing, its limbs quivering with fury and pain. Damon didn't give it time to recover. He swung his arm like a scythe, using blood swipe, and ended the fight. The panther's defenses were shit, and it looked like it had favored agility. In just a few attacks, its health started plummeting. However, when it reached the last critical level of 10%, its eyes shone brighter. Damon prepared himself just in time as he sensed 10 different blurs in his periphery. The panther in his claw disappeared into the shadows. 10 black balls of shadow, at extreme high speed, were dashing towards him, and these 10 strikes together would be 100% lethal. This was the panther's finishing move right here. It was too bad that the beast was still tagged with his blood. Damon did not bother with the 10 shadow forms, and Shadow stepped right behind the real panther, an 11th blob hiding behind the 3rd blob of shadow. The beast was extremely cunning and its strategy was airtight. What a problematic hidden boss. Damon would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed with this fight. It was too bad that his skill set was built for exactly this kind of duel. The panther twisted around the moment Damon reappeared behind it, jaws wide in a desperate counterattack. But Damon was faster. His palm shot forward once again, swiping the beast with his claw-like nails. The shadows collapsed and the beast limply staggered back. Damon did not let it do anything else fancy. He grabbed the beast, holding it steady, and sank his fangs into the wounded neck. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: Midnight Killer. Unique Tier 1 Beast. Ding! Your affinity to the shadow element has increased. Ding! Your affinity to the shadow element has increased. Ding! Your affinity to the shadow element has increased.
Ding! You have extracted the ability Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone B rank active skill. Summon a sentient clone forged from your shadow. The clone mimics your appearance, basic stats, 60%, and selected abilities, up to 3 active skills. It can fight alongside you, defend,
scout ahead, or distract enemies. While active, you can switch positions with your clone once every 10 minutes. Swap range, 50 meters. If the clone is destroyed, it explodes into shadow tendrils, dealing AoE damage and applying a blind effect to nearby enemies for 3 seconds. Bonus effect. If the clone drinks blood, kills or assists in killing, it extends its duration by 10 minutes, max extension plus 30 minutes. Damon blinked in surprise. He had never heard of such a skill before. Wait, he had heard lore about blood clones inside the game, but there were also shadow clones? He couldn't help but become excited at the potential of this skill. This was more than a skill. It was a second life, a decoy, a dagger in the dark, the scout, a fallback, an extension of his own predatory instinct. Damon's mind raced. There were so many things he could use this for. He immediately tested it out by activating the skill. The next second, his shadow rippled unnaturally beneath him, stretching longer than it should. It bubbled up from the ground like black tar, swirling and coalescing until it formed into a perfect replica of Damon. The clone stood silently, red eyes gleaming with the same hunger. It was uncanny. "Okay, now let's see how well you fight." Damon looked ahead at the territory of the Shadow Hounds. These creatures were a little tricky to deal with. They possessed a terrifying fear skill, which was tough to handle, especially at lower levels. He couldn't help but wonder how he and his new teammate would handle such a challenge. Damon dashed forward beyond the tray line, his shadow following a beat behind like a silent wraith. The terrain twisted into uneven ridges and narrow valleys, the perfect hunting grounds for shadow hounds. Growls echoed from the dark crevices ahead. The pack had already sensed them. A flicker to the left, one of the hounds leapt at him. Damon didn't falter. He sidestepped and let the clone intercept. A clean swipe from the clone's claws tore through the beast's shoulder, and it crashed to the ground with a yelp. Two more charged in, jaws wide, shadows clinging to their teeth like venom. The clone engaged them immediately, dancing between strikes. It was able to use blood swipe and even blood lance. It was doing all the hard work for him while Damon grabbed one wounded beast after another and gulped down their blood. He gained 3 stat points in strength in no time. His clone was more than enough to tear through the pack until finally an elite showed up. Damon locked eyes with Skullmaw, the largest of the group, a mutated shadowhound nearly the size of a bear. Its name hovered over its head. Skullmaw, level 18, elite shadowhound. A fear aura rolled off it in waves, and Damon prepared his mind as much as he could to not be affected by it. Surprisingly, nothing changed at all. He neither went into a stunned state, nor did he feel the urge to run away in fear. He was simply completely unaffected. He did not expect that. Damon blinked in surprise and looked at his clone. It didn't seem to be affected either. That made sense, because the clone did not really have a mind of its own. A grin crept across Damon's lips. "Nice!" Skullmaw growled, annoyed that its intimidation didn't work. The beast lunged anyway, a blur of fangs and shadow. Damon sidestepped, while the clone intercepted, blocking with a parry of its own blood-forged lance. "Let's try that new trick," Damon muttered. He mentally activated the position swap. In an instant, his form shimmered, and he and the clone traded places. Now face to face with Skullmaw, Damon didn't hesitate. He swiped away at the hound in rapid succession. The shadow hound yelped, enraged at the sudden increase in power. It twisted to counterattack, but Damon was already moving. The clone, now behind Skullmaw, swiped with devastating precision, carving into the beast's spine with synchronized violence. Between him and the clone, it was almost overkill when the hound weakly wobbled. Damon immediately sank his fangs into the creature. He had obtained several shadow skills in the dungeon today, but he wouldn't say no to yet another one. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Skullmaw, Elite, Shadow Hound. You have acquired a new skill, Howl of Dread, E-rank active skill. Unleash a fear-infused howl, applying terror to enemies within 15 meters. Enemies below your level have a 30% chance to flee or enter a panic state. Cooldown 2 minutes. Ha! Thanks, big guy. Damon wiped the blood from his mouth as Skullmaw crumbled. More howls echoed in the distance, and Damon wondered just how much his skill repertoire was going to increase by the end of the dungeon. He narrowed his eyes toward the depths of the dungeon. Should I try for a dungeon record? Since I'm the first to run this dungeon, I should automatically get the record. Let's see how fast we can finish this. The next several minutes went by in a blur as he and the clone tore through the dungeon. Within a matter of minutes, they were standing in front of the final dungeon boss. Magic Castle Bonus Chapter. Please thank YOLO High for the bonus chapter. Damon gazed at the big, monstrous beast that was a mix between a panther and a dog. Its eyes were particularly enormous, and the first thing Damon did was to make sure that he did not see the eyes directly for continuous seconds. Not that it mattered, because the beast instantly disappeared as soon as they arrived at the spot. The next instant, Damon felt a blur approaching him from the side. He immediately activated his newly acquired skills, Shadow Cloak and Shadow Step. Before the claw strike could land, he was already behind the final boss, only an after-image now in his place. The claw slashed merely an image, which dissipated into shadow wisps. The skill feels a lot smoother and easier after that shadow affinity bump, Damon thought. There were still a couple more skills he wanted to try. Shadow Bind and Shadow Claw. The boss roared in agony as Damon unruthlessly unleashed a bunch of shadow attacks. On the other side, his clone was attacking using blood attacks. The beast's health dropped like the stock market and went down to 10% in no time at all. The fight went a lot easier than he expected. However, the most difficult part was still left, the nightmare mode of the fight. Shadow-like tendrils appeared around him, and before he could react, they locked him in place. A ball of shadow encased him. Damon already knew it was futile to try and break this shadow prison, but he did it anyways. He used all sorts of attacks to wreck the prison. It only resulted in his mana depleting. Fuck it, he sighed and prepared for what was about to come. He always knew that this last boss fight was a tricky one. The shadow prison lasted for 10 seconds, and his health needed to withstand the attack the beast would be waiting for after that 10-second ended. He was sure his health could handle it, taking an attack or two. But now that his clone was there, even that wouldn't be necessary. He could already sense the clone attacking the boss. The fight should end any time now. The only part left was for him to withstand the nightmare, the fear attack unleashed by the boss while he was inside this shadow prison. Everything happened very fast, but Damon experienced a different reality, like time was slow moving. A pair of monstrous beast eyes appeared in front of him. Damon knew what was going to happen next. He was going to experience the worst nightmare of his life. Damon wondered what he was going to experience. His face turned cold as the betrayal still fresh in his mind flashed past his eyes. He was going to see that bastard again, wasn't he? Fine. Bring it on. It won't be a nightmare, though. Damon gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Even though this was all going to be an illusion, he was prepared to unleash all his anger and frustration. However, something odd happened. He looked at the beast eyes, the same eyes that activated the nightmare skill, and yet nothing happened at all. 1 second passed by. Then a few seconds passed, and yet nothing. When he stared back at the eyes in anger, the beast eyes unexpectedly shut close and the shadow prison dissolved. This was not how this fight was supposed to go down. Damon shrugged with a casual chuckle. Should he chalk this up to his bloodline? Outside, his clone had already almost finished the boss. Damon was able to get out just in time to sink his fangs into the dying boss. Ding, bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Bromond, Dungeon Boss Tier 1 boss. You have acquired a unique passive skill, Shadow Devourer. Shadow Devourer, passive skill. Absorbing the shadow essence of slain enemies replenishes 1% mana for 5 seconds and kills made within shadow terrain, grants plus 2% movement and attack speed for 10 seconds. Passive effect scales with shadow affinity. Damon was hoping for that nightmare skill, but this was fine too. He could run the dungeon a couple more times to load up on more skills. He cleared the notifications when more system notifications flashed in front of him. Ding, dungeon cleared. Ding, you are the first player to complete this dungeon. You have set the record time 0032:16. Ding, first clear bonus rewards. You have acquired Silver Treasure Chest. You have acquired a key fragment to the Golden Throne. You have acquired a unique title, Bromond Slayer. Grants 10% damage against shadow-type enemies and plus 5% resistance to fear effects. Damon nodded, genuinely impressed with the rewards. These kind of things were never revealed to the public, and he had no clue about any of it. In his last life, the top guilds who cleared the dungeons first kept these things to themselves. What is this key fragment? Damon wondered. This was the item which caught his interest the most. While the unique title was quite good, a silver treasure chest wasn't all that special. The best reward was definitely this key fragment. He wondered what it could be.
A throne, huh? Blood Rain, you know anything about this golden throne? What exactly is this? Damon asked, but the sword spirit was unusually silent. Ahem, Little Red? Hello, Little Red. Damon gave up after a while. In the meantime, the Shadow Clone gathered all of the mana cores from the various beasts in the dungeon. In total, he had obtained 100 mana cores from a single run. There were also other drops from the beasts which quickly filled up his spatial ring. All in all, it was a great haul. Just as he thought he was done, the Shadow Clone brought out a last item. Another evolution stone? Damon's eyes glinted. Did you get it from the hidden boss Midnight Killer? The clone nodded, sharing a memory fragment of it digging the evolution stone. No wonder it was so strong. It looked like that beast was also partially evolved. Damon nodded. He placed the evolution stone in the spatial ring. Maybe this was enough for another evolution, but it was not advised to go through back-to-back evolutions without gaining a few levels in between. Damon decided to shelf it for the time being, at least until he got another one of the evolution stones. Something told him he would need 2 of these for the next evolution, if not more. Damon dismissed the Shadow Clone and prepared to log out. Now that everything was complete, he decided to focus on his real-life problem. He had consumed a lot of beast blood, including elites and dungeon boss. This should keep him settled at least for the next few hours. It was almost 11 in the night now, and the game would still be open for another 7 hours, giving him plenty of time to figure some things out and return back to the game to carefully consider his options. Damon made up his mind and proceeded to log out. Of course, there was the small matter of system-wide announcements. A last notification flashed in front of him after the dungeon completion. Ding! Do you wish to make your dungeon record public? Publicizing this record will reveal your username system-wide. Rewards are reputation points and a bonus system gift. Yes, no. Damon did not hesitate and selected yes.
He decided to check the other rewards later on and logged out without delaying any further. He was way more concerned about how he was going to wake up. A man or a monster? Maybe the first time he was lucky enough to run into a drunk woman, how could tonight be the same? What about every other night? He needed to make more preparations. Damon closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was once again in his studio apartment wearing the gaming helmet. He sat up slowly, reached up, removed the helmet, and set it on the side table, fingers lingering on the surface. The taste of the blood was still in his mouth, and is the bloodthirst going to surge back up? Damon quickly rushed to brew a cup of coffee just in case, but it looked like his bloodthirst was under control after all. He stood by the kitchenette, sipping his coffee with slow, measured gulps. The steam curled around his face, grounding him. Did he feel any different in real life after the evolution? Damon wondered. He leaned against the kitchen counter, the ceramic mug warm in his hands, eyes narrowed slightly as he listened to the soft hum of the refrigerator. Did he feel different? Yes. It wasn't something he could pinpoint. His senses felt sharper. He could hear the whisper of water in the pipes behind the wall. He could feel the shift in temperature when the coffee machine clicked off. And his breath, slower, deeper, as if his body no longer needed as much oxygen as before. Damon rubbed the back of his neck, unsure if this was all in his head. He walked to the small window and pushed it open. The cool air hit him like a slap, but instead of shrinking back, he breathed in deeper, testing, tasting. Somewhere 2 floors down, someone was cooking garlic. His nose wrinkled in disgust, far stronger than it should have been. Well, shit, he muttered. Don't tell me, am I weak to garlic or something? He did not have any garlic on hand, but maybe it was worth a try. He also needed to check out the sunlight. If sunlight was going to be a problem in real life, then he needed to get out of his house now and procure some blood bags or something like that. Damon couldn't help but think of a million things that could go wrong, and his mind was coming up with very complicated, unnecessary solutions. I need to calm down. He looked back at his helmet, wondering if he should just log back into the game, but in the end, he decided to make a trip to the local hospital. A small innocent enquiry about needing a blood bag for a science experiment should do the trick. At least, he hoped it would. Worst case, they'd think he was a med student. Best case, they wouldn't ask questions. He changed quickly, throwing on a dark hoodie and some worn jeans, shoved a cap low over his brow. Still sipping his coffee, Damon stepped outside with a travel coffee mug. Back then, he had thought that this was a waste purchase, but now it was coming in handy. The night air wrapped around him like a second skin, cool and damp. His senses sharpened even more once he left the house building. The buzz of streetlights overhead, the distant thrum of a motorcycle engine several blocks down, the faint scent of someone's cologne lingering in the elevator even after they'd long departed. Damon sipped from his travel mug, the bitter flavor grounding him. It took him half an hour and a bus ride, but he finally reached the hospital. The sliding doors whooshed open as Damon approached. He stepped in, trying not to look out of place. He kept his hoodie up, his hands in his pockets, and walked to the main area. The front desk was quiet, just one nurse at the reception, typing away at her terminal. She looked up as he approached, giving him a glance. "The visiting hours are over," she said, voice low and gravelly from too much caffeine or too little sleep. Yeah, I figured," Damon said, giving her a sheepish smile and scratching the back of his neck. "I'm not here to visit anyone. I was hoping to speak to someone from the supply department. I'm a grad student doing a research project, and I was wondering if there was any way to, get access to a unit of blood." "Huh?" The nurse raised an eyebrow, her fingers paused mid-type. "You want what now?" Damon cleared his throat and tried to look as harmless as possible. Just a unit for a simulation project. It's a virtual model. We're trying to replicate clotting factors in synthetic environments. My supervisor said real samples help with calibration. I figured I'd check if there were a protocol for it. You are kidding me, right? Of course there are protocols. There is a whole boatload of them. Which school are you from? You need to speak to your school coordinator. They will contact the hospital and make the arrangements. There are a lot of forms that need to be signed. You cannot simply walk in and ask for blood. The nurse shook her head with a lot of judgment in her eyes. Can't I just get one right now? Just this once. I won't tell anyone if you won't. Damon tried a sexy wink, all the while cringing hard from inside and wondering what the hell he was doing. The nurse almost laughed in his face and returned to her work without bothering to even give a response. Kids these days, she laughed. Damon sighed, dragging a hand down his face as he turned away from the desk. Yeah, great job, Damon, he muttered under his breath, because that idea was solid. At least no one was there to look at him. He awkwardly took a few steps back, thinking about what to do now, when suddenly he bumped into someone. What the hell was that, dude? Mark asked with a weird-ass look on his face. Were you just trying to pick up the nurse or something? Damon blinked in surprise. What? How are you here? Mark tilted his head, still giving him a questioning gaze. You were flirting, weren't you? Since when were you into middle-aged aunties who are not even MILFs? Damon groaned. It wasn't like that. I was just... Look, it was a bad plan, okay? Drop it. No. I don't think I am dropping it anytime soon, Mark shook his head. Shut up, fucker! What are you doing here anyways? And don't change the topic. Mark let out a sigh. I did not want to tell you this, but Kate is not doing too great. She suddenly started vomiting, and now she's not able to keep any food down. I honestly don't know what is happening, man. They have been running tests for a couple of days now, and they aren't telling me anything. Wait, Kate, what the hell? Since when? Mark ran a hand through his messy hair, suddenly looking like he hadn't slept in a while. It started 3 days ago. 1 second she was fine, complaining about spicy ramen, and the next just non-stop vomiting. We thought it was food poisoning, but now she can't even hold down water. Damon clenched his jaw. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Mark gave him a weary look. Because what would you have done, huh? What can I do? Shit, I feel so fucking helpless. I'm worried if it is something serious. I asked them what was going on, and they said to call that woman first, as if she's going to care about us, as if she's going to come running when she hears her daughter is sick. Damon froze. He did not understand what was happening, because in his last lifetime, then it suddenly clicked. Did Mark never tell me about all of this in his last life? Was he working so hard doing multiple jobs because he needed to pay hospital bills? I called her, you know. She's not even picking up. Sent messages, left voicemails, nothing. I don't even know if she's in the country anymore. Once again, I have to take care of everything. Damon's stomach turned. He remembered how Mark had always brushed off help, saying he was fine, saying he didn't need anything. He couldn't believe his friend was dealing with something like this all by himself. I should have been a better friend, Damon said. What are you talking about? Mark shook his head. What can you do if our dear mother runs off with her boyfriend of the month? Damon sighed. There were so many things he wanted to tell him. No, I meant, don't worry about the money. Whatever she needs. Tests, specialists, treatment, I'll handle it. Mark stared at him for a long moment. I'm serious, Damon said, locking eyes with him. I've got some things going on. I've been earning through Earth Online. Just know I've got it covered. But don't you need to pay rent? You moved out? Damon shrugged, his tone light, but his eyes deadly serious. I'll figure it out. Rent's just money. Kate's life? That's non-negotiable. You don't have to do that. It's too much. Mark opened his mouth to argue, but Damon held up a hand. "Don't. This isn't charity. It's me being your friend." There was silence between them for a moment. Quiet, heavy, but not uncomfortable. Mark's shoulders slumped, like the weight of the world had just shifted slightly off his back. "Thanks, man," he said, voice lower now. "I mean it." Damon clapped him on the back. "You don't have to. Just focus on Kate. I'll deal with the rest."
Damon chatted with Mark for a bit, mainly about Earth Online. The guy simply couldn't believe that a video game would be so lucrative. Damon could only inwardly smile at the thought of the truth. Money was not even the best thing the game gave. Mark did not feel comfortable leaving Kate alone for too long, so the two of them ended their conversation pretty quickly. Damon waved him goodbye, saying he would visit tomorrow during the daytime visiting hours. Mark nodded, clearly grateful but too exhausted to put it into words. He gave Damon a brief, tired smile before heading back down the corridor. Damon watched him disappear past the restricted ward doors, then turned on his heel and stepped outside into the night. The chill hit him immediately, but it was bracing in a good way, like cold steel sharpening his thoughts. He took a slow breath, the hospital's fluorescent light fading behind him as he blended back into the dark of the city. Money wasn't even the best thing Earth Online had given him. Power wasn't either. What it gave him was control. In a world where reality constantly pulled the rug out from under people like Mark and Kate, Damon finally had a say in what happened next, and he wasn't planning on wasting that. He tugged his hoodie tighter around him, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and walked toward the nearest bus stop. It was time to get back to the game. The hospital visit was a bust, but he at least made sure that if he drank enough blood, he could wake up from the game normally and not be bloodthirsty. Now the question was, how long would he remain satiated? For that, he did not have to spend his time outside of the game. These first few days were very critical, and he did not want to waste any of them. He sat on the bus silently thinking about many things. Obviously, the idea of using his blood to heal Kate's illness crossed his mind, but he did not want to rush into any hasty decisions. Maybe Kate did not need that. Maybe she just had a complex procedure for which they needed money, and that was all there was to it. Damon tried to keep positive thoughts, but when he thought about how his friend had become in his last life, his gut feeling told him that her small illness wasn't all that small. Either ways, he was getting ahead of himself. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't at the moment. He needed to be a blood lord to start creating followers and turning others into vampires, and he was only a blood initiate at the moment. Damon thought about many things silently as the bus rumbled beneath him and his stop finally arrived. His blood supply problem was still a big question mark. As he walked out of the bus stop, he caught sight of a drunkard creeping out two women, making them run as fast as they could from the bus stop. The women, visibly spooked, darted across the street, casting a fearful glance back at the slurring man who stumbled after them for a few paces before collapsing on a bench, muttering to himself. Maybe finding blood wouldn't be that difficult after all. This kind of scene wasn't uncommon. The problem was that Damon had to stumble into someone like this in the bright of the day, and not in the middle of the night, as that was when he would log out of the game. 6 a.m. is still pretty early. Maybe I can find drunkards around? He pondered the feasibility of his not-so-carefully crafted plan. However, the moment he took a step forward, he froze. Something odd was going on. Damon was not sure, but ahead of him there were many men. I could tell they were men because of the distinct scent that came from the male gender as opposed to the fragrance of the female gender. What were they all doing in this part of the city in the dead of the night? And if he was not wrong, they had all gathered near his apartment complex. Correction, they were gathered in his apartment complex. Damon was sure of it, more so as he got closer and closer to the building. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end the closer he walked. His steps slowed instinctively,
each one quieter than the last as he approached the edge of the last streetlight and remained in the shadow. Something was seriously off. This wasn't some neighborhood gang loitering or a bunch of bored troublemakers. This was a coordinated perimeter, tight and quiet. And then it got worse. He sensed more men standing inside the complex, and more importantly, these guys were standing right outside his apartment. Fuck. Was I careless in some way? That woman, she must have remembered everything, and these people were probably from some sort of secret services assembled here to catch me and take me away. His thoughts spiraled as he started strategizing for the worst-case scenario. Did I really have what it takes to face these many men right here and right now? Probably not. Fuck it. So what if I didn't? I wasn't going to go down without a fight. I wasn't going to let these people take me to some lab and treat me like a freak experiment. Wait, they haven't noticed me at all. Damon paused, once again feeling that something was off. He then saw something completely unexpected. The back gate of the apartment complex opened, and an old man stepped out of the gate. Damon had to rub his eyes and look again, because the old man looked as if he had stepped right out of the game world, or rather, the Harry Potter movie set. He was kind of like Dumbledore, with long white hair and a long white beard, and flowing, layered robes that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. A tall wooden staff topped with a faintly glowing crystal tapped softly against the pavement as he walked. He had an air of unhurried dignity, each step radiating the calm of someone who had seen centuries pass and grown bored of most of them. Damon blinked again. His instincts told him that this was definitely not a regular old man from the neighborhood. He immediately couldn't pinpoint it, and it took him a second, but he soon recognized why. Mana. This guy in front of him actually had mana gathered in his body. Impossible! Damon's eyes went wide. The first thing he did after he turned into a vampire was try and sense mana, but there was absolutely no mana in Earth's atmosphere, at least not yet. Then how could this old man have mana in his body? It was not much mana. It was definitely not enough to form a mana core. In fact, the old man seemed not to even know how to handle mana and prevent it from constantly seeping out of his body, and yet there was undeniably mana inside him. While Damon was still trying to size up the old man, a familiar face appeared beside him. It was that cold beauty from next door. Her hair was tied back into a neat braid, but her clothes were no longer the casual gym set he remembered. Tonight, she wore a sleek black outfit that hugged her figure like liquid armor, and around her neck a slender crystal pendant pulsed faintly in rhythm with the old man's staff. He could see the family resemblance between the two of them. Fuck! What the hell was going on here? Between her bloodline and this old man's mana and his status, Damon could see that he had stepped into some real shit here. The only good news was that none of them seemed to care about him, so maybe he did not have to worry about anything after all? Right at this moment, the old man suddenly stopped walking and turned to look directly at Damon, or at least the spot Damon was standing a second ago. Now there was only darkness and shadow in the area, and no one else. The old man continued to look at the spot with a frown on his face, before a black Mercedes silently arrived in front of the back gate. Its polished frame glinted in the streetlights, windows tinted darker than the night sky. The door opened without anyone touching it. The cold beauty stepped forward and opened the rear passenger door with practiced ease. The old man hesitated for a moment, still staring at the empty patch of sidewalk Damon had vacated a heartbeat earlier. He tilted his head, the frown deepening. The glowing crystal at the top of his staff flickered, then dimmed. The old man climbed into the car, moving slowly, but not because of age, because of calculation, purpose. Like someone who'd learned patience the hard way, by outliving enemies and allies. The beauty followed, not before sweeping one last glance at the apartment complex. And then with a soft click, The Mercedes pulled away into the night like a ghost who never intended to be seen in the first place. The men gathered around the area also silently vacated, leaving in the next couple of black vans that showed up. Within 5 minutes, the entire area was empty and deserted again. Meanwhile, Damon silently appeared inside his apartment complex, closing his eyes and sensing everything that happened. His eyes flashed open as the last of the vans left the area, but there was still a frown on his face. He did not feel relieved at all that they had left. Though it seemed that all this pomp and show was simply for the old man visiting the girl, he couldn't help but feel there was more to it. The timing of everything was simply too coincidental. The mana he sensed, the special bloodline of that woman. Damon let out a sigh. Whatever was coming, he would be prepared. On the brighter side, Damon smiled as he gazed at his shadow. He had discovered something unexpected. He was able to use shadow magic outside of the game, and he could see why. Mana was still unavailable on Earth, but he still had his blood. Vampires have always been able to use blood energy instead of mana to fuel their skills, and it looked like he was able to do the same outside of the game. He felt a little weak at the moment. Otherwise, he was perfectly fine after using Shadow Step. When the old man turned to him, he had acted instinctively and activated the skill, thanks to his last hour of grinding with the shadow skills. He thought for a minute about what would have happened if he had not gotten these shadow skills. Then he shook it off. There was no point in thinking about what-ifs and what-nots. He needed to focus on the present. He made himself another cup of coffee and then downed it before putting on his helmet and getting back to the game. He only had 12 hours of gaming hours every day, and he did not want to waste them unnecessarily. If he needed power to handle the things that were happening in the real world, he needed to get back into the game and work towards another power-up. He already had a plan in mind, and soon his power was going to exponentially explode. Damon steeled his determination as he switched on the gaming helmet. He closed his eyes and opened them again to find himself back in the world of Earth Online. The first thing that Damon did after logging back into the game was check his health. He was now at 80%, which meant a single shadow step had cost him 20% of his health. A steep price, but useful nonetheless. He was currently standing outside the Twilight Hollows dungeon portal. He wanted to enter the dungeon again and farm for more shadow element skills, but he wouldn't be able to enter this dungeon again for the next 24 hours. There was no point in standing here and wasting all that time. Damon quickly began to make his move. On the way, he saw some beasts, but he did not engage them. His test for how long he could last without drinking blood was still ongoing. Damon felt a slight bloodthirst on his way, but not enough to make him stop and feed. Also, there was something else he had planned. For that, perhaps it was better to be as much of a monster as he possibly could. He picked up pace and returned back to the starting town as quickly as he could. There, outside the little town, was the familiar deserted well. Up ahead, the starting zone was as chaotic as ever, but no one noticed Damon as he silently slipped into the well with a shadow step. He landed at the bottom of the well with a lot more grace and elegance this time around. Surprisingly, the secret door opened on its own, and Varnex the Hollow was standing in front of him. "Greetings, Blood Initiate. I am impressed by your growth." Damon raised a brow. He had expected a random vampire NPC. Varnex was a high-tier NPC, and meeting him like this twice in a row was truly surprising. "Thank you, Sir Varnex," Damon nodded. The vampire started walking through the long tunnel, and Damon quickly followed him. He had come here for another reason, but if his guess was correct, then he might be on the cusp of a special quest. Varnex soon reached the end of the tunnel, and when he turned around the corner, Damon's suspicions were proved to be correct. The vampire race hall was not as how it should be. It was barely developed, and there was nobody around. Sigh. Varnex let out an exhausted breath. "I know. The hall looks desolate and downtrodden. Once upon a time, our hall used to be a beacon of fear and reverence. Now, he gestured to the crumbling stone walls and the moss creeping over ancient cracked banners. This is all that remains. Varnix turned to Damon, his gaze sharp and appraising. You have the blood. You have the hunger. More importantly, you have the will. The old vampire's lips curled into a thin smile. Would you like to change this? A notification appeared in front of Damon. Quest, rebuilding the Blood Hall. The Vampire Race Hall lies in ruins. Do you wish to contribute towards its restoration and become its founding pillar? Objective, pledge yourself to the Blood Hall. Donate mana stones and wealth to aid in its reconstruction. Reward, reputation points. Ding! Do you accept? Yes, no. Damon's eyes went wide. A pay-to-win quest for earning reputation? Unbelievable! Quests like these were extremely rare in the game. Right now, any player could use outside currency to buy in-game gold coins. This being the case, quests like these were extremely easy for the rich. Of course, they were also easy for cheats like him. Even if it was thousands of gold coins, Damon would contribute everything in a heartbeat. Anything was better than the dull and drab grind for reputation points. Also, he had a feeling that this wasn't a simple single quest. Just wealth and mana stones were not enough to rebuild a hall. There was definitely more to this. Yes, I will do my best to help you, Sir Varnax. There is nothing more I would love than to see our vampire hall in all its former glory, Damon said, placing a fist lightly over his heart in a show of solemnity. For a split second, he thought he saw the ghost of pride flicker across Varnix's hollowed features. The elder vampire nodded approvingly. Good. Your willingness has been recorded by the Blood Oath, Varnix said, raising his staff. A crimson rune flared into existence above Damon's head before silently sinking into his body. Ding! You have pledged yourself to the Vampire Blood Hall. Reputation tracking unlocked. Special quests and rewards tied to the hall will now become available based on your contribution. Varnix's voice deepened slightly, becoming almost ritualistic. The Blood Court does not forget. Every stone you lay, every coin you offer, every battle you fight for our cause shall be remembered. Then, as if the moment of ceremony had passed, the ancient vampire turned briskly and gestured toward the cracked altar at the center of the hall. It was surrounded by what looked like broken treasure vaults and collapsed summoning circles. You may begin by offering wealth and power to the Heartstone, Varnix instructed. As you contribute, the Blood Hall will slowly awaken, and you shall rise with it. A new system panel blinked into existence. Blood Hall Restoration Panel. Contributions, gold coins, 0 of 10,000. Mana stones, 0 of 500. Elite mana cores, 0 of 100. Current status, crumbling ruins, Tier 0. Next stage, Shattered Sanctuary, Tier 1. Top contributors may receive noble titles within the vampire race. Damon's heart thudded in his chest. 10,000 gold coins, 500 mana cores, 100 elite mana cores? These were insane numbers. He was supposed to fulfill this all on his own? Well, he could if he tried, but this wasn't a reasonable thing to ask of a player. Then it struck him. Anyone who became a vampire around now could probably contribute to this restoration. So this was a kind of collective race quest. And if he alone managed to finish a collective race quest, just how big the rewards were going to be.
Damon was pleasantly surprised with this new development. This could be a potentially fast route to get a nobility rank in the game, and it was a huge deal when it came to skills later on. The nobility always got better skills on evolution. That was just the way it worked. While Damon was staring at the contribution panel, forming plans in his head,
Varnix muttered something about getting started and began to walk away. "Shit, wait," Damon hurriedly called after him. He was caught up in this new quest that he almost forgot the real reason why he came here. His blood manipulation skill book. There was a way he could use the skill book right now and here, even though there were requirements listed on it. While he was at it, he could also gain extra health point and improve the basic constitution of his body. In his last life, this secret was only discovered 2 years into the game, and by then it became unusable for most vampire players. Instead of a strong foundation, all they were able to get was a small boost later on. However, now Damon had the chance to forge his body right from beginning. Awakening his bloodline was the start, and this was the second part. And if everything goes well, his combat power, both in the game world and in the real world, should be doubled. He caught up to Varnix just before the elder vampire disappeared into another side corridor. "Sir Varnix, one more thing," Damon said. The vampire turned slightly, his expression unreadable. "Speak, blood initiate." "I wish to attempt the body tempering ritual." For the first time, Varnix showed a true reaction. A flicker of genuine interest passed through his ancient, weary gaze. He took a step closer, his staff clicking sharply against the stone floor. "Body tempering," Varnix mused, "a rite lost to most. A method of strengthening the body at the most primal level. Few of our kind now possess the knowledge, and fewer still the bravery to attempt it." Damon didn't move. His heartbeat was steady. This was the chance he had been waiting for. "Very well," Varnix said after a pause. "I shall prepare the ritual circle. But be warned, initiate. Body tempering is not without cost. Should your will falter, your blood will rebel. You may die here, and your soul will be erased permanently." A chill slithered down Damon's spine. Permanent death? Why did he feel that this was not a simple matter? "I am ready," Damon spoke with determination. "Don't be so overconfident, blood initiate. It is good to believe in your skills, but know your limits. Since the ancient era, only those from the royal families have managed to survive the ritual, and you are no royal blood. A carp cannot become a dragon." Varnix's voice echoed through the empty halls, every syllable heavy with ancient power. His words weren't intended to scare Damon, at least not entirely. They were a test in themselves, a final grim reminder that the path he was about to walk was lined with corpses far greater than him. He was only doing this to make sure Damon knew the danger. Damon, however, didn't flinch. His eyes only sharpened, gleaming crimson under the faint glow of the hall's dying torches. Royal blood or not, he would survive. He had no intention of staying a pawn on someone else's chessboard, not in this life. Yes, he had the primordial bloodline, but it was fragmented and only partial. It would be foolish to think he could achieve everything and come out in flying colors just because of the bloodline. However, he did not just have the bloodline. He had 3 years of experience. If someone from his last life could do it, then he too could do it. He had honed his skills for almost 3 years now. He had almost stood at the top of the game. He had the ability to pass this. Varnix observed him in silence for a few heartbeats longer. Then, with a faint look of sneer and contempt on his eyes, he nodded. "So be it," the vampire said. "But before I begin to prepare for the ritual, you need to prove yourself worthy of even standing within the circle." Varnix raised his staff and tapped it against the floor once. A deep, resonating hum filled the cavernous hall. The ground around Damon shifted, and from the shadows of the broken pillars and the cracked stone emerged figures, ghostly silhouettes. They weren't beasts or simple monsters. They were echoes of fallen vampires, warriors who had attempted the ritual and failed, leaving fragments of their despair and ambition behind. "You will face the fallen," Varnix declared coldly. "Each one embodies a desire unfulfilled, a strength unproven, a will that crumbled. Defeat them or join them. By the blood's decree, you will only use your blood skills to defeat them. I sense corruption within you. Cut it off. Blood and blood alone is the true supremacy." Damon nodded, even though he had no plans to do something like that. However, he was more than ready to use his blood skills to prove his skill proficiency. Yes, this test was all about his skill proficiency, and he was confident to be able to achieve at least 70% or more. This was not him being arrogant. After all, he had already achieved this proficiency in his last life. Slowly, the room and Varnix disappeared from the surroundings. Now, only he and the Fallen were left behind. The first Fallen lunged at him without warning, a blur of pale, cracked skin and savage hunger. Damon didn't hesitate and used Blood Swipe, a crisp, efficient strike that carved the air with a scarlet arc. While he was still dealing with this one, another Fallen came at him from the side. His hand sliced forward, an invisible claw of condensed blood energy slashing through the Fallen's torso. Another Fallen lurched forward, and another. Soon he was surrounded, a storm of clawed hands and snapping jaws. Meanwhile, the rest of the world was in a complete uproar. System-wide announcements rang back to back, making everyone freeze in shock and awe. Ding! Global system announcement. Player Blood God has set the first clear record for the dungeon Twilight Hollows. Ding! Global system announcement. Player Blood God has achieved a perfect clear in the dungeon Twilight Hollows. The announcements boomed in front of every player. System screen flashing in golden letters, symbols of prestige and power that no one could ignore. Players in towns and cities stopped whatever they were doing. Merchants froze mid-bargain. Adventurers in mid-fight stumbled, distracted. Guild leaders scrambled to message their intelligence networks. Who the hell was Blood God? No one had heard of such a name before. And yet here he was, snatching away 3 firsts in one night, first with a world boss and then setting records in one of the newly unlocked dungeons, no less. World chat. That mofo cleared a level 15 to level 25 dungeon single-handedly. Complete bullshit. I think the dungeons here adjust according to the skill level of the players. Fuck! Shut up! My team just got wiped when we tried to run the Poison Land dungeon. Of course you're going to wipe out if you try running a dungeon full of poisonous beasts. This Twilight Hollow sounds like an easy dungeon. If you're near that area, you should try it. What is up with this Niera city? Everything there seems extremely easy. Is that the cheat starting point of the game? Here I am, unable to even kill a single boar, and this guy is clearing dungeons and claiming world boss? This game is super bugged. Where the fuck should I report this player? Come on, I will also make a report. Yeah, let's all report Blood God and get that fucking guy banned. Group chats, online forums, everyone was discussing the same strategy. The more everyone talked about it, the more they felt better. That asshole was going to become miserable soon, and that gave the general public a sort of satisfaction. However, soon the aggrieved players ran into another roadblock. They noticed a small flaw in the strategy. There wasn't a specific place to file a bug report or an error report. What the hell? Let's just use the company's email address. Unfortunately, the email also turned out to be a dead end, and all the emails bounced back. In fact, except for the order button for the game helmet, pretty much nothing else was working on the website. There was no phone number, no email, no physical address to contact the game developers. On the other side, more serious players doubled down their efforts and pushed their progress. By now, many players had reached level 10 and started forming guilds. This opened up all the game leaderboards to the public, once again sending a ripple of chaos and commotion among the players. Power leaderboard, top 5 highest levels. Blood God, level 18. Nightblade 77, level 15. Vortex, level 14. Ares Godhand, level 14. Silver Crane, level 14. Crimson Wolf, level 14. Wealth Leaderboard, top 5 richest players. Blood Wraith, 30,000 gold. Ares Godhand, 11,480 gold. Merchant Queen Luna, 9,990 gold. Volt King 92, 9,700 gold. Silent Fang, 8,880 gold. Fame Leaderboard, top 5 most celebrated players. Blood God, Silver Crane, Vortex, Sky Knight 101, Ares Godhand. Notoriety Leaderboard, top 5 most wanted players. Blood God, Wicked Ashes, Dark Rose, Black Phoenix, Frozen Thorn. The game world was in full-blown turmoil. Players, NPCs, and guild leaders alike could not stop talking about the mysterious player, Blood God, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere to dominate the rankings. The moment the system-wide announcements hit, the entire player base had been struck with disbelief. Blood God's name was on every leaderboard, and his achievements were so extraordinary that it felt like a story woven by the game developers to show off some unbeatable player. Aurora stood outside a green dungeon portal, the entrance to the dungeon, the meadow of thorns, dimly pulsing in front of her, yet she couldn't tear her eyes away from the flashing system screens hanging in the air. The golden letters burned themselves into her mind. Blood God, Blood God, Blood God. Aurora clenched her fists. Blood God, who the hell are you? She muttered under her breath, narrowing her sharp eyes. In other parts of Niera City, another group became extremely heated. Daddy Brutal was currently standing with Golden Dragon Guild members as they monopolized a mine in the outer Niera region when the announcements came flooding in. His face darkened immediately. "Boss, this Blood God guy, he's on every board," one of his lieutenants muttered, shifting awkwardly under the heavy tension in the air. Daddy Brutal's fists clenched at his sides. He was a hardcore gangster ruling the streets of Italy for years. When he heard that an ultra-realistic game like Earth Online was going to be launched, his inner game nerd got triggered, and he decided to get into the game. But now he knew that this game was so much more. Others might not know yet, but Daddy Brutal knew some high-level secrets because his grandfather still has connections with some very mysterious families. In a week, there was going to be a major change coming to this game. Currently, players can spend money to buy gold coins inside the game, but in a week they were going to update this feature. Players would soon be able to sell the gold coins and convert it into real-world cash. A beggar could become a millionaire overnight if he played the game right. Daddy Brutal didn't really care about such beggars. What he cared about was power, and this game was going to give him that. Among these gaming nerds who knew nothing about fighting, his mafia was going to stand out like diamonds. With their skills and combat abilities, they were going to outshine everyone and become the strongest guild in the whole world. But this damned Blood God had given them setbacks after setbacks right from the beginning. "Boss, this Blood God guy, he's on every board," his second-in-command whispered. "Why did that guy have to start in the same area as us? We got such bad luck because of him. We should bury him before he gets any stronger." "No," Daddy Brutal shook his head. "Don't think like that. Right now you're thinking like a loser. You need to think like a winner." "Boss, that guy is never going to be a threat to us. He is a single person. We have 50 men in our group. 50 well-trained fighters. Imagine how strong we are going to become in just a couple of weeks." The guys nodded with determination. Daddy Brutal smiled, a vicious smile that betrayed his thoughts. "That guy Blood God is our little lamb. Let him eat and become fatter. The fatter and juicier he becomes, the better. When we finally slaughter him, we can have a grand feast." He clapped a heavy hand on his second-in-command, making the man stumble slightly. "In fact," Daddy Brutal said, voice dripping with malicious excitement, "keep an eye on him. Let him climb. Let him become a shining beacon. The higher he goes, the harder the fall, and when he falls, it will be our name that echoes through this world." Around him, the other Golden Dragon members cheered, rallying behind his bloodthirsty ambition. Back in the Vampire Hall, Damon had already cleared the first wave of the Fallen. The corrupted figures had lunged at him the moment he accepted the quest, their forms bloodless, hollowed out, more zombie than noble predator. They hissed and gnashed their blackened teeth as they swarmed, but Damon had ripped through them without any problem. At first, he had thought of drinking their blood to possibly get their skills, maybe even steal something that they could have possessed back when they were living. The idea was good. The problem was that these ghouls seemed to completely lack any blood whatsoever. Even when he slashed them, nothing sprayed, no bodily fluid whatsoever. Their bodies might as well be golems. Damon had to give up the idea of using blood extraction as a cheat to get through this test. Not that he needed one in the first place. His basic blood swipe was pulling in big numbers. -1,000, -700, -650. Damon had never been the most talented in fighting, but it was precisely because of this that he kept practicing endlessly. He used to spend several thousands of gold coins in booking time dilation rooms for skill practice against his so-called friend's advice, that bastard who betrayed him. Now all of that hours of painstaking effort was finally paying off. He got the chance to start over, which he never thought he would, and he was cracking the trial with ease. After the first wave came the second wave. This was where the real problem began. These Fallen were slightly more intelligent, aggressive, and coordinated. They no longer stumbled blindly. They moved with a dreadful, eerie precision, circling Damon, trying to pin him down with numbers. Some of them even brandished jagged weapons, rusted swords, broken spears, as if echoes of their former martial prowess clung to their rotting minds. However, this was still not enough. A well-executed blood swipe was a weapon in itself. The trial was particularly designed to show the prowess of a skill when executed well, even if it was a basic skill like blood swipe. Damon now had to use 2 blood swipes instead of 1 to finish off a single ghoul, but nevertheless, he soon cleared the second wave as well. Damon's breath came slow and steady, not from exertion, but from the methodical rhythm he had fallen into. Strike, pivot, swipe. His crimson aura flickered with each movement, weaving a symphony of violence through the dim, crumbling hall. As the second wave dissolved into ash and dust around him, a deep rumble echoed from the cracked stones beneath his feet. The ground itself seemed to mourn the loss of its corrupted children. Damon flicked his wrist sharply, dispersing the blood lingering around his claws. His gaze sharpened. He knew the third wave would be the real test. And it came without warning. 1 second he was standing in a deserted hall, but the next second thousands of Fallen materialized out of thin air and completely surrounded him on all directions. The numbers this time were insanely ridiculous. But this was not all. Before, the Fallen would only attack with brute melee-type attacks, but this time everything would be different. Damon frowned as he caught the sizzle of a blood sphere in the distance, a caster. Hidden among the thousands of Fallen were numerous casters already preparing dozens of blood spheres to be launched at Damon. The damned trial did not even give out any XP points. It wasn't as if he continued fighting, he would keep getting stronger. The trial wanted to test his skills, and it was dead serious about it. More importantly, his stamina was running out, his bloodthirst was skyrocketing, and his mental exhaustion was piling up. Damon had an option here. He could easily use Bloodlance and finish off the casters one by one. Without the casters, the rest of the bastards would crumble in time. But if he did this, and took the easy way out, he would miss out on the real reward of the trial. He needed to keep using Blood Swipe here, and only Blood Swipe. "Bring it on!" Damon yelled in madness, accepting the challenge. Saliva dripped from his fangs, and his eyes looked demonic as he directly lifted a fallen and used it as a meat shield against an incoming blood sphere. His next blood swipe then cleaved the 3 fallen standing on his right, the range of the skill visibly higher. The blood spheres came hurtling toward him like meteors. Damon moved. His body blurred into a swift, ruthless dance. He sidestepped one blood sphere, rolled under another, twisted between 2 more. A line of blood trailed behind his motions as he carved through the sea of fallen with endless, tireless blood swipes. -800, -750, -620. Numbers floated in the air like burning embers, but it wasn't enough to thin the tide. The fallen surged again, bolstered by the casters from the back. Another blood sphere grazed his side, sizzling against his aura, stripping away 5% of his health instantly. Tch, Damon hissed through his teeth, but didn't stop. He couldn't stop. His HP was dropping, his stamina bar was scraping dangerously low, and his mental exhaustion was piling up. And for the first time, a system notification appeared that made his blood stir hotter than the fight itself. Ding! Blood swipe proficiency, 100%. Congratulations! You have evolved the skill. Blood swipe to blood cleave. His arm moved almost on instinct, carving through the air, and this time when his attack landed, it wasn't just a swipe. It was a rending, shredding, tearing cleave that seemed to ripple through the fallen as if they were dummies. A half-dozen fallen were simply bisected where they stood, their bodies sliced so cleanly that for a full heartbeat, they didn't even realize they were dead. Then they crumbled into ash, one by one, like dominoes tipping over. -3,000, -2,700, -2,500. The numbers exploded in the air like bloody fireworks. Damon grinned savagely. The strength behind this new blood cleave was on a whole different level compared to the old blood swipe. And he was only just beginning. Damon continued with his momentum and culled down the horde of fallen using blood cleave. He was taking down 3 or 4 fallen every single attack, but it was still not enough. The numbers were simply ridiculous, not to mention the casters, who were bombing him constantly. In the end, somehow, he got through the 3rd wave. Finally, the trial was completed. Expecting the notifications, Damon wondered what additional reward he was going to get for the trial completion, when suddenly a 4th wave appeared around him. Huh? Damon frowned. In his last life, the person who did this ritual only mentioned 3 waves. He personally had only ever attempted 3 waves. Now there was a 4th one? Was this because he was the first to attempt this? Or maybe there was a time limit, and maybe because he was well within the time limit, another wave started. Damon could come up with several theories, but he did not have the time at the moment to focus on things like this. Another wave meant another opportunity, an opportunity he couldn't miss. He warily eyed the fallen biters and the fallen casters, except there was a new type now, a bigger, brutish fallen who wielded a blood shield. So a tank's in the picture, huh? Damon grinned. He was still confident in his skills and boldly started cleaving the fallen around him left and right. Of course, he completely ignored the tanks and tried to get to the casters. The entire fight was a big mess from the start to the end, and Damon was beginning to see his limit. He was not willing to admit it, but it looked like the fourth wave was too much for him to handle. He was way in over his head, and all his vitals were close to bottoming out. Bloodthirst was also gripping him like a demon on his back. However, it was exactly for this situation that Damon had allowed his blood satiety to fall so low. He had thought he needed a little push to get through the third wave, but in the end he managed fine without any tricks. But now there was a fourth wave, and he was determined to complete it for that extra reward, no matter what. This was a golden opportunity, and under no circumstances was he going to let it go to waste. He withstood his mental exhaustion and continued fighting, pushing his mind and body when finally his blood satiety dropped to the last 5%. The next instant, a crazed madness overtook Damon, and his mind became filled with the thought of blood and only the thought of blood and survival. On the other hand, his stats instantly doubled, giving him a boost of raw, monstrous strength and power. A new notification appeared in front of him. Ding! You have triggered Blood Frenzy State. Passive. Blood Frenzy State. When blood satiety falls below 5%, the user enters a temporary berserk state. All stats are increased by 100% for 30 seconds. In this state, skill costs are halved, damage dealt is doubled, and healing effects are tripled. However, rational thinking is impaired and all bloodthirst-related impulses are magnified. Damon roared, a savage sound tearing from his throat as his vision bled crimson. The fallen in front of him, previously an overwhelming tide, now felt like mere paper targets. His claws tore through shields, his blood cleave became a massacre. Every swing of his arms launched broken bodies across the battlefield, and the casters, those damned casters, barely had time to scream before he tore into them like a force of nature. The blood shield tanks that had once seemed so troublesome, Damon slammed into one, his claws sinking past its shield and rending through flesh and bone. He didn't stop moving, his attacks chaining one into another like an unstoppable avalanche. All that mattered was blood. Blood, blood, blood. The fallen horde quickly shrank under his onslaught, the momentum fully reversed, and when Damon finally stood amidst a sea of mangled corpses, panting, wild-eyed, his thirst still unquenched, the corpses around him disappeared, and a new wave of enemies appeared. A fifth wave. Damon barely managed to kill a couple of dozen when his frenzy state finally ended and the severe backlash followed. His health started steadily dropping. Damon wanted to try more, but the trial immediately ended. He let out a sigh and collapsed on the ground. He had done the best he could do, and now it was time to see the results. He could have farmed more attribute points or upgraded his gear, but the thing was, the trial would have adjusted accordingly. The test was purely about insight into a skill, and thanks to his previous life experience, he was able to crack it to a decent level. Maybe some genius would have cleared more levels, but Damon was satisfied with his progress. He even ended up getting a skill upgrade for free. "Fuck it, I just need blood now, damn it," he murmured, his entire body coming down with extreme weakness. Thankfully, a blob of blood splashed on his face, and Damon greedily drank it all in. Looking at his condition, Varnix unexpectedly laughed out loud. "You deliberately starved yourself just to trigger blood frenzy, didn't you? You used the oldest trick in the book, little blood initiate." He stopped laughing and looked at Damon seriously. "But only a few initiates would dare gamble with their lives like that. Fewer still would survive it. And you didn't just survive it, you used it to clear an entire level. Only if your technique is ingrained in your very soul you would be able to accomplish what you just did. I applaud your commitment to the skill and learning blood magic. However, I simply cannot allow you to proceed with the common ritual." Damon's eyes went wide. What the hell? Wasn't the guy praising me all this time? He opened his mouth to speak when Varnix stopped him. "Come and meet me tomorrow. I will prepare a grand ritual for you." You have proven yourself more than worthy, Varnix continued, but a true seeker of the blood path. It would be an insult to your spirit to offer you the same crude baptism the others receive. Damon, still panting from the aftermath of the trial, blankly nodded. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, but oh well, he would take whatever he could get. A body upgrade from a grand ritual couldn't hurt. Ding! You have a new quest available. Quest: Rite of True Blood. Description: You have been chosen to undergo the Rite of True Blood, a rare and prestigious ritual reserved for the future pillars of the vampire race. Survive the rite and awaken a deeper connection to your bloodline. Present 3 offerings: a beast core of rank D or higher, a drop of elven blood, and a drop of divine or holy blood. Ding! Do you wish to accept the quest? Damon quickly selected yes. Getting these offerings might be a little tricky, but he wasn't about to pass up a chance like this, especially not when the rewards could potentially skyrocket his growth beyond anything he could achieve by normal leveling. Still, he couldn't help but grimace internally. A beast core of rank D or higher? Possible. Elven blood? Tricky. He had never even seen an elf yet, let alone fought one. And divine blood? Holy blood? Wasn't that just asking for death at his level? Varnix seemed to sense his hesitation and chuckled. Fear not, young blood initiate. Grow your strength and sharpen your fangs. The blood doesn't have to be extremely pure. Even a mixed blood would do, but the higher the purity of the blood, the better would be the results. Oh, Damon nodded. The world beyond this cradle is stirring, and when it does, you must be ready to hunt, not be hunted. Prepare yourself and bring me good offerings. I shall personally make sure your body's potential is unlocked. Damon inhaled slowly and nodded. I will do my best, Sir Varnix. The vampire turned to leave when he suddenly stopped and tossed a skill scroll to Damon. Here, take this as an extra reward from my side. A vampire shouldn't be lacking for blood, no matter what the situation. Varnix disappeared somewhere, leaving behind Damon and the skill scroll. Damon's heart thudded loudly. What skill scroll was this? Wait, could he even learn from a skill scroll? Answering his question, the skill scroll disappeared from his hand, and a new notification flashed in front of him. Ding! You have learned the skill Blood Archive. Blood Archive, passive, active, hybrid skill, C rank. Description: You can store excess blood energy into a separate blood reservoir. Stored blood can be used to instantly recover health, stamina, or trigger bloodline skills without needing fresh blood intake. Passive effect: 10% of blood energy gained from feeding or combat is automatically stored. Active effect: You can withdraw from the blood archive anytime. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Current capacity: 0 out of 100 units. Damon blinked once, then again. A crooked grin stretched across his face. This was way better than he could have hoped for. He no longer needed to desperately search for fresh blood in a crisis. No more risking losing control at the worst moments. More importantly, could he use this skill in real life? He was able to use Shadow Step, so what other skills could he use? This changes everything, Damon whispered under his breath. The last time he had rushed back into the game not wanting to waste his game time, but now there was only 1 more hour left for lockout. He had 12 hours left to test out every little theory he had. Damon quickly prepared to leave the hall and start working on his new quests when a few more system notifications chimed in. There are still more rewards for the trial? He grinned. Ding! You have completed 4 waves of the trial and stepped into the 5th stage. Ding! You have been rewarded 5,000 experience points for clearing the first wave. Ding! You have been rewarded plus 10 stat points for clearing the second wave. Ding! You have been rewarded with a new skill, Lesser Blood Magic, for clearing the third wave. Ding! You have been rewarded with a skill upgrade token for clearing the 4th wave and attempting the 5th wave. Finally, Damon's smile widened as he got the reward he had come here expecting for, the lesser blood magic skill. Even though learning blood manipulation had a lot of requirements, there was a secret shortcut to it. If he had enough proficiency with the lesser blood magic, then he would automatically be able to learn blood manipulation, a high-tier technique that only a vampire of level 200 or higher would be able to use. Even though he was currently amassing a lot of skills of different classes, blood manipulation was a proven overpowered skill, and he needed it in his arsenal ASAP. Damon's gaze moved from the lesser blood magic to the last reward. The moment he saw the words "skill upgrade token," his entire body tensed in disbelief. This wasn't just a minor boost like stat points or even a rare skill scroll. This was game-breaking. A skill upgrade token? It sounded simple. It wasn't. For a player like Damon, who understood how this world worked beneath the surface, a skill upgrade token was a catalyst that could snowball into absurd power gains. His mind raced. Normally, evolving lesser blood magic into blood manipulation would take weeks of grinding at minimum, even if he was obsessive about it. But if he used the skill upgrade token right now to instantly push lesser blood magic to greater blood magic, it would slash the proficiency requirements dramatically. The shortcut would get even shorter. In other words, he could reach blood manipulation in a matter of days instead of months. However, Damon decided not to do that. Though it sounded tempting, it was also a waste of a godly item if he used it on such a trivial skill. He had a feeling that this was going to be a huge deal for him in the future. He just needed to pick the right skill for it, and he was going to take his time with it.
Damon did not linger the vampire race hall any longer. With all his rewards squared away and his next quests waiting to be completed, he quickly got out of there. Where am I going to go for elven blood and divine or holy blood? He pondered as he walked. Apart from this, there were also other things in his mind. Money. He needed money at the moment. Any way he could achieve both these targets in the next hour before he logged out? An idea popped into his mind, and to make that idea work, he needed to find the right idiot. If Damon remembered correctly, he knew exactly which idiot he needed to go after. He quickly opened the leaderboards to see if that person registered with the game yet or not. Surely enough, the wealth leaderboard was exactly as he remembered it, with all the familiar names at the top. Wait, what? Damon raised a brow. Blood Wraith? Who the hell was this guy? The top name was supposed to be Goldblade, the walking wallet. But now? Blood Wraith was sitting at the #1 spot with an absurd amount of early game wealth, way more than even a pay-to-win player should have at this point. Something's not right, Damon muttered, narrowing his eyes. He had an idea and opened his in-game mail. Naturally, almost all of them were hate mail. People had called him all sorts of things. Foxtail. You cheating bastard! You think you're so smart finding a bug in the game? You won't last long. People are already lining up to gank you, you motherfucking cheater. Scarlet Edge. Rot in hell, Blood God. Better uninstall now before it gets worse. Grave Walker. Nice tricks, asshole. Hope you can pull more out of your ass when the real players start hunting you down. Damon skimmed through the flood of hate mail, barely paying attention. How could all of these people call him so many horrible things? Did he ask them to crowd around the world boss and get killed? With a smile, he quickly deleted the bunch of garbage mail. He then continued scanning, and scanning, and scanning, until he arrived at the few mails from Blood Wraith, the current top golden wallet. Blood Wraith! Bro, how do you like my nickname? You are Blood God and I am Blood Wraith. Bro, I am a big fan of yours. Damon frowned. Maybe this was not the person he was thinking of. He then read the next few messages. Blood Wraith. Bro, can we meet up? I would really like to meet my idol. I will make it worth your time. Blood Wraith. Bro, please. I'm afraid of getting hurt. Can you help me level? Blood Wraith. Bro, I just got an amazing secret quest. Please help me out. I guarantee you won't lose out. Seeing these messages, Damon was finally sure that he was indeed the same person from his last life.
Golden Blade, the same gullible, eager-to-please, bottomless-wallet fool who had practically painted a target on his back in Damon's past life. Only this time, he'd changed his name as Blood Wraith. "A fan, huh?" Damon chuckled as he started writing a reply to the guy. "I can help you level. Meet me in the outskirts of Naira City." And just as he thought, Blood Wraith instantly replied to him, "Bro, I am so sorry. For this quest, I need to be in the Garth City. Can you come here instead? I am sending you some gold coins for the teleportation cost." The very next second, Damon received 500 gold coins, an exorbitant amount of sum. Damon stared at the notification. 1 gold coin equaled $50, 500 gold coins, just casually sent over for teleportation fees. That was 25,000 real-world dollars, enough to buy a used car or pay months of rent. And this idiot had wired it to him without a second thought. His fingers twitched. Just how rich was this guy? He shook his head helplessly and walked over to the Naira City's teleportation plaza. The teleportation plaza in Naira City bustled with life. Players shouting in local chat, merchants hawking overpriced potions, newbies staring at glowing portals with wide eyes. Damon ignored it all. He walked through the chaos like a shadow, his mind razor-focused. He reached the teleportation crystal embedded into the ground, its surface flickering with options. With a flick of his fingers, he selected Garth City. The portal cost barely 50 gold coins. And yet the guy had sent him 500 gold coins. This was the attitude of a true whale. Damon again let out a sigh and used the portal before he popped up in Garth City. A lot of people were hunting for him in Naira City, so it was good to change it up once in a while. Besides, I could think of some special quests I could attempt in Garth City. All of that had to wait until he finished with his existing quests. Damon barely took a step out of the teleportation portal when someone ran up to him with a big smile on his face. The guy was decked in sparkly gear from top to bottom and looked like a walking billboard for "Please rob me." It didn't even take a second for Damon to recognize him. Golden Blade. No, Blood Wraith. Bro, you made it! I knew you wouldn't ditch me, bro! Here, look! Do you want to see the amazing quest I got? Hee, you will definitely like this! Damon was dumbfounded. Was this guy an absolute lunatic? Why was he shouting like this in the public, exposing all of us? Before he could speak his mind, a hand came from behind and slapped Blood Wraith loudly on the back. "Can you not shout like this?" A woman with an incredibly fiery aura stepped forward, her figure and beauty off the charts. The woman had a lithe, athletic figure wrapped in dark combat leathers, reinforced with faintly glowing enchantments. A slender sword was strapped to her back. Her red hair, braided in an almost messy but battle-practical way, caught the sunlight like a living flame, and her golden eyes locked onto Blood Wraith with an irritated look. "You're going to get both of us killed, idiot," she said flatly. Blood Wraith cringed and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Hey, sorry, sis. I got excited." "Sis?" Damon's expression didn't change, but internally he was racking his brain. Golden Blade did not exactly have any sisters. Did he remember correctly? Well, technically he knew Golden Blade only 2 years after the game launched. Until then, he had only heard of him, so even if he had a sister, it was all hush-hush. It was weird that such a top-tier beauty did not even end up in the heavenly beauty list compiled by some good person. Anyway, this duo was not exactly his concern, so he did not bother too much with it. "Let's go. Let's get done with this quickly and finish our deal." Damon started walking. 1,000 gold coins for 10 levels and 2,000 gold coins for the next 10 levels. You are at level 5 right now, and this should guarantee your place in the top 5 level rank leaderboard. Of course, if you are bringing an extra person with you, then double all the rates. Blood Wraith quickly hurried after him. "Of course, bro, of course." However, the sister did not seem to be all that happy with this arrangement. Not so fast. She walked over to him, giving him a once-over. "So, you are the famous blood god." Damon didn't break stride, but he allowed his gaze to slide lazily over to her, meeting her golden-eyed stare without flinching. The woman's mouth quirked up at one corner, a half-smirk, not friendly. "I've heard stories," she said lightly, "but stories tend to leave out the important parts, like whether you can be trusted." Damon gave a soft chuckle, low and rich. "If you're looking for trust, you're in the wrong game. I'm here for business. Your brother pays, I deliver. Simple. My brother is stupid, but I am not. You better do the job quickly, otherwise I will cut your payment down to half. I do not have all day to waste on this stupid game." "Stupid game?" Damon raised a brow. Bloodwraith hurriedly explained. "Sorry, bro. What my sister means is that she actually runs a company, so she doesn't have a lot of time to log into the game. She is such a workaholic, working all the time." A company owner, so young. That explained the confidence and the sharpness in her attitude. She wasn't some casual player or starry-eyed newbie. She was someone used to commanding people and making things happen her way. Damon gave a slight, almost lazy shrug, as if her threat barely warranted his attention. "I work fast, but quality has its price. If you want rushed work, you can find someone else." It was bait, a little tug at her pride. Sure enough, the woman's golden eyes narrowed slightly, but then she smirked again, a glint of approval flashing in her gaze. "Good," she said. "I like people who can back up their big mouths." Bloodwraith just laughed nervously. "Heh, you two are getting along already. That's great." Damon nearly rolled his eyes. Getting along wasn't the phrase he would use. "Okay, that's enough chatting. Did you not want to do this fast? Let's walk." The three of them started walking out of the teleportation portal area towards the city gates. On the way, so many heads turned towards them. The sister had her face covered with a hood, and Damon was pretty much ordinary-looking with newbie gear, so no one spared him a second glance. The real spotlight was on Bloodwraith. Dressed in sparkling gear from top to bottom, combined with a handsome face and fit body, he was fully covered in a protagonist era. Several women rushed to introduce themselves to him, some even flashing their assets. "Hey, handsome, where are you headed? Mind if I tag along? We can have some fun. What happens in the game stays in the game, right?" One woman winked. Another woman dressed in a revealing battle robe that left little to the imagination pressed close with a sultry smile. "You look strong, but I bet you need a good support class to keep you up." She ran a finger across Bloodwraith's chest piece as if it were her own personal buffet table. Bloodwraith sputtered. I'm flattered, but I'm with my party already. Heh. Damon's face twitched. Rich, handsome, and a sweet tongue. This guy was an asshole. His single heart could barely take the injustice. Damon narrowed his eyes, watching Bloodwraith laugh nervously and wave the women off like some innocent prince dragged into a brothel by mistake. The idiot wasn't even trying to be flirtatious, and yet he radiated that clueless, irresistible charm that had the world handing him luck on a silver platter. "You deserve what's coming to you, miserable bastard." Damon silently gnashed his teeth, watching the show. "You know you can also do all of this if you talk to women in a friendlier manner and not look like a serial killer all the time with your super serious face," Bloodrain chimed in. Damon wondered why this woman had popped out after all this while and in the end decided not to ask. It wasn't as if she was going to explain anything. Instead, he used this chance to talk about the grand ritual quest. Of course, after he mentally explained the whole thing, all he got was radio silence. The damned woman had once again gone back into hiding. Damon's mood further blackened. Fuck it, I am going to start hunting. Without any warning, he disappeared into the shadows. He had already chosen violence today, and there was no point in holding back. When Damon reappeared from the shadows, he was right behind one of the women. With a casual smile, he used his claw to slice her throat. Blood gurgled out. However, none of the blood poured out. Damon quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on the open wound. Thanks to lesser blood magic, he no longer needed to use his fangs and could extract blood directly through his palm. He could eat without getting his hands dirty. A faint crimson glow pulsed beneath his skin as the magic activated. The woman's body convulsed once, and then the blood began to rise. Not spill, not pour, but rise, as if being pulled by invisible threads. It shimmered unnaturally, forming a smooth, spiraling stream that flowed into Damon's hand like silk. Ding! Lesser blood magic activated. Direct absorption. Ding! Lesser blood magic proficiency has increased. 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 Damon's proficiency was rapidly increasing as he felt the familiar bond between blood essence and his soul. In his last life, when he became crippled and couldn't sense the blood essence or mana anymore, he had felt miserable. It was worse than losing a limb or two. It was as if he couldn't breathe anymore. He did not want to think about that indescribable misery. In this life, he would not suffer that fate again. As the warm thread of blood wove itself into his body, Damon let the sensation flood him. Ding! Plus 10 units of fresh blood essence acquired. Ding! Blood archive, 1 of 100 units stored. Damon's eyes glowed faintly red as the stolen blood entered his system. The warmth of it spread across his limbs, strengthening, sharpening. Now the question was, would his bloodline skill activate? The next second, the smile on his face widened as notifications started rolling in. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: human being, level 9. Ding! You have extracted the ability Fireball. Fireball, LV1, basic spell, element, fire. Type: offensive projectile. Effect: launches a small sphere of condensed fire that explodes on impact, dealing minor fire damage in a small radius. Mana cost: 15. Cooldown: 6 seconds. Note: effectiveness scales with intelligence. Damon's grin deepened. It looked like his skill worked after all. He let the woman's body drop to the ground and quickly pocketed the bracelet which dropped. In a matter of seconds, he was once again back next to the brother and sister. Only after that people started noticing what had happened and that a player had died. Ah! Someone just died? Was that a stealth kill? Who did it? Who the hell? What are the city guards doing? This is complete bullshit. There was a stealth killer among them? Bloodwraith started sweating as he was very nervous about his newly bought gear. He finally showed some damned urgency and quickly started walking away. Sorry to keep you waiting, bro. Damon gave him a sideline glance, amused by the sudden burst of self-preservation. Bloodwraith, despite his wealth and gear, had the instincts of a spoiled house cat, utterly unprepared when the illusion of safety shattered. The sister, however, didn't move. She stood there, eyes narrowed, head slightly tilted, as she looked at Damon. How did you do it? I have no idea what you're talking about. The woman did not ask any further questions, and Damon shrugged as he casually walked. The three of them reached the outskirts of the city in a couple of minutes. Bro, are we going to run a dungeon? Which dungeon? Oh, can we set a record together, big bro? It would be awesome if we all got on the system-wide announcement together. Bloodwraith asked in excitement. Not a dungeon. Damon gave him an even stare. If you want to set a record together, the charge is separate. Let's talk about that later. For leveling, it's enough to focus on these beasts. Damon pointed to a monkey sitting in a tree nearby. Bloodwraith started sweating as soon as he saw what beast Damon was talking about. The poo flingers? Hell no! Bro, please listen to me. How about I pay extra? Let's go somewhere else, please. These monkeys are a menace. Everyone wants to get out of Garth City thanks to them. He looked back at the tree where the long-armed creature stared at them with human-like malice, chewing something suspicious and hurling an acorn at another monkey with unnecessary violence. Then another monkey joined, and another, and another. One of them snapped a branch in half and started drumming the tree like a war cry. Damon snorted. Bloodwraith pointed desperately. Look at them. That one, he's foaming at the mouth. They aren't normal mobs, bro. They parry attacks. They steal weapons. They throw shit, and not just figuratively. Their shit sticks for hours, bro. And when they're not throwing shit, they throw stones. They gank players and pelt them to death. This is not going to work, bro. Everyone avoids them like the plague. I see, Damon said. Then it settled. Bloodwraith perked up. You'll take us somewhere else? No, Damon replied. We're staying right here. Before Bloodwraith could protest again, Damon disappeared from their side and reappeared next to the monkey. At the same time, party invitations arrived. Ding! Player Blood God has invited you to a party. Do you wish to accept? Bloodwraith wanted to decline so badly, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Saying a silent prayer, he quickly accepted the invitation. For several hours he had been waiting for such a chance to fight alongside the awesome Blood God, but why did it have to be these horrendous monkeys from hell? On the other side, his sister silently accepted the invitation. Her gaze was fixed on Damon's movement, and what she saw finally made her lose her composure. Her eyes widened as she started to pant. Just who hell is this man?
Damon appeared in a blur of shadows, materializing silently on the branch just behind the unsuspecting monkey. The creature, level 12 feral tree flinger, froze mid-chew, sensing the shift in air pressure just a second too late. Before it could screech or fling anything inappropriate, Damon grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and slashed its throat. The monkey flailed and twisted, its tiny eyes wide with indignation. Damon stared at it flatly, unimpressed, starting to absorb the blood essence using his hand. Within a matter of seconds, the monkey was dead. Damon did not bother to look at the notifications just yet. He simply moved on to another monkey. His shadowy form blurred again, and he reappeared above the next branch where another feral tree flinger let out a warning screech. It was too slow. A blood cleave later, Damon was already absorbing its blood essence. 3 more monkeys had already begun to shriek from neighboring trees. A few more seconds later, these 3 as well dropped dead to the ground, but not before the last one shrieked loudly, sending out a call for help. The canopy rustled violently as more and more monkeys started to appear from all around the forest. Damon stood on the branch, unfazed, even as dozens of eyes locked onto him from the branches above, below, and all around. The feral tree flingers, usually content to harass travelers with mischief and mess, now moved with a frightening coordination. Fuck! Bro, we are screwed! Shit, these many monkeys? Io, this is so much worse than I anticipated! Bro, let it go! We can go somewhere else in level! And leave this wonderful opportunity? Damon smirked. He had already gained 2 points in strength and a skill to aim and throw projectiles. This was just the beginning. He cracked his knuckles and got to work. Dozens of shrieks filled the air, turning the once serene woodland into a war zone. The feral tree flingers, dozens of them, perhaps even 100, had converged on their location, jumping between branches in synchronized bursts, flinging stones and poo.
From a distance, it might have looked comical, but not to the guy experiencing all of it firsthand. "Bro, they're using formation tactics," Bloodwraith wailed from below, crouched behind a tree and clutching his expensive gear like a baby blanket. "That one's giving signals. Are they allowed to give signals?" Damon didn't respond. His attention was locked on the treetops. While the other two stayed and watched the show at a safe distance, Damon jumped from one treetop to another as silently as a rogue, but with stats better than even the best of the rogues. Shadow Step was an extremely useful skill, and that, combined with the level difference and the overall attribute difference, the entire forest quickly turned into a scene of massacre. Bloodwraith was chewing his nails, unable to bear the suspense. However, the disaster he expected never arrived. One monkey after another died, and yet Blood God was going strong. Finally, Bloodwraith's expression turned from nervousness and despair to utter awe. He watched, mouth slightly open, as Damon carved through the canopy like a god of execution. Each kill was a blur of motion and magic. It was brutal, yes, but it was art. This wasn't leveling, this was dominance. And Bloodwraith, once the pampered prince of pay-to-win, felt like a peasant watching a king at war. "Whoa, look at him go! My bro is awesome. I'm already 3 levels higher." "No way! He's farming so fast it's raining levels." "Oh look! One here, one there, dead monkeys everywhere." Bloodwraith started whistling and dancing from excitement, shaking his hips. He wouldn't have done this in public, but since there was no one here except for them, the guy happily danced while watching his experience bar quickly fill up. Even the sister, previously cold and skeptical, found herself captivated. She would have face-palmed at Bloodwraith's antics, but she had not peeled her eyes away from Damon even for a moment. Her gaze tracked Damon's every movement with laser focus. What class is he? A rogue or a thief? It doesn't make sense. Those attacks look so powerful, but he is able to withstand a couple of attacks here and there casually. How could his physical defense be so high? A rogue-type player's defense shouldn't be high. A rogue shouldn't be able to take on so many beasts at the same time. What do you think?" she asked the guy, only to realize her words were going into dead ears. "Bro is awesome! Look at that attack! Wow! Look at him punch that monkey! Whoa! Amazing!" The sister gave up and continued observing Damon. The feral tree flingers were dropping from the trees one after the other. They didn't stand a chance against the lone being hunting them. Their once organized assault dissolved into chaotic screeches and panic as Damon's shadowy after-images became the last thing they ever saw. He moved like the forest belonged to him. None of the monkeys could predict his next move. He moved erratically and finished the job before the others became any wiser. He was culling down the monkeys one at a time, weaving in and out of the shadows of the canopy. "I need some AoE attack," Damon thought. He had given himself an hour, but within half an hour he cleared the entire barrel of monkeys. However, that was not the end of it. The real show was about to begin any time now. Just as Damon landed from his last kill, the branches around him began to tremble, not from the wind but from sheer weight. Out of the deeper canopy emerged more monkeys. These were much bigger and stronger, and when they pelted with a stone, it left an indentation on the ground. The elites. The stone-skinned monkeys. Unlike their chaotic cousins, these ones clearly possessed more intelligence. Standing a foot taller, their hides shimmered with mineral-like plates that clinked softly with each motion. Their eyes glowed lightly red, and saliva dripped from their mouths. Zone event triggered. Stone-skinned monkeys appear. A system-wide notification popped up in front of every single player in Garth City. Zone event triggered. Stone-skinned monkeys appear. Classification: Rare Elite Swarm. Objective: defeat or survive the Elite Pack. Recommended party level 25+. Reward bonus 3 times XP, rare drops. Super Sniffer: Hey, what is this zone event? Crispy Mage: Stone-skinned monkeys? Do they belong to the same poo flingers mob? Fuck, these monkeys are horrible. Dark Snack: Bro, run. Log out. I am not doing this again. These monkeys are fucking bastards. Potion Mama: Idiot, can't you see? This is a special event. 3 times XP and rare drops. Even if it is those horrendous monkeys, I am not missing out on this. I am going right away. It should be somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Maybe a world boss would show up. Cannon Fodder: I am going too. Thoughts Be Gone: Me too! Wolfie69: Bro, I swear if the Arcane Dawn Guild gets there first, we're all screwed. Slick Archer: I don't care if I die 50 times, I'm tagging that boss at least once. Pixel Mistress: Everyone, head to the outskirts, party up, let's do this. The local chat all of a sudden buzzed with activity as all the players in the area started rushing off to find the location of the event. A 3 times experience points event would undoubtedly be a boon this early in the game. Any player who capitalized on such an event would become unstoppable because of the momentum. They will progressively become more powerful than the others and amass even more opportunities. Even better, if a guild managed to get in on such an event. The guild could then become a top guild in the city just riding on this single advantage. Everyone understood this. The moment the system-wide notification hit, every ambitious player, solo grinder, and guild rat raced to the outskirts of Garth City like their future depended on it. However, the reality became painfully clear once they reached the event zone. Moonlight Pupper: Guys, the monkeys just one-shot my tank pet. It was a rock turtle. Flame Fister: A rock turtle? That thing has 400 base defense. Dark Snack: I told you, log out. Grape Juice Tank: Too late. They just turned my party into soup. Literal soup. Bastard: Damn it, it's Planet of the Apes out here. Don't come, you will die. Nobody paid attention to the chat and considered the warnings because the lure of 3x XP was too sweet, too intoxicating. By the time the first wave of overeager adventurers arrived, the outer edges of the event zone were already littered with dropped loot. An unbelievable scene was unfolding in the event zone. Bloodwraith grinned in glee as he watched one by one getting pummeled to death by the stone monkeys. At first, he himself was unsure about the situation, but seeing that his bro was still going strong, he assured himself that there was nothing to worry about. Damon was steadily taking out the stone monkeys one after the other, just like before. This is what I am talking about. Love you, bro. You are my one and only big bro. Blood God and Bloodwraith will rule this world. Bah ha ha ha! Shouting and cheering loudly, Bloodwraith looked at the pests arriving at their personal event in disdain. Of course, he couldn't be so obviously rude to women. After all, every woman deserves a knight in shining armor. He almost ran over to save a damsel in distress when a sharp look from a stone monkey made him apologetically back walk. That damsel in distress ended up getting pelted into a pulp, none of her features even recognizable anymore. Damon farm-palmed when he saw this. Now he understood why so many people chased and killed this guy in his last life. He shook his head helplessly and continued killing. Meanwhile, more and more players started arriving in the event zone. Despite many dying, others couldn't help but try their hands. Some attempted to kill the monkeys in big party groups, and some brought their guild along with them. Damon could only thank these guys because it made his life a lot easier. When the monkeys found other targets to take their anger on, he happily used Shadow Step and continued killing them. At the same time, his shadow clone was running around and collecting loot. Naturally, Damon did not plan to just stick with the monkeys. So many new targets had offered themselves to him. Why would he just stick to beasts? The monkeys aren't going anywhere anytime soon. I should go and greet all the unwelcomed guests. Damon's crimson eyes swept the battlefield, noting the player scrambling for loot, flinging spells wildly. Let's see what kind of skills you lot drop. He silently appeared behind a healer. Wrong place, wrong time. Before the player could even react, Damon's claw pierced through their back with surgical precision. A single notification blinked in his vision. Ding! You have slain player Holy Hugs, initiating bloodline extraction. Skill acquired, minor healing light, level 1. Damon's lips curled. Not bad. I could use a patch up now and then. Wait, can I even use this skill? Can I use all skills from all types of affinities? He wondered. He had seen many vampires use shadow skills in his last life and didn't exactly question it too much. Fire could be somewhat compatible, but holy and divine were completely opposed to his nature. Vampires were creatures of darkness, their bloodline steeped in curses and night. Holy and divine energies weren't just incompatible, they were actively harmful. Using them would be like trying to extinguish fire with oil. And yet, the system had granted him the skill. Not a warning, not a penalty, just given. Could he possibly use all the skills because of his unique bloodline? Damon decided to experiment this later. More skills were waiting for him now. The healer's body slumped and vanished into a puff of light, leaving a golden bracelet behind. Damon didn't stop. Shadow Step activated, and he pocketed the bracelet and vanished from sight.
10 feet away, a robed mage with a glowing staff was trying to kite a group of monkeys, barking orders to his teammates. He didn't see the silent blur until it was too late. Damon emerged behind him mid-cast, a phantom of red and black, and struck. Ding! You have slain player Crispy Mage, initiating bloodline extraction. Skill acquired, Lightning Bolt, level 1. A few feet away, a warlock was in the midst of a long conjuring. He was summoning something powerful to take care of the monkey his team was fighting. However, the summoning was never completed, and the warlock dropped dead. Ding! You have slain player Hexen Spite, initiating bloodline extraction. Skill acquired, Chaos Bolt, level 1. Damon grinned. He stepped forward into the growing chaos, like a shark scenting fresh blood in the water. Around him, players were too distracted by monkeys or their own panicked teammates to notice the real apex predator moving in their midst. Damon didn't need to announce his presence. He simply appeared, struck, and vanished like a ghost. A berserker's shout was cut short mid-roar. Ding! Skill acquired, Rage Boost, level 1. A sniper tried to flee, leaping between rocks with clever movement skills. Ding! Skill acquired, Eagle Shot, level 1. Damon was racking up skills left and right. It looked like farming players was a lot more lucrative than farming beasts. His notoriety value was going through the roof, and his name was no longer invisible. The Blood God nickname tag now hung right above his head, and the name was Blood Red, extremely eye-catching. And finally someone spotted him. After that, it did not take people long to notice the monster in the treetops, who was even worse than the damned monkeys. The cries spread fast. "Blood God, he's here! Oh my God, I just saw him kill 2 players, just like that! Isn't he supposed to be in Niera City? What the hell is he doing here? No, this is bad, this is so bad! Don't joke, what Blood God? Your guild is the one who attacked us. Bullshit, you attacked us!" The panic that had once been directed at the stone-skinned monkeys shifted. The battlefield became even more chaotic, and players started getting into fights, randomly placing the blame. The entire place became a death trap, and there was no difference between friendly fire and enemy assault anymore. Spells flew without discipline, AoEs detonated blindly, tanks lost track of who they were supposed to protect, and healers scrambled to pick sides, only to be silenced mid-cast by stray arrows or confused teammates.
The event zone had officially devolved into an uncontrolled PvPe nightmare, and at the center of it all stood Damon. He moved like a specter through the fog of war, an embodiment of opportunistic carnage. Each time someone raised their head to call for order, he made sure they never got a second breath. If someone tried to rally others, dead. If someone got too many kills, dead. If someone ran, especially dead. Ding, skill acquired, mana siphon, level 1. Ding, passive acquired, trackers instincts, level 1. Ding, lesser blood magic proficiency has increased. Ding, blood archive, 37, 100 units stored. Somewhere, off to the side, Bloodwraith was now hiding behind a rock, frantically whispering to his sister. Sis, I think Big Bro might be going a little overboard." The sister didn't respond immediately. She was too busy watching Damon move through the battlefield with surgical violence. No wasted steps, no hesitation, no mercy. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "That's not overboard," she murmured, her tone unreadable. Her face was a mixture of awe and frustration. "And that man is not simple. You did good to form a relationship with him." Of course, I knew it all along. My bro, Blood God, is a genius. What did you think? That I got swindled by a couple of system-wide announcements? Hell no. The moment I saw his world boss fight, I knew it in my gut. Big bro, Blood God, is the peak stuff. His sister looked at him suspiciously, but she quickly shifted her attention back to the battlefield. The chaos had reduced all of a sudden, and there was new movement in the event zone. A group of well-geared players walked into the area. Unlike the newbies, these players had similar tabards on them, proudly displaying a clover symbol. "Yes, Arcane Dawn Guild is here. Damn it, please kill this blood god. That guy has gone crazy. He's just randomly killing everyone." "Yeah, that villain needs to be stopped. I saw him. He has a legendary sword, that's why he is so powerful." "Stupid, he's a rogue. He has a legendary dagger. I saw it." "He definitely has some good stuff from that world boss clear. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Arcane Dawn Guild, you guys are the big shots in the city. You need to take care of him. This is your responsibility. Kill him and grab the legendary item." At the front walked Arvin, the Vice Guildmaster. His class was Spellblade, an A-ranked class. His sword crackled with alternating sparks of fire and ice, and his attack power was very high. Thanks to this, he commanded quite a bit of respect and reputation in Garth City. At his side was Lirael, a top-ranked healer. Together, the duo was famous for being unbeatable. Arvin raised a hand, halting the march. His eyes landed on Damon, perched above like a crimson phantom. "So it's true, the blood god is here." The words echoed, and several lobies around them instinctively took a step back. Damon tilted his head, then leapt lightly down from the tree branch, landing without a sound. His name was displayed proud and blood-red. "Arcane Dawn?" Damon said, voices relaxed as if greeting neighbors at a market.
Arvon snorted. "You need to leave this area right now. This event is for Garth City players. You are not allowed to monopolize it by turning it into your personal massacre ground. Get out. This is enough. Don't force our hand." Damon's eyes glinted, lips quirking upward. "Monopolize?" He stepped forward slowly, the shadows curling around his boots. "I'm not monopolizing anything. I'm just farming, same as everyone else." "You've turned it into a PvP bloodbath," Lirael snapped. Her voice was sharp, and her golden aura flared, casting a warm glow that contrasted starkly with Damon's ominous presence. "Do you even know how many players you have killed? Don't you know that people can feel pain when they die? Dying here in the game and dying in the real life gives the same amount of pain. Even if they resurrect again, it doesn't change the fact that you made them experience such pain. And how are you any different? Aren't you threatening me right now?"
Damon snorted, coldly. Who the fuck was this self-righteous bitch? Arvon drew his blade. Flames licked one side, while ice coiled on the other, giving off a hiss of steam. This is your last warning. Leave or face the Arcane Dawn's judgment. Damon chuckled. Good. I was starting to get bored of monkeys and newbies. The next second, his figure disappeared. However, Lyriel immediately casted a divine aura spell, revealing his silhouette mid-shadow step. A glowing ring of holy light surged outward from her staff, catching Damon just as he emerged behind her with a claw aimed for her throat. He knew this particular spell. It would place him in a stun for 3 seconds, which would be more than enough for everyone to gank him and kill him. A very surefire plan, and it would have worked on any other player, except he was not any other player. He clicked his tongue. Ch! Clever little bitch. In a flash, he reversed direction, vanishing again before Arvon's flaming blade could cleave through where he had just been. The battlefield lit up, but in the end, Damon was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, another player near the perimeter fell. "Blood God is here," someone shouted. Panic rippled through the Arcane Dawn formation. "He slipped past us? No way! He was right here! Where is he? Your bind did not work!" Players swiveled wildly, scanning the treetops and the shadows. Arvon's sword flared hotter, his ice edge thickening in anticipation of a counterstrike, but even he couldn't hide the flicker of unease in his eyes. Lyriel raised a hand, sweat beading on her temple as her divine aura pulsed outward in waves, each ping attempting to catch a trace, a breath, a shadow. But Damon was gone, or at least he was no longer there. Another scream rang out from deeper in the zone. A tank-type player, clearly one of Arcane Dawn's reserves, toppled forward, lifeless, their name tag grayed out before they hit the ground. "Ding! You have slain player Shield Bashington. Initiating bloodline extraction. Skill acquired. Fortified hide, level 1, passive defense boost." Another shout followed, then another. And worse, it wasn't just Damon doing the killing now. His shadow clone was active again, darting through the chaos, harvesting stragglers and looting gear. Clearly, Arcane Dawn's words were just a joke. Damon simply did not give them any face. Why must he face them when there were so many weaker prey around him? Why must he give them the opportunity to easily outnumber him? He continued his random playstyle, not giving 2 shits about the new arrivals. Because of his playstyle, the guild members could only split up and search for him. When they did that, they also became more vulnerable. In a matter of seconds, Damon finished off 3 of the guild members. "You are a madman! You do not have the courage to fight our guild!" Lyriel's face turned unsightly. "You are a weak and cowardly bastard who can only hide in the shadow and play tricks. How about you come out to the open and fight me like a man?" Arvon gritted in anger. All sorts of insults were yelled out, aimed at Damon, but he simply ignored them, continuing with his spree killing and the occasional elite monkey farming. The guild couldn't do anything. More of the guild members fell, losing precious loot they had worked hard on. In the end, they quickly regrouped again, only to find that Damon was no longer killing anyone. A figure appeared on the treetops as he started hunting the monkeys down. But the peace did not last. Just when everyone thought that the madness was over, Damon appeared again to slaughter anyone who dared to linger in the zone. The whole place became a scene of terror. Caught between monkeys and the bastard blood god, the players simply wanted to get the hell out of there. This was easier said than done. Finally, someone shouted that there was only 1 minute left for log out. All the eyes immediately snapped to look at the treetops, and voila, the number of elites had actually started to dwindle down. "Don't tell me! He's planning to finish the whole event right now?" Arvon's jaw clenched hard enough to creak as he watched the kill counts continue, both player and monster. Lyriel's voice was quiet, but it trembled with fury. He's going to steal the clear reward. If he finishes all the elites, he's going to take all the rewards for himself, a single player. This would be a slap in the face for Arcane Dawn Guild. They would become a huge joke in the game if a single player managed to steal an entire event right under their noses. However, there was nothing they could do. At best, they could take a couple of shots at the monkeys, but the black-hearted bastard would suddenly go for a different monkey, resulting in whoever that attacked the monkey getting the full aggro. The elites were brutal, and once they locked on to a target, they did not go easy. Many players died just like this.
Ding! Remaining elite units, 2. Ding! Warning, zone event completion imminent. The entire battlefield froze for a second. Now only 30 more seconds remained. Damon blurred forward like a streak of night itself, appearing behind the stone-skinned beast, with a glinting claw of condensed blood magic in his hand. It pierced the creature's neck cleanly, absorbing all the blood essence. Before anyone could breathe, he shadow-stepped again, this time near the last elite, already weakened from an earlier scuffle. The poor monkey didn't even get a chance to roar. Arvin tried to land a hit, but the spell blade was far away. He could only send a fire surge, which Damon was happy to block on behalf of the monkey, using Damage Guard, a useful little tank skill he had picked up from someone. "Bastard!" Arvin shouted in exasperation, which Damon felt free to ignore. He quickly finished off the last elite monkey right in front of everyone's eyes, and a system-wide notification rang out. System-wide announcement. Zone event cleared. Stone-skinned monkeys elite swarm. MVP. Player Blood God has achieved the highest contribution. Rewards. Rare chest X3. Legendary skill roll X1. Event title Banana Reaper. The notification exploded across every player's screen in Garth City, silencing the entire battlefield for a breathless moment, followed by utter chaos and commotion. "You have got to be kidding me! I want a refund for this stupid game! I am quitting, damn it! I am quitting! This fucking event is finally over! Banana Reaper? Who is writing these titles? He tanked the fireball for the monkey! The monkey! What is wrong with him? Why is this hacker still around? So many players, and yet he did not get killed. How?" Up in the treetops, Damon lazily stretched. His red name, Blood God, gleamed in the dying sunlight, and beside it now floated Banana Reaper. He gave a cheeky salute to the stunned Arcane Dawn forces below. "Thanks for the support. I managed to clear all the elite monkeys. We made a great team." Arvin's blade trembled in his hand. Lyriel's jaw locked, her divine light flaring furiously, but neither of them moved. Damon tilted his head. "Well, looks like I've overstayed. Catch you later, if you survive long enough to matter." And with a last glint of crimson shadow, he vanished. Many players did not actually care about any feud, or even Blood God for that matter. They hurriedly started searching for the battlefield to scavenge any forgotten loot or drops from the elites. However, no one had any luck. The entire place was already licked clean. There wasn't even a single scrap left anywhere. "Which bastard took all the drops?" someone shouted, but no answer came in response. The game logout screen appeared and everyone was kicked out of the Earth Online world before they could process what just happened. Damon lifted the helmet off of his head with a smile on his face. For a hardcore gamer like him, amassing so many drops and skills in such a short time was a big high. He closed his eyes and sat silently for a moment, going over what happened in his mind. The smile on his face disappeared.
He was still not strong enough. If he had been stronger, he wouldn't have let anyone walk away from there alive. He clenched his fists. He wanted the strength and power to be able to wipe out entire guilds single-handedly. Only then could he be assured about the future. Perhaps even that wasn't enough. Damon let out a sigh and shook it off. All in due time. There was no point in rushing things hastily. He stood up and stretched, brewed himself a cup of coffee. He felt full, as he had been continuously absorbing blood essence for the past hour. Nevertheless, his tongue craved a little coffee. He opened his phone and went through the news and forums casually as he waited for his coffee. Naturally, the first thing plastered all over the Earth Online forums was him. Trending. Blood God steals entire event. Is this guy even human? Banana Reaper title causes uproar. Game devs remain silent. Arcane Dawn humiliated in Garth City event. Vice Guild Master Arvin seen rage logging out. Blood God or bugged exploit. Players demand an investigation. Poll. Is Blood God a hacker, genius, or both? Damon sipped his coffee, utterly unbothered, letting the bitterness wash over his tongue as he scrolled. Someone had uploaded a screenshot of me from the treetops, the red name Blood God, and the ridiculous new title Banana Reaper proudly glowing above his head. The caption below read, "Blood God is a ruthless killer. Hunt him down." Another post showed an animated compilation of kills set to dramatic opera music. He chuckled at the part where the sniper tried to run and got taken down in slow motion. Damon shook his head and continued looking. It was mostly for jogging his memory to make sure he wasn't forgetting something crucial. Though he remembered many things from his last life, it was not like he had some sort of photographic memory. Players still talked about other things and not just him on the online forums, so he scoured them meticulously for a while. Soon the coffee was ready, the steam curling around his face as he stood and took a long sip, eyes never leaving the screen. He spent the next hour this way before finally giving up and taking a small nap. He had a long day ahead of him, and he wanted his mind to be fresh for his first magic practice in the real world. He laid down to rest when he suddenly sensed the presence of a few men nearby. He frowned. He opened his door and looked outside, only to see extremely well-built men in black suits and Ray-Ban glasses carrying out furniture and moving boxes. And they were all coming out of the ice-cold beauty's apartment. Was she moving out?
Yep, she was definitely moving out. Damon silently closed the door and doubled back inside. Until now, he did not know the name of that woman, but it looked like she was already out of his life. Damon smiled. This worked out well. This way, he did not have to worry about her memories randomly getting triggered and her remembering something that she should not. Not to mention her grandfather, who seemed to be somewhat special. It was best to stay as far away from them as possible. How did that guy even get his hands on mana? Damon wondered as he got ready and left the apartment. He was once again on his way to the hospital to visit Mark and Kate. He had known both of them for a very long time, and he still couldn't believe Kate had fallen sick. Hopefully, they knew more about her condition now, and hopefully there was nothing terribly wrong with her. The sun was gentle as Damon walked down the cracked pavement. He felt a little tired from being out in the sun, but it did not really affect him that much. Unlike the vampires they show in movies and stories, he was not going to combust instantaneously when exposed to sunlight and burst into flames. He took the bus and soon arrived at the hospital. He had already messaged Mark before getting out of the apartment and still hadn't received a response. This only made him more concerned. He quickened his steps and arrived at the hospital reception. Damon thought about his last night's encounter with the nurse, and his face twitched. Thankfully, there was a personnel change, and he didn't have to face that middle-aged woman whom he had actually tried to flirt with. Just the thought of it made him queasy. He shook it off and walked over to the elevator.
7th floor. Room number 715. That's what Mark had told him. As the elevator dinged softly and opened on the 7th floor, Damon stepped into the quiet corridor. Room 715. He approached, but his footsteps slowed as he noticed something unusual. The door was slightly ajar. He pushed the door open gently. Inside, Mark was sitting in a chair beside the hospital bed, hunched forward with his elbows on his knees, and his hands clasped so tightly they trembled. He didn't look up when Damon entered. He didn't say a word. And on the bed, surrounded by a cocoon of wires, tubes, and softly blinking monitors, lay Kate. Damon stopped cold. She was pale. Too pale, and unnervingly still. Her chest rose and fell in slow, measured intervals, too perfect, too mechanical. Her eyes were closed, her expression was peaceful, but it wasn't sleep. It was absence. A nurse moved silently near the back of the room, checking the vitals. She looked up and met Damon's gaze. There was no need for words. Her expression said everything. "She didn't wake up from the surgery," Mark said finally, his voice hoarse, almost whispering. "Something went wrong. Brain damage. They revived her, but she's not really here anymore." Damon stared. The room spun slowly, then snapped back into focus. He walked closer and looked down at Kate's still form, her fragile hand resting atop the blanket. Alive, but gone. On life support. He reached out, brushing her fingers with his own. Her skin was warm. Her heartbeat was steady thanks to the machines, but the person he knew, the one who laughed like the world didn't scare her, the one who always called him out on his bullshit, she wasn't there. Not anymore. He didn't speak. He didn't rage. He didn't cry. He simply stood there, jaw clenched, and stared down at what had been taken from her. And slowly, without even realizing it, Damon's hand curled into a fist. "I'm thinking too much, right? I mean, people wake up from a coma all the time. This is nothing. She is not brain dead. She is just healing. They also said that there was a high chance for her to wake up. Only after 5 years can they definitively say that she is gone. I'm unnecessarily panicking, right?" Mark looked up at Damon, eyes bloodshot, desperate, clinging to hope like a man drowning in the dark. His friend was unraveling right in front of his eyes. How did everything come down to this in a single night? Just yesterday they were both fine, and now he has lost 2 people near and dear to him. Damon didn't answer immediately. He just stared at his friend, then at the pale girl in the bed, who looked more like porcelain than flesh. The machines kept beeping, indifferent to the agony in the room. "She will be fine. You wait and see. Tomorrow she will wake up and call me a dunce like she always does. She will be fine. She always pulls through. You know her. She's tough." Damon couldn't bear to see his friend like this anymore. He clutched Mark's shoulder firmly and looked at him. Mark flinched. His eyes were wide and glassy, the kind of look Damon had only ever seen in people who'd lost something so dear their minds were still playing catch-up. "She is tough. She will wake up soon. I'm sure of it." If Mark had been more aware, he would have noticed the shade of crimson in Damon's eyes, but the guy was barely a husk at the moment, and he just blankly nodded. "I need you to go down to the cafeteria and get yourself some food. When Kate wakes up, she will chew me out if I let you be in this state." Make smiled weakly. "Yeah, she will do that for sure. She always scolds me for skipping meals." Mark rubbed at his face, fingers trembling, before nodding again. He rose like a man sleepwalking, pausing only to glance back at Kate, at the steady rhythm of machines and the still form beneath them.
The room fell into a heavy silence once more. Damon stayed where he was, staring down at Kate. He had known this girl all his life. Back then, things were simpler. Pizza on weekends, late-night horror movies, and Kate nagging him about his grades like some miniature drill sergeant. She had always been the steady one, bright, relentless, honest to a fault. The kind of person who made people feel like they mattered, even when they didn't. She was also the one who encouraged him when he wanted to play video games for a living. They had grown apart when she started dating someone, and eventually just lost touch. In his last life, he had just assumed that she was busy with her own life to bother with him, but now that he knew the truth, it was hard to digest. The past was full of things left unsaid, and seeing Kate like this only sharpened that ache. All the little things, missed calls, lazy responses, the unspoken words when she reached out, clawed at the back of his mind. She hadn't abandoned him. She'd been fighting her own quiet war. And now she was trapped in it. Damon let out a sigh. The faint whoosh of the ventilator, the steady beep of the heart monitor, those were the only signs that life still lingered in her fragile shell. It wasn't fair. It never was. But he knew better than most. Fairness had no place in this world. With a decisive look on his face, Damon leaned down slightly, brushing her hair back from her forehead with a gentleness that surprised even him. "If there's anything left in that stubborn brain of yours," he said softly, "then listen. I'm not letting this be the end. Not for you." He pulled back and glanced at the machines once more. He then looked around to make sure no one else was there. Ideally, Damon would have preferred to wait some more time, at least until he evolved into a blood general or at least a blood acolyte, but he did not want to risk anything. Kate could already have lost a lot of brain function. If he waited any longer, then when she woke up, she would be a completely different person. There would be no point to anything. No, he had to make a decision now. He had to try something now. He didn't know if what he was about to do would help or even work at all, but he had to give it a shot. He could tell Mark, explain everything, except that his friend was in no condition to understand anything. He did not want to bring up Mark's hopes and for the blood not to even work. With a quiet breath, he rolled up his sleeve and bit into his wrist, not hard, but deep enough. The skin parted like paper, and dark crimson welled up, thick and glowing faintly under the fluorescent lights. He held his wrist over her lips. Please work, he muttered. "I'm all out of options. This has to work." A single drop slid from his wound and touched her lips. Nothing happened. Damon's jaw tightened. He leaned in closer, letting more of his blood trickle down, slow, careful, controlled. The blood ran over her mouth, across her tongue. Still nothing. "Come on," he hissed. "You've always been stubborn. Don't let that be the thing that stops you now." Then he did something he never thought he would. He pressed 2 fingers to her jaw and gently coaxed her mouth open. He let the blood flow in a little faster now, feeding her directly. The moment the first swallow happened, reflexive, barely there, Damon's breath hitched. Her throat pulsed. A flicker of something rippled across her closed eyelids, a tremor like the shadow of a dream. However, still nothing happened. Damon continued to feed more blood, and then some more blood, and then a lot more blood. He straight up cut his wrist with his nail and let his hand bleed profusely into her mouth. He had been at this for 15 minutes when he finally had to give up. Loud's footsteps sounded outside and Mark returned with another nurse. "I need to change the patient. Please leave and come back after 15 minutes. Thanks to his heightened senses, Damon had already cleared up all the evidence of what he had done. He licked his wound closed with practiced ease.
his regenerative powers already at work. The blood trail on Kate's lips was gone. The bed sheets were neat. Her vitals, still stable, still painfully normal. There was no sign that anything unnatural had taken place, no lingering scent, no strange aura. To the nurse and Mark, it would look like he'd done nothing but sit beside an old friend. But inside, Damon's mind was screaming. Nothing had changed. Nothing had changed. He had hoped that maybe because of his bloodline, maybe because of some special circumstance, a miracle would happen. That Kate would stir, eyes flickering open, fully crimson. But reality remained unflinching, cold, silent. Fuck it all! Damon silently punched the wall behind him in frustration. He then walked over to Mark to talk to him, but he did not notice the several hairline cracks that originated from his punch. Damon stood beside him with the sting of disappointment. Maybe today was a failure, but he refused to accept this. Tomorrow he would come back and try again. "I'll come again tomorrow," he said quietly. "You need anything before I go?" Mark shook his head. Just keep visiting her, all right? She is in there. She is still in there." "Yeah, she is in there," Damon replied, already halfway to the door. He gave a weak smile and turned around to leave, when suddenly the nurse started loudly calling for the doctor. A few other nurses and a couple of doctors rushed into Kate's room, and before Damon could do anything, the door was shut on his face. Mark's face turned pale, and his entire figure trembled. "What is happening? Is she dead?"